In the previous episode, we went to the nether to do some nether mining to get some ancient debris for our supporter tunnel, where we can say thank you to every single person that's a part of this community. We then constructed this building over here that we use for the train workshop, where we have some of our contraptions to help us in the process of creating parts for trains. And in this episode, I want to build a factory in this area behind me where we will be combining these two items to give us mud that will eventually turn into packed mud using some of the items from our farm. So if we want to go from dirt to mud, there are a few steps we need to follow. And over here, I laid out the steps. So first of all, we're going to do a mud factory, which is basically just turning dirt and water into mud using a mixing bowl and a mixer from Create. And then with this mud, we've got product number 1. So we will store some of this, but then we also have to turn this into packed mud. And to get that from mud to packed mud, we usually have to add wheat. But you see, with Farmer's Delight, we can switch this up, because with grain, you do 1 mud plus 1 wheat gives 1 packed mud. But if we want to go fully modded and really make this a bit more efficient, what we can do is we can take rice, we can grind that down and turn that into straw. And what that does is for every 1 straw, we add 2 mud and we'll get 2 packed mud. So it's not a lot more, but instead of getting a 1-to-1, we'll get 2 out of this whole step. So that's the first step we can do. So now we have the mud factory. That's 1 machine. We've got a machine that's going to create the packed mud, and we'll also have a machine that will turn our rice into straw, which we already have the product over here. We just need to convert it and process it and send that over to the farm as well. But you see, it's never just that simple. No. So this farm is going to require a whole lot of dirt, and we have no way of farming dirt using cobble or any such thing. So what we can do to make our dirt last a bit longer is make it more. So we'll take the dirt that we'll input, we'll combine it with some gravel, and that will give us 2 coarse dirt. So we can essentially turn 1 dirt into 2 coarse dirt, which then we can use to turn all of that into mud. So what that means is, instead of just these 3 machines, we're going to need another one for cobble and one that's going to do this automation process. So that's 5 farms already for this area. And it's not even everything. I've got a sneaky little idea for another farm, but we'll see if we get around to that. So let's quickly mark out the area. So over here, a whole lot of demolition and planning has happened. So let's quickly go through it. On this side over here, I want to do the area that's going to make our dirt, or combine our dirt with the gravel to create coarse dirt. And we'll send it over to this pink build over here. And this pink build will be the one that's producing the mud and the packed mud. The red over here is just to symbolize or represent a little pathway going down. And somewhere over here, we'll also have the straw coming from that house into this build. So that is the thing. And then I cleared a lot more space here than needed, because we need to fit in here a cobble gen and another little sneaky farm I've got planned for either this episode or next episode. But I think before we progress, it's foundation time. And just like that, a lot more building has been done. So this, as mentioned before, is going to be the dirt to coarse dirt area. And I was thinking I will add cobble generator and a gravel farm maybe in the wall there. We've done so many of those, I don't think it's necessary to build another farm that's visible. And this will be a future little project, or as mentioned, if we have time, we'll do that. And then the foundation on this area is more or less the same, but over here we'll have the walkway going up into this area, and we will build the initial factory over here that will create mud and packed mud. But then we also have this little walkway that runs all the way around, and the reason why I did that was I'm thinking we can maybe do something with water tanks or tanks, just to make it look like we're pumping water from the river into the tanks that we'll be using in the factory. But we'll actually just have infinite water sources underneath all of this. But like I said, it's not all complete, it's just a basic footprint. But this time around, we're going to do things a little bit different. You see, usually I build the building, I create the whole area, and then I fit the farms inside. But a lot of times, we're limited to a space. So what I'm going to do is, this time I'm going to build my contraptions first, get them all up and running and working, and only then we will end up building the structures around them. So let's gather up a bit of resources for the create components, and then I'll bring you guys back. I do believe we have everything needed to start the first part, and we're going to start at the very end where we make our mud and our packed mud. So what we're going to do is over here, I want to come away 2 from the side. So we're going to be in this line, we're going to start the end, and I want to have 3 gap over here. So this is actually perfect. And on here we're going to have a drawer, and this is where we're going to have all our packed mud. And then from this side we're going to repeat the same exact thing, but we need to remember this needs to flow into that drawer, but from this area we need to have items flowing this way, because over here we're going to have the straw that goes into a basin, and on this side we're going to have to do something like this that brings the actual mud into this area. So that's going to be the contraptions. We're going to have the basin in this area over there, and we're going to have 3 different belts feeding in, and this one feeding out. So let's quickly get those belts in. Okay, so this should be the belts for the first little step. So we've got the belt feeding in, and then towards the storage. And then over here, we're going to have 2 additional drawers. The one over here will just have normal mud in it. So if we want to use mud, we'll get it over here. And the one on this side, which I think, let's just place it this way around, will also have mud, but this will feed into the compacting system on this side. Now it's time to add the belts on the other side, and these are going to be really straightforward. They're going to look something like this, and they're just going to be, I think, a total of 5 long. So we'll have 3 from the basin to that one. We'll have the basin on this side, and we'll have another 1, 2, 3 on this side, 1, 2, 3 on this side. And if we've done all of this correctly, we can have 2 little units over here, and this is where we'll have the storage that feeds into this area. So basically this will be like maybe a vault or a double chest or whatever. I'm just going to do vault for now, and the dirt will go in there. From there it will go into the basins and so forth. So let's get some of the other stuff in. The basins, we're going to have 1, 2 like that, and over here we're going to have 1 over there. And then before we continue, we're going to just put filters on here for mud and mud. And this one's just going to be packed mud, just like that. Now we can go ahead and add our funnels. So we'll have funnels over there, funnels over there. We don't need funnels on this side because this will automatically poop out the mud. We'll have 2 funnels over there because we're going to store those items. Then we're going to extract from there, put into there, put into there, and that's going to poop out the packed mud into this, and we're going to put that into that. And that is everything for the funnels, which I think looks good. Now mixers. So the mixers are pretty straightforward. We're just going to jump up here. We're going to place 1 there, place 1 there, 1 over here as well. There we go. So that's our 3 mixers. So I think the next thing we need to do is add the pipework. And again, the pipework is going to be really simple. We're just going to go from here, and we're just going to go up and into the basin over there, and exactly the same on the other side. So pipe up into the basin, and that's it. That's it for the entire machine. This is it. All that needs to happen now is power. So what I think I'm going to do is let's quickly run some power into it. Got a bunch of water wheels. So let me place some basic blocks just to get the power running in this area. And just like that, everything's connected. We've got the water wheels turning, going into rotational power. We've got that up to 64. That goes over here, powers to 2 pumps that sends water all the way up. We've got this little area that's split up like that. The front little shaft goes up into a gearbox system that powers all the mixers, and at the back it goes up and it pops over here. It powers this gearbox that powers the belts, and here we just transfer that same power and just with cogs on this side to get the items and all the belts going the right way. So we've got it powered, and it's running at, like I said, 64 speed, which should be fine. But I think what we need to do now is set up all the filters, get the storage drawers set up with the items that need to flow into them, and then we should maybe do a little bit of a test. Okay, so we're ready for the test, and I've got straw in the back drawer over here. I've got the packed mud where it will end up over there. I've got these 2 set up as mud, and then the one on the front here, I added a draw controller unit here, and I added coarse dirt and normal dirt because it can use both of those. It can even use a bunch more, but those are the 2 we're going to focus on. In the start, we're going to feed it dirt, but as soon as the next step has been built, we're going to give it some coarse dirt. And I added a draw controller here because we'll be bringing it all the way from over there to here and just feed it into that. So I think the only thing we need to do now is turn this machine on. It's got water, and what I can do is I can just right click this, and it should start to produce mud. There we go, mud, and that one goes out. There goes packed dirt, And it's working. That is fantastic. So we've got our little mud factory automated. We've got normal mud and we've got the packed mud, which is perfect. I might look into speeding up the process a little bit, but before we do that, I think we should make this look a little bit better. So we finished making the place look a lot better, and we already produced 103 mud and 103 packed mud, so I would say it's working. But I think what we need to do next is create the coarse dirt maker on the other side over there, and I'm just going to build all of that off camera because it's a cobble generator with a machine that turns it into gravel. And then for the whole crafting process, I'm just going to use some mechanical arms, so I'm going to place them and then I'll walk you guys through it once we're done. And we've built the next part, which is the coarse dirt manufacturing plant. It's very simple, very compact, and I just stopped it for now to show you. So over here we've got the two inputs, the two materials. We're going to use dirt and gravel, and these mechanical arms will take either item from here and place it into the correct spot on the mechanical crafter. So it will also release 4 blocks at a time because you need 2 per crafter. So it will place 1 2 1 2, and we'll craft it into coarse dirt. It will send it into this little tower over here, which will send it over there to the clay factory, to the mud factory. So if we just right click this, you'll see it will grab. It will start to place it in. And there we go. We're crafting a whole lot more of coarse dirt, which is then going into the system, running over to here. And then from here, it will fall into that storage and get turned into mud again. I hit all the power behind this wall back there. Again, just water wheels. And up here, I dug out a little area where I'm going to do the cobble farm with the whole gravel farm that will feed into that little box over there. I'm starting to run a bit low on time. I think it's time we run a little montage and get these builds looking like something. So let's jump right into that. So you all know me, and you know that sometimes when I get building, I forget about time and I overdo myself. Well, I did it again, and this is it. Look at this area. We've got this building over here where we make the mud, and let's just hover over this side. We've got these tanks at the bottom. We've got this whole harbor type feeling with these windows overwatching the river. And on the other side, we have exactly the same windows, but we've got these 2 belts feeding in, and we'll get to those just now. But if we head on inside, we've got our packed mud, which we've got quite a lot of. We've got a lot of straw, it's been backed up. We've got our normal mud that's been made, and all the dirt is dirty again, or finished again, not dirty. So this belt over here brings in the dirt. It will mainly bring in coarse dirt unless we give it normal dirt to bring in, but it will mainly bring in coarse dirt and from there distribute. And the belt over there brings in all the straw. So we're underneath the farming building right now in our farming zone, and what I did is I just extended the draw trims over there, and I added the new storage for the rice over here, which then gets pulled out, gets pushed into these 3 millstones. It does its job, it sends them out. The rice gets stored back in the farming area, and the straw itself goes up through the drawers and then comes out of the silo, which I kind of like the idea of that, and it sends it through into the mud building, which I think looks awesome. In this area as well, like I mentioned, it's got this little area where I've got something planned for a future project, and we're going to do the gravel farm up there. And over here, we just have the machine that creates coarse dirt from, well, dirt and gravel, which is fantastic. And I do love how all of this came together, the support, you walking through this area, and it feels a lot more farmy. And I know I said we're going to use this area for animals, but I'm thinking we can still add a few animal pens in over here as we slowly approach the builder house. But yeah, let me know down in the comments, what do you think of this whole area? What's your favorite part? One of the two buildings, the silos? What do you like? Let me know down in the comments. But enough of the building. We're starting to run out of time, and I thought we cannot finish this episode without adding to the supporter tunnel. So I picked 4 people that have been commenting, liking the videos, and even been engaging on the Discord, which, by the way, if you're not part of, link in the description, come hang out over there. And we're going to put them in this tunnel over here. So first things first, let's just give all the alliums. And I was thinking about it, and someone mentioned that maybe we should allow the players to pick their own flowers. So if any of you want to change your flower, just let me know in a comment today, and then I'll see to adding it or changing the flower. And if you want your name in the area, just continue commenting, and then sooner or later you will be featured here as well. But because I've been away for quite a while, I picked 4 people because it's just fair. I've been away for a holiday and we only started this now, and some of you have been supporting from the start. So the first person we have is none other than Izzy Moonbow herself. Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate you, and just always talking on the Discord. It's really fun. Next up, we've got Arctic Wolf, and Arctic Wolf's also been in the comments and just giving feedback and just supporting the channel. Appreciate you as well, Arctic. Then we've got Errors Hub. Errors, again, someone that's been there for a while now, supporting by commenting, being on the Discord, and just hanging out and chatting, which I appreciate you as well, Errors. Then we've got another commenter here, and I'm sorry if I butcher this, I really am, but it's Praj Murai. Praj is also always in the comments, giving feedback, excited when a new episodes drop, and I need to say, I love it. I love the fact that you get excited. I love the fact that all of you are part of the community, and I appreciate you. So remember, if you want to be featured in this tunnel, then comment, be part of the community, hang out, go add the Discord. Hopefully great things coming on the Discord soon. But yes, we've got 2 more spots over here, and then we will also expand this tunnel going that way, adding more room. That will, however, be that for this episode. I added quite a lot to the area with the new farms, and I really enjoy the fact that we can automate mud. There is still a few things I want to add to it, and hopefully I can figure out the kicks in that and add it to next week's episode, which I'm excited for. But if you enjoyed this episode, please remember, like, subscribe, leave a comment, and just engage. And I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we added 2 new buildings to this area behind me. We built some silos and expanded our farming operation so we can crush rice into straw and, well, rice. So that we can craft some coarse dirt that we can use in our mud production plant and combine some of that mud with the straw to get some packed mud. And in today's episode, we will be creating a dirt farm. So we're going to be building a gravel farm, which we'll be using in our coarse dirt factory to get a whole lot more coarse dirt that we can turn back into dirt and then rinse and repeat. So our mud factory has been running pretty smoothly. I've pulled it up quite a few times, and it's produced a big amount of mud, and it's produced a big amount of packed mud. But the thing is, we're currently filling it up manually every single time, and even though dirt is not something we struggle to farm, I thought it would be nice to challenge myself and see if we can make a dirt farm using the create mod. So with our goal clearly in mind, we know where we need to start, and that is with dirt becoming coarse dirt. So we know from experience that we're going to need 2 items to start off with, dirt and gravel. And if you combine dirt and gravel, you can craft coarse dirt. And this is a vanilla recipe, so it's nothing new. And with this coarse dirt, we can use a hoe on that coarse dirt, and it will give us dirt again. So in essence, 2 dirt and 2 gravel will give us 4 coarse dirt. We can hoe it down for 4 dirt. So basically turning 2 dirt into 4 dirt. But because it's create, we can either use a deployer to deploy the hoe on the coarse dirt and get dirt, or we can use something else. A plow. We can use the mechanical plow to turn coarse dirt into dirt as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just take all the dirt we get from that, send it all the way back into the system, and just repeat this whole process. So we'll have the items mechanical crafted with the system we have. We'll just modify it a bit. We'll then send this into a system that plows the coarse dirt, gives us dirt, and we'll just send it through. So I think it's time for a little bit of preparation work. So I'm going to dig a few tunnels, clear out a few buildings, and we'll be right back. So like previously shown, this whole area has been opened up, and over here I just finished off this little area, added a little fence. I will consider decorating this entire water wheel tunnel because you will be seeing it quite often. And over here we'll have the contraption that will do the conversion of coarse dirt to normal dirt. But then if we go inside of this building, I stripped it all naked and I removed a piece of the wall over there because we need to put in something over there. And also I just deleted the belt for now. But I think what we need to do next is maybe first get in the contraption that converts the whole coarse dirt to normal dirt, so that we know what we have to build and how it's going to fit into the space over here. So I'm going to do a mock build over here somewhere just to show you guys what it looks like, and then we'll take it from there. So for this design, it's going to be quite simple, and I'm going to build it flat on this wall, but it will obviously be running this way. So just to show you guys, we will be doing like a drill. So we need a drill that will be drilling up the dirt as we convert it, or that will be drilling up the coarse dirt as we convert it into dirt. And then from there on, we're going to place a block right above it, and just in front of this drill we're going to have a plow. So what will happen is, if we have coarse dirt over here, the plow will automatically convert it to normal dirt first before the drill reaches it. This line over here will be compiled out of either interfaces to transfer storage, or to transfer items from the machine to the storage, or to import. And then right in front of that we'll add another casing, and from this casing we'll have a hand pointing down, and this hand will be placing coarse dirt. So basically, as this moves forward, it will place coarse dirt, convert it to normal dirt, and pick it up again using a drill. And that is the concept of it. It will be running on a gantry system that I think we're going to run straight through here all the way to there. But I think the only thing to do now is to build the system, to build the machine. So let's do a little really quick build montage. And there we have it, the dirt converting machine. So this machine will automatically place the coarse dirt, turn it into normal dirt, and then drill it all up and put it into its internal storage buffer. And behind the scenes, we did add a little water wheel system with a little control to turn this machine on and off, and just two redstone contacts down there that will automatically switch the direction it's going from here to there and just send it back and forth. And on the other side, we have the machine that puts coarse dirt into the contraption and takes items out and put it into the storage system on its own as well. But I think it's time we test it. So currently we have no coarse dirt in the system, and we have no dirt in the system, and I've got 4 stacks of coarse dirt on me, so we're just going to fill that up. That's slowly going to make its way there, and if we were to flick this now, it should go back. It's going to offload some dirt because there was some dirt in the machine, but now it will slowly start to place the dirt and automatically turn it into normal dirt and then drill it up. When it's at the end, it will just place the coarse dirt, offload what it's made, and just repeat the process. So now we have a way of turning our coarse dirt into normal dirt again, but now we need to start crafting dirt. And to craft dirt, we need one more vital component, and that is gravel. So I think it's time we pop up to that cave up there and build ourselves a cobble generator and a little bit of a gravel farm. So to create the gravel farm in this area, we're going to have to start with a cobble gen. So what I think we need to do is firstly just lay out maybe just like a little stretch like just so we know where the center is. So this is where the center of the cobble gen is going to be, and now we're just going to slowly build up on top of this. We're going to need some vaults to store all the cobble that's being generated in it, and we're just going to go with a total of 3 by 3, and we're just going to expand that till it's a 9 long one, and that's going to be the storage for the cobble itself. On top of the vault, we're going to line the one side with chutes like this, the same on the other side, and in the center just a row of mud bricks. Then using cobble as our temporary little block, we're going to put cobble on top of each and every one of the chutes. That's just to make it easier for us to place the next line of blocks. And then on the side of the cobble, we're just going to run a line of bricks, or well, stairs. It could be any stairs, just as long as we can waterlog them, and the same on the other side. And that's basically it for the areas where the liquids are going to go. We're going to have lava in the center part, and we're going to have these bricks or these stairs waterlogged. So all we need to do now is just go all the way around and just place some trapdoors in so we can keep the liquids inside their designated areas. But before we put in liquids, we first need to put in the mechanical drill. So on top of these two temporary cobblestone lines, I would suggest holding shift and then jumping and placing, or even from the side, because that way we ensure they face the right direction, which is downwards. So now with all of the mechanical drills in, I think it's wise to maybe put in the lava for now, because that will just give us a bit of light and we can just see better. So we're just going to run that all the way down. It doesn't all need to be sources, but I just prefer it to all be source blocks. And remember to make sure you're playing with fire tick off like I am, otherwise you might have a fire incident. And now the lava's in, the next step's the water, so we just need to put water into every single one of these stairs. So now that we have the water and the lava in, on top of these, we just need to do encased chain drives, and we're going to run them all the way to the end. And this one we're going to turn to the side to face like that, and the same on this side. And once we have these two encased chain drive lines in, all we simply need to do is just run a gearbox down, all the way down, and then down here we'll have to do some power magic, so I'm going to quickly get that sorted. So we got power sorted and running into this machine, and it's been running for quite a while. I did extend this little conveyor belt and add a secondary storage over here, which is already filled with 20,000 cobblestone, and this one, well, is empty because it's filling that one. And already prepped this area for the next part of the machine, that will be the part that turns this cobble into gravel. So what we're going to do is we already have 2 vaults over here, so this we're also going to extend to 9, and then right underneath this vault we're going to have a bunch of smart chutes coming down from this point, and they will be going into crushing wheels that will be crushing the items, and the crushing wheels will be sitting right over there. So now we'll have a smart chute depositing cobble into the crushing wheels, and that will just deposit it onto the belt that will take it out. So I think let's quickly get all of this in. I'm not going to put the smart chutes in just yet. We're first just going to get in all the crushing wheels, and then we'll go from there. And in the end, I want the items to come out from this tunnel and then land right on this spot over here. And over here, we will just put them into this area with another little chute facing down. So just like that. So we'll have the belt coming up all the way over here, running this way, depositing it into the chute, going into this drawer slave, which temporarily connects to this gravel storage. But we will have a centralized storage where we're going to keep our gravel and our dirt and our coarse dirt. But for now, this will be it. So now this crushing wheel system needs power. And to give this power, I think we need to build a new power source, which is not water wheels. And I kind of like this windmill, and I would like to have this whole area filled with a bunch more moving objects that you can see. So I was thinking maybe we just build another one of those windmills right in this location over here, and we can just change the path up and everything, and that windmill will give enough power maybe for all the wheels in there, as well as the crafters we need to add to this building. So let's get a schematic, let's get everything ready and pop something in this area. So the schematic cannon and everything's ready. So if we go over to the schematic table, we pop in a blueprint, we can go all the way down and we have the one windmill, and we can just click it. It's going to write it for us. And now we have the blueprint for the windmill. So we can now click and see the position. I think it needs to move into the corner a bit more. So we can just hold left alt. Yep, left alt to open that, and control to and scroll to move it. So I think maybe like that. maybe one more towards the corner. And it seems like everything should turn. It will miss that just. Maybe we can maybe push it one that way. I think that's fine. I think that's fine right where it is. And now we can just leave it there. And if we right click the cannon now and we put the schematic in and we add a little clipboard right over there, it's going to write the material list. And we can right click this and it will tell us all the materials we need to make this schematic in the world. So I'm going to fill these barrels with the materials and then we'll push play and have a micro build montage. So we've got our windmill in and it's spinning already, and I already connected it up to the crushing wheel system, and it is still not enough to keep up. So we had to rip out some of the crushing wheels, and we currently only have the 5 wheels running at 64 RPM, and I've limited the stack sizes to 32. I am not sure if that is a correct ratio, if it makes a difference of it being 62 or 64. If I've got that wrong, please let me know down in the comments. I will greatly appreciate that. But for now, we've got gravel being produced and it's all heading into this little drawer over here for now, which I will then divert into this area where we will be using autocrafters to turn it into coarse dirt. But I did show you guys in the previous episode how the autocrafters work, so I'm not going to do that all again. I'm just going to build everything in this area, and I'll bring you guys back when all of this is connected up and we're producing dirt and feeding it into this farm. As per usual, went a bit overboard, finished decorating this place up a bit, and I would say it looks quite nice. So if we go back into normal cam mode and just fly up here, we've got the steel structure over the dirt farm. You guys can see the coarse dirt has been filled in. That's because I did test the machine to make sure it's working, and it's working quite nice. The gravel area, I'm thinking of maybe just doing like a heap of gravel in this area, just get it filled up, but also we're producing quite a lot of gravel. Inside here, I just changed up how this looked a bit. I had added about, what's that, 1, 2, 3, that's 4 mechanical crafters crafting coarse dirt. If I do see the gravel and everything's too fast, I will add another layer on top. But all that is just a bit of arms at the back, just feeding these, and these will craft the coarse dirt that will end up all the way over here. And from here, we take the coarse dirt, send it into the machine, and that machine will deposit normal dirt for us. So what I currently have, I need to fix that. What I currently have is 3 stacks of coarse dirt. There they are in this machine and in the bunch that's on the floor. So I'm going to turn it on and I'm going to let it run while we do the supporter tunnel. And when we're done with the supporter tunnel, we'll come back and see how much more coarse dirt and dirt we have in our system. So let's do that. Blink. Fills in. And then once we're done the supporter tunnel, we'll check what we have. So we're in front here by our supporter tunnel, where we say thank you to all the people that comment on the videos and form part of the community. Last week I said, if you want a specific flower, let me know in the comments and I'll change it out. First one we have is purple, and they asked that they can please have one of the purple flowers. So we're going to give them an allium. Switch for an allium. Nice. And now for the latest 2, we're going to add 2 new ones this episode. We got Withered Golem on this side, and on the other side, Mr. Sir Green. And for them, we're just going to chuck in a little flower just to say thank you. thank you for supporting, thank you for being part of the community, and thank you for interacting. If you would like your name in this area, then comment, be part of the community, even come and hang out on the Discord, link in the description. But let's get back to the dirt farm. So back here, and this machine is crafting like a mad thing, and that means we've been getting quite a lot of dirt. The floor is completely filled in again, and if we come back here, we've got 116 dirt backed up as well. No coarse dirt, because as it's coming in, it goes directly to the machine, which has a 1x3 volt, so it can take quite a lot of coarse dirt before we're going to run out. So everything seems to be working perfectly, which I'm happy about. Really happy about that all. But with that said, it is time for me to go. I've ran out of recording time. I still need to edit this video and get it uploaded to you guys, because it needs to be out in about an hour. So thank you for being here. Like I mentioned, comment, like, subscribe, interact, be part of the community, and you might be in the subscriber corridor soon. Anyway, till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we returned back here to the mud farm, where we used mechanical crafters to turn gravel and dirt into coarse dirt, which we then deploy with this machine, plow with this machine, and we turn it all back into dirt, thus, in theory, farming dirt. But to farm dirt, we needed a bunch of machines, like mechanical crafters, cobble generators, and gravel makers, and a whole lot of conveyor belt, which meant we needed power. And as you guys can see, a whole lot of water wheel power, which brings us to this week's little project. And that project will be more power, but not windmill power, not water wheel power. No. I think it's time we get ready for proper power. Steam power. So in this week's episode, we're going to look into building a lava factory in the nether that will be the first step towards achieving steam power. So in honesty, I think the easiest way we can do this is by getting a lava factory set up in the nether and pumping up lava into tanks over there and then transporting it into the overworld with trains. So I've been doing a bit of scouting, and I think the best area for us to branch out on this train track is actually right here. If we head on over here, nothing's stopping us from taking this track and turning this way and continuing down that road. And that should mean that that train comes out somewhere in this little area over here. But before we get to this part, maybe we should just dig a little tunnel and just see what it looks like if we break through. Okay, so the easiest way to do this will be with our tunnel wall, and I've got one called Big Tunnel, and that is a 7x7, I think, which is the same size as this tunnel. So we can just find the center, so that will be 1, 2, 3, and then the center will be here, and will be 3 to that side as well. So if we maybe bring it back a bit more, put this down here, is that going to be it? Let's push it back a bit first, and now let's push it forward. And now this can just drill its way through all the way to the other side, and then we've got a tunnel. And now we've got a tunnel, but now you might be asking, how? How are you going to get the train from here all the way to the nether? Well, that's a cool thing. With the create mod, you can send trains through nether portals, and I thought it would look really cool if we have a train come down this tunnel, and just before it reaches this cliff and falls into the ocean, it passes through to the nether. So now the next thing we need to do is build a little nether portal there. Just go see where this portal comes out on the other side. And we made it to the other side, and I think this will be the perfect place. I couldn't have asked for a better alignment of portal to nether. And look at this, because we've got this whole entire lava lake, and if we look on the map, it's quite a big lake, and I think it even runs underneath all of this, which means we have an infinite lava source. So I think the next thing I need to do is maybe just clean up this bit a bit, change this into a 7x7 portal, and just prep this area for whatever needs to come on this side. So I've ripped out the portal, and instead of rebuilding it, I first took a little time and planned the platform we need in this area. And I did it in creative and prepared a schematic, so I think we should maybe just nudge it into place, see where everything goes, and then we can start looking at building the portal around that, which might be easier. So while I'm over there setting up the schematic and I thought I should talk to you guys. You see, only 3.8% of all of you are subscribed, but a whole lot more of you are watching the videos. So why not hit that subscribe button and never miss out on a video? Come on, I know you're burning to do it. Click subscribe. So I've built out a little dirt platform all the way from over here to there just to make sure the cannon is more or less in the center of this platform. And over here I've got our schematic table. So if we put in our schematic, we scroll down to platform and we click OK. Just quickly uploading it for us. And now that we have the schematic, we can just place this down maybe like so. And now we can see it's quite big. So I'm going to hold in control. We're going to bring it over a bit. Let's bring it over this way. Okay, so now we've got the schematic in the right place. It looks more or less as it should be. So now if we just right click this in the cannon, we chuck it in there, it reads it, and we know that's where it's supposed to go, and it's looking good. And now we can chuck in our clipboard over here. That'll write as a material list, and we know that we need to gather all these items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab all of this, get it all sorted, get it all made, and then I'll bring you guys back once we've loaded up the cannon. A little bit of time passed, and I do think we've got everything on this checklist all ticked off. So let's quickly pop that into the cannon. We get it back, and if we look at it, we got everything. We don't need that schematic table. But yes, we've got everything ticked off. So the next thing we want to do is we just want to go show printing settings, and we just want to say skip missing blocks. And then I do think we need to click this one that says replace solids with solids, which basically means if there's a solid block like over there somewhere, it has to replace it with the new block. And that's it. Now we can just click play and it should start building the schematic. So let's do that with a little sped up montage. So we're back in Overworld in our tunnel, and I just thought I'd bring you guys over here to show you. So what we're going to do is right click on this, and we're going to continue our train track right up to the nether portal right there. And you'll see automatically it looks like it almost lifts a bit, but I just think that's due to the color change. And all this does is it tells us that the trains ride along this track, and when it hits this point, it's going to go through to the nether side. And on the nether side, it's important to note that it's pointing that way, and it says we're going to leave that way, and it automatically connected on this side as well to show that the train's going that way. So we've got a working train station in theory, or train track in theory. And I think the only way to test this is maybe to bring Pugsley through to the nether. So let's go grab him. So we've got Pugsley in the tunnel, and it's time to take him through. So let's hop into the train. So on the driver's seat, got the gears in the right view. Let's head on through, and hopefully this works. And it did work. I did notice that it kicked us out of driving, but if we get back into driving, we can go again. That is so cool looking. And if we now just head back, it should just go whoop, back through the other side. But that's how it's going to work. So we will not be using Pugsley for this adventure. We will build a nether train in another episode. But I'm just happy to see that it's all working. So let's park Pugsley back where it's supposed to go, and let's head back to the nether side of things. So now that we have the tracks in place, we tested it and it works, and we have some official guests, it's time to look at the lava production. So we're not physically going to be producing lava here, but instead we're going to tap into the unlimited lava source we have right over here. And the idea is maybe to have these overflow tanks, so have them fill up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever in sequence, and then into the main tank. And over here we'll do like a little factory of some sort, a factory build. So the train will come running past here, stopping close to this, getting some lava, and then turning all the way around back and going back to the overworld side. So to make all of this work, we had to get into power sources, and we're just going to work with, yeah, you guessed it, water wheels in lava. So I had this already built, so if we remove all this dirt and we remove that row, the lava will flow just enough to turn some water wheels. And the water wheels in this area do not have to do a lot. They only need to power pumps. So we'll have this set of water wheels powering a pump over there somewhere that will fill the bunch of tanks up there, and then we'll have those water wheels over there to fill up the train and whatever needs to happen on that side. So I think the first thing we need to do is maybe get some infrastructure in and just slowly get all the tanks filled up. As per usual, I went overboard. Well, not that much. I did, however, power everything. All of these are powered along those. I thought I'll wait for you guys to come back. And I know it looks very hectic with all the cogs and everything spinning, but bear with me, it will look a lot better. Well, in my mind it does, at least. So these are working, and I did hook up the water wheel down here, added the water wheels, and I know for 12 pumps I can go up to 85 rotational speed, and it looks kind of neat, and even that side looks more or less neat. So that is really cool. So what I've got over here is I do have the pipes on the side, and I think we can also maybe do this. So it just looks a little bit better, like that. And then only these two will actually have pulleys that will go down into the endless lava source, and they will pump lava into the tanks and continue distributing it down the system all the way to there, and all of these will fill up. But then we've got two reversed pumps, this one and that one over there, and the purpose for that is just to make sure all of these pipes look like they have lava in, but actually they just stop over there. So that's it, that's a mouthful. So I think the next thing we need to do is just head on down here, and then we just need to add in our wheels, but we do know we can push this up to 85, so let's do that first. 8 wheels, and if I turn this, everything should work. But before we can do that, we need to spin this lever down here and get the pulleys submerged into the lava. Now we've got both pulleys submerged and they're unpowered, which is fine. They're going to get powered as soon as these pumps start rotating. So to get those pumps rotating, we need to flick this one. It seems like everything goes, and there we go, tapping the mantle. That's the achievement. And we have lava flowing into the tanks and all the way over there. That looks so cool. So if we look at these, they say bottomless supply, the target body of fluid is considered infinite. Now all of this is running and all of this is going, and this is in the right spot, so we can just later on build a train with a little fluid attachment over here. But I think what we need to do now is maybe look at, first of all, building the factory in this area behind me and getting it all sorted before we decorate the outside. So I think it's time for a super duper build montage. And with that, welcome to the lava factory. I really enjoyed this build. I'm it just looks so cool with all the pipes and everything running. So when we come through, we've got this whole track running past underneath all these items. We've got storage units over here, and then these I like the most. These are just looms on top of andesite scaffolding, and it just gives such a neat little effect. And then I thought it would be important, would look nice if we add some of the nether palette of the surrounding area and just some foliage to show that this place has been in the area for quite a while. Also, we can't do leaves, so we just did mangrove roots all over the build, and I do think they complement the build quite nicely. And we also made use of our bricks for the first time. Fantastic. So if we head over here, I repeated all of that again, just finishing it all off with some acacia trapdoors. I do have to do a bit more landscaping, or not landscaping, decorating in this area, maybe some over there, and even to the back wall, because it is quite close over here for the train, so I just want to shave a bit out. But enough about that. Let's look at the build inside. So if we head on over here, you can enter into the factory and you can see everything. You can see everything run and move, and I have one thing that I hope the creators of the Create mod bring in soon: using copper casing on cogs, because I mean that would have made all of this just look a whole lot better. But nonetheless, I do like this build a lot. So with all our other warehouses, we will use this and add some micro farms into it when we need them and as we need them. And I'm thinking in this area we can do a refill station where we can fill up buckets with lava. We can make maybe a small obsidian farm. I don't know, that's up to you. Let me know down in the comments. Can you think of any nether based lava farms that we can use in this area? I am thinking now we might not be able to do a obsidian farm due to water not working in lava, but maybe I can find a workaround. Maybe. So yeah, in the comments, let me know, what do you think of this build? What do you think of the area? And what micro farms do you think we can add in the structure? But it's that time again. Time to say thank you for being part of the community and just being around, sticking around, commenting, liking the videos, and giving feedback. So this week we've got 2 new members, and before we announce them, let's just run to the back of the tunnel. Here we used to have the staircase, and I did expand it a bit more that way, so we've got enough for another 8 people. So over here, the first 2 people in this area, we give them some flowers, and the first 2 is Danman. Boop. There you go, Danman. Thank you for being a supporter, commenting, and just liking the videos. I appreciate it a lot. And on this side, we've got Arctic Fox Waffles. So another one. So thank you so much. And remember, if you want to be mentioned, or if you want to be immortalized in the supporter cave, then just comment, be part of the community, and who knows, maybe you'll be a next. But that's gonna have to be it. You see, we dug this really big tunnel, created this big portal, and then built this really popular, apparently, lava factory where we pump lava from our infinite lava source all the way into tank, and we got it ready for a train which we will build in the near future. And all of this in preparation for steam power. But anyway, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it a lot, and I cannot wait to see you all in the next episode. So remember, down in the comments, let me know of any microfarms and what you think of the area. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we extended this tunnel, built some train tracks, and sent them straight through into the nether, where we tapped into this infinite lava source naturally generated that we used to fill up all these tanks, and we even built our first nether factory. And in this factory, we pump lava from the infinite source into tanks that will eventually travel via train all the way to the overworld, where we will use them in our next phase towards steam power. But before we can build the train and bring the lava to the overworld, we need to build a factory on this side, and that factory will be used to produce blaze cakes. So currently all our fluid tanks are filled to the brim with lava, and we have enough supply to start production in the overworld. But you see, we can't just send the lava to the overworld because there's nowhere for it to go. So what we need to do is head back that way, and the area in the overworld I'm planning on using is this area over here. So we've got the tunnel over there, the train coming from the nether side, and the idea is for it to come into this area, make some form of turn, offload the lava in a factory area, and then return all the way back to the nether side. But as you guys can see, before we can do that, we need to do some cleaning up work. So I think I need to just rip out a bunch of leaves and grass and just get everything ready, and I'll bring you guys back. Some bushes and grass have been removed, and now we've got a clearer idea of what we need to do. So I marked out the area with stone bricks, so I know that's how wide it's going to be, and I know that's more or less where the platform's going to end. So now what we need to do is clear out this whole area, flatten it out, build a little bit of edges there, and just prepare this area for train tracks and for building. And here we have our little platform completely built. So our train will be going out this direction, and then the idea is for it to turn this way, follow around the edge, all the way back, and then lock into this position right over here again. Okay, we've got one gap from there. So we need to tap from this area, and we need to link it up over here like that. And then we also want to connect all the way from here straight into this, because that's where the train will be coming back into this area as well. And now on this other side, we're also going to do another one right over here to keep it 3 away. And if we now connect this to this, we have the start of our track. So all I'm going to do now is just going to repeat all of this right over there, and then we'll have our little platform. So now we have the complete train track in here, and I think what we need to do now is determine the station position, and I think we should go a few blocks away from there and then right on this little track over here, and we'll just place down a temporary little station. I think that's perfect. And what will happen is train will come in, it will stop, the wagon will be over here somewhere, and we can pump lava then into the tanks on that side, and from there it can be distributed to the different parts of the factory. So I think for us to see exactly where the wagon's going to be, we need to maybe go fetch the train in the nether and just park it here as a little reference. So we brought the train from the nether and parked it at the station, and now we can see where the wagon's going to sit, and from that we can determine where we want the fluid tanks. So that's where the 2 fluid tanks will go, and then I'll also add some on the other side as backup. But this is the general idea and the layout, and I also added 2 strip cherry blossom blocks over here to show the platforms where the building is going to be. And the thought in general is that this will be for farms and that will be for processing. So the reason we have processing and farming blocks, well, basically we want to make blaze cakes, and to make blaze cakes we've got a whole big process over here. So in the farming block we will have 2 distinct little farms, and that will be sugarcane farm, and we'll also have just a chicken farm, which is just a bunch of chickens laying eggs. And this step is quite simple. Chicken lays eggs and we have eggs. But the sugarcane farm, we're going to have sugarcane, and that will then go into the processing plant where we'll turn that into sugar. We'll also just have an area where we can deposit netherrack, and netherrack will go into the processing plant with crushing wheels, and it will become cinder flour. We can automate the crafting of netherrack, but that's a really long process for something we can get so easily. And we get a lot of netherrack because I go farming for ancient debris quite often for the subscriber tunnel. So once we have those 3 items in the processing plant, we'll combine them into a basin, and those 3 items will then get pressed down into the basin and become a blaze cake base, which we will then use a spout to spout lava on top of the blaze cake base, and that will produce blaze cakes. So it looks like a lot of things, but it's actually really simple to build, with the exception of just adding a sugarcane farm in this little square and making it efficient enough. So I might stack multiple on top of each other and even go down. We'll see how it goes. But I think the first thing I need to do now is maybe just get the sugarcane farm in this area, even though it won't have a structure around it. Just get it all stacked up, and maybe even the chickens as well, and then I'll bring you guys back. After a whole lot of planning and playing around in creative, I think I finally came up with a design, and in this little space we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to make it run using a minecart contraption that will sit in this position, run back and forth the whole time, deposit items that will run via storage, drawed storage units, all the way to this point where we can move it anywhere into this build. But I think the first thing we need to do is grab the materials and come build the little sugarcane farm. So I'm back, I gathered up all the resources, and I do think the hardest one to find or to get ready was the rich soil. I mean, I did have to set up a very sophisticated system, but in the end, it was totally worth it. So let's jump into this build. So the first thing on our to-do list is the stairs, and we're going to line the whole farm with stairs all the way to the edge, and we're going to bring it over one, and this one we're going to do a little return, and we're going to do exactly the same on the other side. And then once the stairs are in, we're going to have 2 rows of rich soil, and the fact that this is rich soil makes it so that we can have sugarcane growing on this side without touching any water, which makes it a bit more efficient. And the last thing left for the growing platforms is literally just to add water into these. And the reason why we need water is basically rich soil, if it has water next to it or close to it, it does have a chance to use the bone meal effect on crops growing on it. So that's why we have water. Now we can just add the sugarcane. And that's it for our growing platforms. They're all in there and ready for the next part, which is the harvester. So for the harvester, we're going to come to this area over here, and I'm just going to start it at this point right now. And then we're going to go one up, which is in line with the sugarcane. And then on top of this one, I'm just going to place 2 barrels, and that is just for storage. I don't think we'll ever fill it up, but better safe than sorry. And then we're just going to go out 2 by 2 andesite casing on either side, and this is just the area we're going to fix our harvesters to, so that when we do have this machine running and it does come across something that's ready to harvest, it'll harvest, deposit it into the barrels, and then send it down to the portable interface that we'll add later on. So this is basically it. This is it for the contraption part of the farm, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them all in, and I'll bring you guys back once it's done. There we have the farm with all 4 growing platforms installed, and it's ready to go. So what I've done is already down here, I came down 1 block underneath the layer where the crops are planted. I put down a portable storage interface looking downwards, and then left 1 space. I ran some andesite casing all along here with some power rail on top of that and a redstone block to power it. And then right underneath that, I have a portable interface looking up, so that will connect to that interface on the contraption, which will then chuck items out and chuck items then into this barrel, which is temporary. We will add it to a drawer unit. But to get the system going, we need to make sure that this minecart is set to lock rotation, and then we can power it. It should lift everything up. And now if we break that and just get it ready, we're going to have to push this. Oh, it must have harvested some items. So it's first going to deposit those items. There we go. And that's complete. So now this system will just continue running, and that's everything it got from that first little harvest, which is quite a lot. And now it can just passively generate sugarcane while we're in the area and while we build this little farm over here. So now that we have the sugarcane farm running and it's producing, I think the next thing we need to do is maybe just get this building sorted. But before we do that, what I want to do is just install a little platform around this build, a floor for the building, so we just see what we have to work with. Okay, so we have the platform in. I did lift up the tanks over there, and then this wooden box just outlines the actual factory. So the idea is that we'll have lava pumping from the train into those tanks, and then from there we will distribute the lava to the point where we turn the blaze cake bases into blaze cakes. But also we need to add into this area a chicken egg, an egg farm, a plant where we process sugarcane into sugar, and then also netherrack into cinder flour. So I think that's what we need to figure out first before we build the structure around it. So this took a whole lot more of planning, and I did put in the basics just because I had to wrap my head around it all. So let me quickly run you all through it as we place the funnels and make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. So connecting from this farm with trims at the bottom, we have sugarcane coming in, and this sugarcane is going to be dispatched out of this storage drawer into that one. So over here we can just do that and that, and we don't really need to do an input because only sugarcane will be produced in this farm, or we don't need to do a filter, I mean, because only sugarcane will be produced in this area. Then over here we'll have chickens in this cage laying eggs, and the eggs will go along the conveyor. And over here we're just going to put this down, so this will be our little input into the system, and we've got a bunch of draw controls here. I know it's not ideal. If there's a simpler way of doing that, let me know, but that's how I'm going to do it for now. So that's what we'll have over there, and that's going to be an input. Over here we have netherrack. We can right click over there, netherrack goes in, crush down, becomes cinderflower, and that will also join the system, where we'll have all of these filters over here. And then this one right over here, we're going to do it like that. We'll have cinderflower coming out of that one, that will go into a basin. And over here we'll have 2 additional ones as well, one of these dispatching eggs and the other one sugar, and they'll all meet up in the center where we'll get a basin that picks them up, and the basin will mix everything together or press everything together. And over here we'll have this one going into that, and that will be for the blaze cake bases. So that's those filters, and this one over here we'll do like that, and this will only dispatch blaze cake bases, which will then transport all the way over here. And in the center we will cover them with magma, with lava, and over here we're going to do that. And just for safety, that will be the blaze cake filter. So now we should have all the funnels in place and everything. So now on this side we can start adding the belts to create the blaze cake bases. So first of all, we know we're going to have an input into that, and we also know we're going to have this over here. We're going to have some belts running both of these lines from there to here as well. So let's connect those up. So we know that these all need to spin the same direction, this one and this one, as well as this one. So we're just going to extend those, and we can extend that one like that, because all of these need to run in that direction, and this one is the only one that needs to spin in the opposite direction. So right over here we can do our basin just like that. And then on top of these, on these, we can just add a bunch of funnels. And our ingredients, this one again is cinderflower, so we'll have cinderflower flowing in there. This one is eggs, so we'll have eggs going into that one. And this one is sugar, so we'll have sugar going into that one. And right over here, we can just say you're producing blaze cakes. And that should be it for all of that. And then right above that, we just have our press that will be pressing down and creating the blaze cake bases. So I think that is everything in. We've got all the little components. In this area we're just going to do a little spout, and the spout will just make sure that lava gets spouted onto the blaze cake bases before they turn into blaze cakes. And that will come from these 2 containers that we'll just raise up a bit, say around about there maybe, and then we'll just run lava from those into the spout over here. So I think what we need to do is I need to connect up the pipe, and I need to sort out the power, make sure everything has power, everything's working, and then I'll bring you guys back. So I've hooked up all the power parts and everything's working, but I also made a little bit of a mistake. I turned on the machine before I spawned some chickens, so we're out of eggs, so I need to go chicken hunting. But for now everything's working, and you guys can see everything's running, everything's going. We've got this tank built up, we've got the pump running. I just don't have lava pumping into this yet, but we've got some blaze cake bases, we've got sugar, we've got cinderflower, we've got no eggs, and everything's just going quite smoothly, I think. So the only thing we need to do is just test to see if this makes blaze cakes, and I think if I right click, no. So I'm gonna have to get the lava in there somehow. So I wonder if we can make like a little temporary thing over here, and we break this, and let's just add another one there. But if we add lava here, this should take it, and it looks like it's spouting onto stuff there. It is. So the whole factory is working. We just need to feed lava into this thing, and then we have automated blaze cakes. Fantastic. So I think the next thing we need to do is maybe just buckle up and just do a really big montage as we try and cover these 2 builds completely. So enjoy. And we've done it. We've covered both builds. And I have to say, I love it. I love the contrast between the two buildings. And I think the white building is maybe my favorite, but it might just be due to the new block palette. So the block we're currently using here is just normal smooth stone that we just used, put through the chipped mod. We also addressed the little area around this. We added some slabs and trapdoors and just filled in the colors. And if we head on in here, we've got our fluid tanks, got our sugarcane. We finally have some chickens, which took quite a while to breed up, but now we have everything working. We've got sugarcane being processed into sugar, netherrack into dust, for cinder flour, and we've got 24 blaze cakes, and the only thing that's holding us back is the lava, but that will not be happening this episode. No, we need to build the lava express, and that will only happen in the next episode. But it's that time again. It's time for us to say thank you to every single one of you that's been supporting us. And this week we're going to say thank you to 4 people. And the reason for that is last week's video had such good traction. And I just think it's right that we take advantage of that and say thanks. Lamul, thank you so much for your support. I hope I pronounced that right. Names aren't my strong suit. But there you go. You've got your little flower. You've got your little place in the appreciation tunnel. The next one is Vinny Zada. Vinny, I appreciate all the comments. Then we've got Logan Bennett. Oops. We've got Logan Bennett, which I will rename because I changed it to Ancient Debris now. And then the last one, and so this person is South African, and I hope I am catching what he's putting down in his username. It is basically Kunane Cottontail. So if I'm picking up what he's putting down, that first part, the KU with the hyphenation to Nane, that's actually what we call a rabbit in Afrikaans in my mother tongue, and it's a kunane. So I actually think that's what he did, and that is so funny. But anyway, I appreciate every single one of you that partakes in the community, who comments, who likes, who gives suggestions, and just feedback in general. I really do appreciate every single one of you just making this great, making this adventure totally worth it. In the previous episode, we built the sugarcane farm, bred some chickens to get some eggs, to make some more chickens that will lay us some eggs, so that we can construct the Blaze Cake Bakery, where we have our egg producing machine, our sugarcane mill, and our cinder flour crusher, so that we can combine these ingredients, squirt some lava onto it, and create some blaze cakes. But we're still missing one ingredient, which is lava. So in this episode, we will be building the lava train that will bring lava from the lava factory all the way to the overworld and even drop it off at a few additional depots. But before we can start construction on the train and the depots, we need to do a little bit of maintenance work. So let's go. We need to replace Logan's ancient debris that we accidentally placed. Then a lot of you told me about create encased, and we've got that added. So now we can remove these and turn them into copper encased cogs, which look a lot better. So just need to replace all of those. Yes, that looks much better. As for the drawer controllers, a lot of you said that the drawer slaves do work, so I maybe just did something wrong. So we're going to rip these out, and then we're just going to put drawer slaves in. Okay, so the eggs still work. We just saw that. So the drawer slaves work. I maybe made a mistake when I tested it. So thank you everybody for telling me to do it again. I do appreciate it, because now we're saving on controller units. I am, however, still going to leave this one as a drawer controller, because now I can just right click and just place everything in there if and when I pick up something. Lastly, someone mentioned we should really use some dye on our belts and just color some of the belts according to the area it's in. So we've got one over here, and then we've got some belts over here that we dyed. Yeah, that kind of looks nice, and I appreciate that comment as well. I will go around dyeing a lot more belts as I have time and when I have time, but I think that's enough maintenance for today, and it's time we look at the project we've got planned for today. So as mentioned, our big project for this episode is to get lava from all the way down there out of the nether to the designated area. So the one area we have is this, where we're literally going to pump in the lava and use it to make blaze cakes, and then we're going to use the blaze cakes in a power plant. But while we're adding the train, while we're fetching lava, I would also like to add an additional depot, and that depot is right over here in the desert area, because we use a lot of water wheels in this area, and I think it would be efficient if we can do like a little small steam power station over here that powers all the contraptions, And it will also provide power for future projects because there has been a request for more projects in this area. So because we want to send the train off that way to the mesa as well, we're going to have to move the station. So I'm just going to rip that up. And before we can determine where exactly we're going to place the station, we need to give it the ability to turn this way. So if I do that and we come back here and we hold control, we know this is exactly where we need to place the track so it can make a nice turn and head off into that direction. And now the train can go straight and can turn both those ways as well, but only the train coming from that side can go around this way and back, because the idea is for the train to come through, stop on this side, drop off the lava here, and the additional tanker will then go all the way back over there. I need to state that this is the idea. If at any time I see this train is not efficient in the sense that it's not delivering enough lava to this area because it's taking too much time to travel to the mesa, I will add an additional train. But for now, I think this is a fun little project. Now, next thing is we know the train needs to turn over there. So I think ideally if we can put, say, the station down right over here, maybe let's do it a bit earlier, like there. And can we just pop the actual station itself right in there? So now we've got a station over here and we'll have the train, the engine in front, and we'll have 1, 2, maybe 3 wagons. The third wagon can be around the corner, that's not a problem, just as long as we have a wagon on this side that will pump into the tanks over here. And to determine exactly where the wagons need to go, we can go fetch old Pugsley. So the reason I brought Pugsley over is because I thought about it a lot. We've discussed it on the Discord, and I do want to build a bigger train at some stage that consists out of a bigger engine. But I think for general chores around the base area and transporting goods, I'm going to keep with this engine design we already have and maybe just swap out some blocks, make it look a bit different for the different products it transports. So that's why we're going to use Pugsley. And not only that, if we have an engine and it's way too big, we're going to start pushing the wagons far back. So this is exactly the size of train I'm going to build for this little lava expedition. And it's perfect. But now we can see where everything's going to go. So if this is going to be the lava tank on top of this, I think we should measure it maybe that we have 2 tanks on this or 1 tank on this, and we can do our center point. So let's mark out the wagon using these blocks. So we know a wagon is exactly 7 blocks long, 2 blocks between the actual train and the wagon, and we're going to do that as well. So we got 2 blocks over here. Oh, I just killed that plant. And then we can measure out 7 blocks again. And that's the position of the second wagon. So I think the idea will be to have 2 wagons of lava dropped off in this area that will fill these tanks. And we'll have a third wagon around the corner that will provide for the mesa area. So with this in place, I think what we need to do is maybe first get some of the infrastructure in, like another tank, and connect them all up. And then when that's done, we can maybe look at building the steam engine. So I did a little bit of planning, and the plan I came up with was, first of all, I just changed this up because I don't know if I'm going to have a tank over there or just tanks over here. But the other thing I did was I dug these holes, and the reason for that being, I think it would look a whole lot better if we maybe have the portable fluid interfaces in the floor. So what they'll do is they'll extract the lava. So basically you'll open the underside of the carriage, the lava will flow down, it will flow into a reservoir, mainly a tank. And then from there, we can pump it all the way to this side maybe, and then into that build. So right over here, we're just going to do a portable interface like that, and another one like this, and no, not like that, like this. And then we'll just do some pipe work at the bottom, power some pumps, and then we'll bring it over to this side. But the next thing I thought we should do was maybe head on over to the schematic cannon, because see, I did make a schematic for the train wagon and for the train engine, but it's like almost the bare minimum of what we need. Put in an empty schematic and we click on this, it's going to write it for us. So now, just to show you all, if I right click, see, it's literally just the bare minimum, which gives us a nice little structure to work on. I'm going to modify some of these bottom parts as well. So that is basically 1 carriage, and I'm just going to do a bunch more of these with the schematic cannon. And it's just so we can start building the train faster and not rebuild all of these little parts. So I gathered up all the materials, and I'm just going to let the schematic run, and then I'll bring you guys back once we have every single component in the area, and then we can start building the lava train. And just like that, with the help of the schematic cannon, we've got 3 wagons and the engine itself. You'll notice the engine, all the frame blocks are not colored yet because we need to make sure we do it right. I was considering keeping the engine exactly the same as Pugsley because I just feel all major rail systems or rail companies have one engine and that's the same, and then the carriages change and the weather also changed. So that is something I'll think of while we build this little area over here. So first things first, the wagons. We're going to have 3 wagons and all of them need to transport lava to and from the nether. And to start with some things, we're going to rip this block out right over here, and down over here we're just going to do something like that. So that's a portable fluid interface just facing down, and that is something that's going to be consistent on all 3 of these wagons. And then the general idea is just to run fluid tanks along here and just make them 3 high and the same on the back side. And there we have our 2 tanks with the fluid interface. But something very important to note is that in the nether, we're going to see to maybe pumping the fluid in from the top. So I might add another portable fluid interface right over here. But for now, I'm just going to do something like this, just a little detail. But for now, we're just going to do something like this. So no portable interface on top. We'll cross that bridge when we reach the nether, but that should be the basics for the fluid cards. I know they don't look like much now, but let's quickly get those in as well. Okay, so the next step, I think we need to rip out these girders and they'll automatically remove these little valves at the end, which is fine because we're going to change those valves up as well. So now the valves, we can just put them back in our inventory and they will turn into the normal copper valves. What we need to do for the bottom is maybe just add some of these, and this is just the framed slopes at the bottom. We might do something different over the wheels because they do look like they're popping off there, so we might leave those just as normal solid blocks, and that's just going to round it out a little bit better. And on top here we can do these. They're a bit smaller than the ones we placed down below, so they'll just give like a little gradual slope, and between those we can just fill in with the normal slabs. I also think just for a bit of texture we can just add some trapdoors there, so that's just to break it up a bit, just to make this side not too flat, and the same on the front side. And now we can just hold down shift and put these backs along, so now we've got those in there. And the last thing we need to do is see to getting a copper ladder in here, as well as just applying material to those frame blocks. So I ripped out the slabs up here because the block I decided on using does have its own slab variety, and that's just the copper shingles from the create mod itself. Let's just grab that out, and we can just go ahead and apply the frames to these, or apply the block to these frames. Same on this side, and then already at the bottom I did it on this side to test it. And now we can just run through and do it this side as well. These blocks, I do however think we need to do something different, maybe something a bit darker, but that will be the general look and feel of the fluid carriage, of the lava carriage. So I just need to do this 2 more times and get the darker blocks in there, and then I think the wagons are ready. So let's quickly do that. And our little train's complete. So I swapped out all the brass for copper and I finished up the carriages, and currently I have a love-hate relationship with it. I do like the carriages, I love everything about them. I'm just thinking it's maybe a bit too much copper, and I'm wondering if I shouldn't change out the roof or maybe add a darker detail in this area or do the underside of a carriage a bit darker. But I think it needs a darker block and I'm stumped. I don't know. So if you guys know what I can do to just break that copper look a bit, let me know down in the comments. But the other thing I don't like is this wheel, this little black line showing here, but I do think that's because we lack a darker block. But for now, everything's done except for the portable interface on top. So what I think we should do is we can just right click over here, say assemble train, and just say finish. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, so all of it's been connected, which is fantastic news. And we can also now give a name to this train. And I want to head back to an old name that was suggested in some of the previous episodes, and we're going to go with the Ember Express. And the Ember Express is here. It's finally here, and I am so excited about it. So let's maybe see if we can take... Oh, it's already connected to the portable interfaces. Let's see if we can take it to the nether and park it at the station, and maybe we can set up the interfaces in the nether site. We've got our train in the nether, and now the problem of pumping lava into these tanks. And I've been standing here for a bit, and I think I've got a solution. You see, initially I wanted to pump it all the way from the top over here into each and every single carriage, but I do think it's going to make this roof look very cluttered, and we're really quite close to this building that I don't think it is possible to do it from over here somewhere. Plus also these don't line up. So what I was thinking we should do is maybe if we do right next to each carriage, we come out one block and we do two of those. We do a portable interface on top of that, so that will point into it, and we'll add another portable interface over there. And then we can bring these down like this with just a little bracket over there. And if we right click that, we can maybe do, so we can do that so we can see the lava. And then underneath this, we can do our little pump, and we can even add a few more tanks down there to ensure that we've got a whole lot of lava down there before it gets pumped into the train, which I think looks quite nice. I mean, we can even run this off to the inside over here and just have it come from one of these tanks, or modify this whole setup. But that's what I think we should do. So I'm quickly going to unassemble the train, change the 3 wagons, and add these other pumps in this area. Okay, so we've got these 3 little pumps over here, and I have to admit I do like the design and everything. And as you guys can see, we also have lava flowing through them, and that's because underneath here we added 3 more tanks. We connected it to the main lava source storage up there, and we have pumps filling it up, so they're slowly starting to fill up, and that is quite good news. But I think we need to head up here, and now we can just right click this again and say assemble train, and say okay. And now all of this should be connected, and this will slowly fill up with lava, which I think is quite good news. Now there's just a few things we need. We need a train schedule, we need a driver, and then we're going to have to place down a bunch of signal lights to ensure that we've got this train running and that it doesn't run into Pugsley in the overworld. So let me see if I can get us a conductor and move some of the things around. So I've installed a few signals in the overworld, and I hope everything's done correctly. I also went ahead and brought back the little red parrot because I just think lava and red parrots go together. So he will be our little conductor, but before we can make him a conductor, we need to set up a train schedule. So if I right click the schedule, train schedule, we're going to say add station. We're going to say travel to station. And we're going to say it needs to travel to Cake Station, which is perfect. And at Cake Station, we're going to say fluid cargo condition, more than, let's say less than 10 buckets, or let's make it minutes, and let's say maybe 2 minutes. I think so. So that's it. So if the cargo is less than 10 buckets of anything or longer than 2 minutes, it will leave Cake Station, and then it will go back to travel to what's the station's name? We're just going to call this lava for now. So, and then we're going to update the station and say then travel back to station lava, and here we're going to say Not weight, but fluid cargo condition. Exactly. Can we say more than 10 buckets? Or alternatively 2 minutes again? That should work. I'll play around with that because I'm not really sure. So cake station, if it's less than 10 buckets, they can leave, or wait after 2 minutes, then they can leave. And at lava station needs to be more than 10 buckets and then leave. So now let's just shove this little bird into this carriage. And hopefully we can get him on the chair. There we go, because I lost the lead. And now let's just rip this out. And now that we've got that ripped out, if we give this the schedule... Oh, the conductor needs to sit in front of the controls. So I'm going to have to move the controls. Okay. Let's say disassemble train. Okay, so now we've got the conductor seat moved. So if we right-click this parrot, he'll close the door. And because the train's full, we're going to travel. Let's quickly see. There it goes, there it goes. It went, it's coming around. And yet the train stopped. We can see lava flowing into the factory. We can see lava flowing into these two tanks. So that means everything's working. And if we look at these two, yeah, they're emptying out. So I think if the schedule is set up correctly now, all of these, or these two tanks, will empty completely. And once they empty, the train should leave, because it's longer than 2 minutes and this tank's not emptying, which is good news. And then if we come in here, we can see that this is filling up and we're creating blaze cakes. So 124 already, which is quite good news. And wow, 12,000 blaze cake bases. So we need to change this up a bit apparently, because I can see that front two carriages were still filled with lava. So I think we're going to leave or make the time a little bit longer or something, but that I'll sort out between episodes. For now, I can see lava and I can see everything working. So the train just returned, and I just wanted to show you guys. So there is something wrong with the scheduling, because these carriages never filled up. They didn't fill up again, and that's somewhat of a problem. So I will have to revisit that whole schedule and just make it work. But yes, like I said, between episodes. But now that things are sorted in this area, let's head on over to the mesa. And over here in the mesa, we've got our temporary little lava storage setup. They're not very tall because I ran out of copper again, and I need to go on a big copper mine. But it's just in time because the train actually just showed up here as well, and that's now slowly going to fill out. I know we said we're going to reserve the last card for this area, but what I did was, instead of just doing that, I did hook up all three carriages. So if it comes from over there all empty in the front two, then those two fluid interfaces will be ignored and only the back one will be used. But if it shows up here and all three carriages are full because of the lava storage at the Blazecake Bakery is full, then all three of those will get emptied into this. And after this is done, it will head back to the nether to fill up again and just repeat. By the way, I also figured out the schedule. So if we right click on it, you'll see it says cake station, cargo idle 15 seconds, lava, cargo idle 15 seconds. So I just removed the last one. So what you'll do is you'll say station, and we want to add to travel to station. We're going to give it a name. We're going to say gold mine station. That's perfect. And then you're going to say cargo inactivity. And then you're going to say if it's inactive for, let's say, 2 minutes, then do send this train off. And that's just how that's going to work. Now we just need to make sure we put it back up there. So we've got cake station. So we've got cake station, and after that it goes to the gold mine station. After that it goes to the lava factory. And that's what was wrong with the schedule. But now the schedule's fixed, and we can just give it back to this little dude. And then when he's ready, he will then head back to the nether, fill up the carriages, and then come back again. Oh, I also like to mention I did change out the carriages. Hello, elephant dude. I just think this looks so much better. So we've just got basically this trim going around. I do see some copper as oxidized, so I will fix that. But I think that looks a whole lot better. I really do. I thought it was water. But anyway, let's head back to the base. And while we wait for the train to return, I thought let's take the time to say thank you to two of the commenters and people that are just part of the community. Two people we say thank you to today, none other than Sadius himself, and I do hope I pronounced that correctly. And the second person, none other than Swagnilla Eyes. But really, thank you for the support. I do really appreciate it. And if you want your name in this area, then do like, comment, and just be part of the community. And maybe you're next. But that will sadly be all the time we have for today's episode. But I do think we got so much done. We created the lava reservoirs, we built a brand new train, we figured out schedules, signals, and just prepared for the next step, which is steam power. We're also finishing off this episode with a total of 8,264 blaze cakes, and it's counting up, which means we're in a good position for the next build. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the Ember Express? Do you like what it looks like? Did you like it better when it was just copper? Or does it look better with the darker trim? Down in the comments, let me know. And remember, like, subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. Over the past few episodes, we've been preparing for steam power, and in the last episode, we finally built the Ember Express, a lava train that transports lava all the way from the lava factory in the nether to our depots in the overworld, where we've been storing lava, getting ready to build our first steam power plant. And in this episode, we're going to build that steam power station, but not using the blaze cakes. Instead, we're going to be using the lava reserves in the mesa, and we're going to build our first power plant right here in preparation for some future projects. But you'll see, before we can do any building in this area, there's a lot of preparation that needs to happen. We need to gather some materials, and we need to build a platform for the power station. And if we learned anything by now, it is that building platforms is way easier with a schematic cannon. So I have prepared a little platform in creative, and I think I'm just going to plonk down the schematic, get the material list, and we take it from there. So I've placed the schematic, and now we can see where it's going to be. So this is the area where the schematic is going to be placed, and all we have to do now is gather all the resources. So if we head down to the schematic cannon and we pop this blueprint in there, we get our material list, and we know exactly what we need to get started here. So with that, we're going to head back to the main base. We're going to go gather up some resources, do a little mining expedition, and then we can build the base. So back at base, and in this backpack in front of me on the floor, we've gathered all the materials needed to create the platform. So all of that's enough to create the platform, to cover up some of the gaps in the terrain, and we're ready for that part. But I want to take this time and go gather up some more items that we'll need for the bigger project, for the power station. So let's quickly grab a few more additional resources. Yoink, 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 yoink. So with all our resources gathered, we're ready to build the platform and maybe even start the build. But I think we need to hitch a ride on this train behind us. So let's go. And the train dropped us here at the platform in the mesa, and now we're ready to start building the platform. So I've emptied all the materials into this chest, and I checked the checklist again, and we've got all the blocks we need. So all we have to do now is push go, and the schematic cannon will place all the blocks for us. So let's quickly do a little schematic cannon montage. And just like that, we've got a platform built for the new power station. The idea for this power station is that it will feed not only the existing factories, but also all the new factories we've got planned for this area in the future. And I've got quite a few planned, and not to spoil any, but a glass factory might be one of them. But anyway, first back to the power station. So my general idea is to have a little building over here that goes up and has like a little lean-to roof, and that will feed into the main power station over there. And I know, before you go down to the comments shouting at me that blaze cake is more efficient, I do know this, but this factory is not going to use blaze cake. So instead, we're going to take the lava from that tank, put it into buckets and into a system that will automatically be fed into the power station, where blaze burners will be given those lava buckets, and the empty buckets will return back into the system to get refilled again. So this will be basically the bucket area where we fill the buckets, and the area over there will be the power station. So I'm going to add a few blocks here just to see where everything needs to go, and I'll bring you guys back. So I thought about it all, and I think I know exactly what needs to happen. So right in line with this tank over here, we're going to have belts coming out, but also this belt needs to go that way over there, so that now we've got spouts on this area over here, and those spouts will have a pipe going into them, and they will be filling the buckets, and these will just extend, and this one will be extended one more, and a temporary little block, and over here we'll have a drawer. So in the drawer will go empty buckets, they will get dispatched to the back, and over here we need to make sure that they go onto both tracks. So for that we're going to use 2 brass funnels, and we'll just make sure it is set to distribute method split, which is imperfect. So they'll split off, and from here they'll go over into this area, get filled up, and then I think we're just going to do another little bucket right over here, or another little collecting system, maybe say something like this, and then we'll just do another drawer over here that picks it up, and this drawer will send it over to the factory. So I finished a little contraption, I made it look a bit neater, I also gave it power, and this is all running, and everything on this side's working. On this side we just need to add another cog, and that will start spinning and pumping lava from the tanks into this area. So first of all, let's just chuck some buckets in. We can see they end up over there, and if we add a cog over here, lava gets pumped, buckets get filled, and we'll slowly start filling up this chest. I do think the next thing I need to do is just maybe put a bunch of buckets in here so we can just get a supply going on this side, and then when we're done with that we can maybe look into building this little building over here before we head towards the bigger power station. So I've decided to hold off on building this building over here, and instead I prepared the area up here. So my general idea is that I want something like maybe a pile of coal in this area with some smokestacks with smoke coming out of it. But then when you enter this building, I wanted to have like a little platform, and then you have like a little railing, and then this pit over here that I prepared. And in this pit, I wanted to fill it with water. I think it's going to be a single layer. And the idea is to make the steam engines go down into this pit a bit. And then what happens is we've got lava buckets coming down, going down over here, getting sent down a line and distributed to the different burners. And on the other side we have a line going back, and that takes the empty buckets all the way back to the storage or to the filling area. So that is the general idea, and I think before we can do that I should maybe just add just a couple of belts, and then I'll bring you guys back. So we got all the belt work in, and let's jump down and I'll show you how it all works. So what's going to happen is the lava buckets are going to come over there, and they're going to follow down with this chute, and then they'll move over across and make their way all the way to the end. But as they do that, they'll slowly fill up these barrels, and we'll have like a little surplus in each of those, and one bucket will get dispatched onto each of the depots. Then over here somewhere we'll have a mechanical arm that will grab a bucket, give it to a blaze, and then it will deposit the empty bucket into this chute over here, or this funnel over here, and from here everything will go back over this way, where it will go into a drawer, and from this drawer it will get sent back all the way over there, and it will get refilled again. So that's just the idea of it, and I think it will work. And well, the only way we'll ever know is if we get it done and we fill it in with water and all of that. So let me grab a few more resources and we'll build the next part. So idea is that we will have one gap between this funnel over here, and then we'll have the tank over there, and the funnel is in the back of each of these tanks. So we can come out 3 like this, and we're just going to do that for now, and we'll make them a bit bigger once we get to the final stages. Then underneath these tanks we're going to have our blaze burners, so it's 9 in total. And then we're going to need some pipes to put water into these tanks, and we're just going to do that like this. And then underneath these pipes we're just going to have our pumps, and these will just ensure we have water pumping into the tanks, and they will do so by taking water from the base here, which will be an infinite source, and just pumping it directly into the tanks. We also don't need 2 of these pipes going up. I'm just doing 2 because I think it will look neat for symmetry and stuff like that. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to add like a little girder in the center of each of these pumps, and this is just going to be where we're going to put our mechanical arm. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell the mechanical arm to take from this to put into these, but also to put into that. and then we can place the mechanical arm down. Now how this is going to work is we can power one of these and all three of these should run. Now we can just repeat this 2 more times. It's also very important to make sure that you set the filter on these funnels to an empty bucket, otherwise it might just pop the bucket of lava in there. And now for the next step, we can just build these up a bit. So let's say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's looking good. There we go. And now we've got those in there as well. So I think the first thing we need to do is maybe power all the items down there. So I think we're going to tap into the water wheel system down there for now, just to get it kick-started. And then we'll turn this into a self-sustaining system. So I routed power in from below up vertically into this mechanical arm. And that will now take the items from the depot, give it to the burners, and then put it into this chute over here, this funnel over here. And everything should be working. If we were to add a little shaft right over here, everything's turning and nothing's overstressed. Yes, we've got rotation on the mechanical arms. We've got the belts moving, as you guys saw earlier. And now everything's ready. The only thing that needs to go is this right here. We don't want items to fly out there. And this part is actually done. So now we can hook up these 2 parts. And then we can actually turn this machine on and add some steam engine. Let's quickly put some belts in this area. Okay, so we've got the belts in. That one's turning the right way already. That will deposit the empty buckets. This one I have not connected because I want to catch it on camera. So if we extend this belt, it should take lava buckets from this draw unit and start the whole process. I am, however, terrified that they might fall off here. So I think we should maybe just add some facades, copycat facades. So let's do a copycat panel there, and then we might just make that a detail that runs all the way down. But okay, let's do this. Let's add this right over there. There goes the lava. It's going into machine, and the hands are picking them up. Okay, so it's working. We've got blaze burners starting to go. And again, I know it's not the most efficient because it's not blaze cakes, but we've got some of the stuff going already. Now the next step is to just flood the floor and then add the engines. So now we've got water in and we've got it pumping into the tank. So if I'm not mistaken, all I have to do now is actually just plonk these on here. That converts it into a boiler, and it's a level 9 boiler. I think that's the biggest they can go. And let's just do the top row. So now we've got the steam engine unit on there. And if we were to look at this, right click there, we have ourselves a steam engine. I do notice that some of these are pointing the wrong direction. I wonder if we can just do this. And now they're all facing the same direction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a bunch more of these, a bunch more shafts, and then I'll bring you guys back once we have it all set up and we can see how much we're producing. And we've got the steam engines going, and I'm not sure about the design yet. And what I mean by that is I'm not sure if I'm going to keep them all as one and have them feed into the grid all together, or am I going to use them as 3 individual power supplies. So what I mean by that is, for example, this one will feed off into that direction and power farms in that area, this one in another direction, and that one in another direction. So that is something I will consider. For now, I'm just going to leave it as is. And just to show you guys how effective this is, it's producing a total of 442,000 stretch units. That's insane. That is a lot of power. And even though this is looking pretty impressive with all the tanks and the moving parts, I can't leave it like this. No. So instead, it's time for you all to strap in as we get ready for another build montage. So sit back and enjoy as we get this power station built.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
So every time I finish a build, I say the same thing. It is my favorite build. But I have to admit, I think this one is really my favorite build. I mean, just look at this. I think it looks so cool. Let's take a little walk through. So if we come up here, we've got this little building on the left-hand side. That's just the lava bucket filling station that you've all seen. We got like a little catwalk that goes up, so you can go up there. Let's take that. Let's take that. And you come up out over here, and you're right here greeted with these two big windows that look into this very big room. And we've got this little canopy over here, this little lean-to roof over here. And over here we've got a little catwalk running around here, and we can actually stand here and we can see the machine run and everything. Like I mentioned, I have not decided what I'm going to do with the power or how I'm going to take it out of the building, but it looks cool. And if we go up here, we have a little loft area, which is also for now just empty and nothing happening. And if we go out here, we've got the 3 smokestacks. And let's just have a fly around the back. I mean, just look at this build. I brought in the white brick again because I really do like that color, and I just think it all works so well together. I don't know. I think this is by far my favorite build. And just to show you all what it looks like with shaders, I mean, just when you think it can't get any better, this is such a cool looking build. Even from here, just walking up to it, yeah, it's fantastic. The smokestacks, the roofs, the steel, everything. Yeah, it's my favorite. It's my favorite. But enough over here. It's time we head back to the main base because we've got one little thing to do over there, and I'm kind of running out of time. So I'm going to grab everything we need, and we're going to head to the main base, and I'll see you guys there. Back here at main base, and it's that time again. The time where we say thank you to everybody that's part of the community. Those people that comment on the videos, give suggestions, and just hang out and have fun with us. But anyway, we're in this tunnel, and we kind of reached the end of the tunnel because we can't go anymore that way because we've got actual water wheels behind us. So I thought we'll start heading that way, and once we reach the end of this tunnel, we can expand that way. So over here, the very first person is Wallobot, My Usual Antics, Obi-Wan, and Crunchy. To the 4 of you and all the other people that comment, like, and just interact on the videos, I appreciate every single one of you. If you want your name in the tunnel, just remember, continue commenting, and hopefully soon it will make its way here. But that will be it for this week's episode. I hope you enjoyed it, and let me know down in the comments, what do you think of this addition to the Mesa? What do you think of the power station? Do you like it or not? Let me know down in the comments what's your favorite part about it. And then remember, like, subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we finally tapped into one of our lava reserves, which we used to create a bucket filling station that in turn we used to launch ourselves into the steam age, resulting in the construction of our very first steam power station. And in this episode, we're going to be tapping into that steam power to build our first new addition to the Mesa area, which will be, like mentioned last time, a glass factory right in this location we're standing in now. So in the comments of the previous video, a lot of people mentioned that they really liked the steam factory, and I also received quite a few nice suggestions that we will be implementing in the near future. One of them will be that the space up here in the attic should maybe be used for statistics, putting up boards that say how much power we produce, where it goes to, and stuff like that. And I honestly do like that idea. It's like a little site office for the whole area. People also mentioned they like the idea of the engines not sitting flush on the ground and rather be sunken into the ground in this hole, which I'm happy about because I also think it looks really nice. But something I did forget to do was add the girders that just support these little engines, so I think we should do that real quickly. And there we go, just some girders that really makes the steam engines feel like they're fixed to something and not just floating mid-air. We also received some feedback and suggestions for things we can add to the exterior, which I will be looking at over the course of the following few weeks. So that is something to look out for as well. But for now, we need to prepare this area over here, and I do have another blueprint with a platform that we can use the schematic cannon for. But before we can do that, I think I should remove a few cacti, dig a hole, and just prepare this area for what's to come. So I've removed all the cacti and I cleaned up the area by flattening it out, but I also marked out this little location over here So before we can put in a platform, I want to dig out this area, but I'm not doing it again by hand or by pick. No, instead we're going to build a contraption that's going to do that job. So let's grab a bit of resources and get building. So we have all the resources, and what I want to do is I want to build a 16 by 16 drill that drills down. So basically it's going to drill a chunk at a time. So this is the corner of a chunk, and then the other corner of a chunk's over there, and we just need to measure out 16 that way. So we're going to start by first placing our mechanical drill facing down. So we're just going to do a shift while we do that. And there we have our first one. So now we can just measure out 16 by 16. And once we have our 16 by 16 grid, we're just going to place down a bunch of barrels. Let's say over here. I don't know how many we're going to need. So let's just do eight sets of barrels. But I really want to see to making this whole thing portable, meaning that I can just pick it up and take it wherever I want to. So right over here, we're going to do a track. We're going to put our card assembler, and we're going to make sure it's set to lock rotation, just to be sure. Then from here on, we're just going to connect these two together. So now that's connected, we'll just glue it all together. On the side of here, we're going to put down this rotational speed controller, a big cog in there, and then lock our pulley system over there. So now we've got the pulley system and all of that's also connected. Now we just need to give this contraption power. So to give it power, we're going to bring it out with one shaft over there, a vertical gearbox over here, windmill bearing on top of that, two casings on top of that, and then we're just going to add some windmill sails to this build. And we just have to rotate all of those so they're facing the right way. And this should basically be it. We just need to glue it all together. So I'm going to glue it together, and then we can turn it on and hope it works. So everything's been glued together. So the first big test, I think, is to flip this lever. See if it all gets picked up. It seems like it. Let's grab this. Okay, so that does work. And now if we plonk it down again, it should be in the same area. Now we can turn it off. And we can just right click this. The pulley attaches, but why does it not drill? Oh, I think it's not drilling because of this block. Could that be it? Let's just reverse this. There it goes now. So I do think it's maybe that block. So I'll just need to see how I can change that up and figure that out. But I'm going to let this run, let it get all the blocks and get down to the level we need to be on. And I'll bring you guys back. So now we have our really big hole in the mesa. And we're going to do something really ridiculous. We're actually going to build a platform over it. And we're going to forget about this hole for now. So we got the cannon in place, and now it's time for us to add the platform. So if we just right click over here and just see what happens, we know for a fact it needs to go more towards that side. And then I know that block needs to line up with this block. So if we go this way a bit and then just to this way, we now have the platform in place. And again, we've got a lower platform and a higher platform, and we need to get this place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the schematic in here. I'm going to add the clipboard, and now we need to take the clipboard and gather all these materials real quick. And real quick, we completed every little item on the list. So if we right click, we can see we've got it all. So now the only thing we need to do is push the go button and do a little platform building montage. We got the platform in, and I marked out where the structure is going to be in this area. This area over here, I do not know if we're going to do a structure on it yet. I haven't thought about it yet, but I think the first thing we need to do is add all the storage points. So I'm going to start with the final destination, and then all the storage points, all the storage buffers in between, and even the storage for the cobble gen that will go in this area. So the first storage I want to start with is the final destination, and for that we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the corner and 1 off to the side, just like that. And we're just going to go to 3 on this side, a 4th one over here, a controller, and then 2 more on top of that. So that should give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 storage units, and we're going to go repeat it on the other side, giving us a grand total of 18. Now that we have the storage in front here, what I want to do is head to the back and add the storage over here that will be the first buffers inside this building for the cobblestone. So coming around one from the corner right over there, I'm going to put down some andesite scaffolding, and this is going to be 5 blocks long, just like that. And on the other side, we do exactly the same. And over here, we're just going to put down storage vaults, and it's going to be just a basic 3 by 5. And like I mentioned, this will be the initial storage for cobblestone within this factory. I also want to take this time to quickly mark out the entrance, and I think the entrance should be right in line with this block over here. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll do the second block over here. So we've got a nice big entrance. Now the next buffer I want to add to this is right in line with this and in line with those. We're just going to do 5 wide again, and exactly the same on the other side. And this is where we'll just keep the final product, which will be sand and clay. But I've got something special with the clay planned, so we're going to be also funneling out the clay from these 2 vaults off into that direction. But for now, let's get the vaults in here. And that's it. That's the second 2 vaults. So I do believe that's all the storage we have in here. So like mentioned, this will be the cobble buffer, then we'll do the processing over here, and this will be the sand and clay buffer, but we will be getting rid of the clay and only keeping the sand. And from there, the sand will be processed in this area over here, and the glass will be stored in that area down there, which is perfect. Now, I think what we need to do is maybe just add the 2 vaults over there for the cobble gens. Then we've got all the vaults in place. And with some planning in place, this will be the position of the 2 cobble generators, which allows for enough space in front and some space at the back for movement. And these will be a 9 by 8 length vault. So there we have the 2 vaults for the cobble generators. And I also went ahead and add a last vault in this area over here, and this is where we're going to be storing all the clay balls for now, so they don't go to waste, which means we're done with all the storage. And the next thing we need to do is start planning the factory itself. So I'm going to gather up a bunch of resources so we can build this factory together, but I will be building the cobble generators off camera because we've done quite a few of them, and I'm sure you don't want to see another one. So I'll be right back. So we've gathered up all the resources, and I've already constructed the cobble generators, and they've been performing for quite a while. And now I think the first thing we need to do is maybe connect all the belts from here to here, and from there all the way to the end over there. So for the cobble generators, we're just going to connect 2 little shafts over there. We're going to bring this belt over from the generator all the way to the vault, and then we're going to do 3 chutes over here for the items to fall down into this vault. And on the end, we're just going to add copycat panels again, just to make sure that items coming this way will hit this area and go down and not fly out. So let's do that side as well. Then we want to bring out belts from this vault to that vault, and we're going to do 1 at the bottom and 1 on top. So it will be 1 in the center over here, and then another one at this level here. So we bring the belts over. We've got 2 belts over here. And what's going to happen here is we're going to be crushing items at the bottom and at the top as well, in hopes that it's a little bit more efficient. Now that we have this connected, we need to connect these vaults, and these are going to connect from this level all the way to there. And we can just connect the belt like this. And all this will do is it will take the sand from this container all the way to that storage area, and along the road here, we will be smelting the sand into glass. And just like that, we've got these 2 belts in as well. But now the last belt we need is we need to remove items from this vault and send them to that vault over there, and that will be clay. And for this one, we're going to put a belt in right over here, right over there, and then another one on the other side over there and over here. And we're just going to do it like this, and we'll extend it all the way to this area over here. And this is what it's going to look like. For now, we'll sort it out later when we decorate this area. Now with this done, we basically got all the belts in, and now we need to work on the processing areas. I also want to go ahead and add a barrel right over there and another one over here. And this will just be a little buffer, and from here we can take a signal to turn off those 2 cobble generators. So after that, we need to turn the cobble into sand, and to do that, we're first going to crush cobble into gravel, and then gravel into sand, and then that will go into this vault over here. So that means we're going to have to crush each block 2 times. So we'll have a funnel over here, and then I think we should do the crushing wheel over there, and the second set of crushing wheels over here, and we'll have a funnel again on that side. The reason for the double wheels, like mentioned, we first need to crush the cobble into gravel, and the gravel into sand. And that's what it's going to look like. So it's going to run through, crush into the storage. But because we have 2 lanes, we need to repeat this on top. And to do that, we're just basically going to put a shaft on each of these with another crushing wheel on top of these. And that's what the system's going to look like. And now I just need to repeat it on that side as well. And now that we've got the crushing area done, we need to add the area over here that will smelt the sand into glass. And we're going to head on over to the edge, and from here we're going to go out 1 like that, and then we're just going to do 5 in a row like that. And this is where the lava will go. And on the back of these, we'll just put in some fans like this, facing that way. And that should be it. And on this side, we're just going to crouch. And on this, we're just going to place some copycat panels. And the reason for this is this will just keep the lava in this area and ensure that it doesn't flow onto the belt. And now if we remove these block of industrial iron, you'll see we've got like a little basket over here. So we'll put lava in here. That will blow towards the center, and it will cause the sand to smelt into glass, which will make its way into the storage system. And now we just need to build this whole thing on this side again. And now we have our second little lava container built. And in all honesty, the only thing we have to do now is actually power everything and make sure it works. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm first going to power the crushing wheels, make sure they all turn the right way. And then I'm going to power the fans to make sure they blow in the correct direction. Then I'm going to do belts, and then we'll insert funnels on all of these storage units to ensure items start going through. I'm quickly going to pull power from there, get it all the way over here, and then I'll bring you guys back once it's all connected. And now we have all the belts and machines connected to the power system, and everything's turning the right way and everything's functioning perfectly. The only thing we need to do now is add all the funnels, add the lava, and then we should be producing glass. So I think we need to add the lava first, and then we'll start from that side adding all the funnels, and we need to do filters as well. And then the last funnels we'll do are maybe either those 2 or these 2 down here, and then we can see if it all works. So let's quickly get all these items in. So all the funnels, all the chutes and everything's hooked up. I sped up the speed controller on these to 128. I made sure that I only take 16 cobblestone per belt. And now we can just put in the 2 funnels over here, which we can do 1 over there, 1 over there. And now items should make its way through this contraption. I might have to speed this up to 256. But there we go. Sand and clay making its way in here. And we forgot to add the 2 funnels over here with filters, so I'm quickly going to do that. So I added the funnels over here. I made sure that only 16 items get released, and they've been going through the system, cooking up and becoming glass, and we've got a total of 23,800 glass already, which means this thing's working, and it's working pretty well. But you guys might have noticed that there are a lot more drawers open here, and the idea is that we maybe later on automate the production of colored glass as well and just store it over here. But yes, it's working and it looks insane. I even like the little lava particles. Really makes it feel like a factory. So I've neatened up the area, add a few catwalks, beams and girders to make it look nice, and andesite casing on all our belts, but yet no shell around this build. And that's what's going to happen now. I think it's time we play a little montage and get this factory built. So sit back and enjoy.
Ba 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 ba.
we have a cover over this factory. So as you guys can see, we built this little factory over it, and it's got a few details. I want to show that it's a glass factory, so I thought of doing this whole glass wall in front, but I don't know if I like it yet. So this might change completely. If anybody has a suggestion, then send me a picture over on the Discord, link in the description. But apart from that, another thing I did is I changed out some of the bushes and made it the mangrove root, because a subscriber with the name Viz Sovereign said, well, we need to consider that this is a desert and not everything's going to be lush. So I did it over there, and I did it on this new build. I do like it. I think it needs a bit more tweaking, and I will get to that. But now instead we have some of these dead pods and just a pop of green every now and then, because I'm not going to not do bushes. But if we head on up here, what I did is I add some storage crates over there and in this corner, and a pile of sand over here. I do want to see if I can make some form of a wheelbarrow type thing, and I don't know if I can maybe automate it a little bit, so it just randomly tips up and down, just so to pretend that it's pouring out sand. So I'm going to look into that. So that's what's going to happen over here. But if we run in here, we have the whole glass factory, and I do like it. But apart from that, it's been going so fast, and like you guys can see, it stopped moving, which means we're filled up on glass, and that's a total of 65,000 glass blocks. I don't need it, know if I'm going to need any more. I might just put in another upgrade on this, just fill it up and get up to, what's that going to be, 120,000, but I'm not sure. And then if we run up here, I have this little catwalk like I showed earlier, and here you can see everything that's happening in this area, which is quite a neat little build. I did notice now there's cobble in here, which is really weird. Okay, I'll have to get that and the flint out as well. But then we've got a little back door over here that you can head on through, and then we come out here by the 2 cobble gens. Over here there's space for a third one, which we might need for a future build, but for now I didn't cover them. I just did this whole structure around them, and I can't wait to add on to this and start using more of this for future builds. But also this area is starting to fill up quite nicely, and it's looking awesome. So yeah, can't wait to do a bunch more. I also have some ideas for terraforming in this area, and I already started by just placing these fences as a little marker, but that will have to be in a future project. One thing I forgot to show you all is the clay pit. You see, all the clay from the sand crushing gets sorted out of the storage system and heads to what I like to call the clay pit. The clay pit is a temporary little storage that we will be tapping into at a later stage, but for now we just have clay balls falling down into this pit, and there's just a vault down there. But I love the idea of the clay pit, and it looks really cool. So we're back here at the appreciation tunnel, which is ever expanding, and I've added a bunch more little cubbies over here, and we've got 4 people that we want to say thank you to today, and they are Miss Kensington, Respect Real Person, Jay the Fat Boy, and a Tall Transgender. There are currently no flowers over here yet, but I will add them very soon. But to every single one of you, thank you for always commenting, giving suggestions. I really appreciate it, and if you want your name in the tunnel, then just continue commenting, be part of the community. And if you want to join the Discord, link down in the description. But that will be it for this episode. I kind of ran out of time, and I need to still edit and render this video. But I do appreciate every one of you being around here, and do remember, like, subscribe, and let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the glass window behind me? And if you want to give a suggestion, then head on over to the Discord, link in the description, and share your post over there. But till next time, bye-bye. In the previous episode, we dug this really big hole for a really super duper secret project. We then proceeded to cover it with a foundation, and then we ended up locking it behind this door. We then proceeded to build some cobble generators that feed into this new glass factory we built that's been creating so much glass that we've ended up with 65,000 glass already. But this farm is really messy and creates a lot of clay as byproduct. So in this episode, we're going to turn that waste into terracotta and build ourselves a massive terracotta factory. But before we can build this terracotta factory, we need to clean up the area behind us, flatten out the land, plan a foundation, and get to a few suggestions made in the previous episode. So the first recommendation we received was by Clockwork Giant, who recommended that even though this looks cool, maybe we can add some form of roof to the structure. So let me quickly change it up a bit, add a few more blocks, and then we'll see what it looks like. And now it has a roof over it. I have to admit, it looks pretty big, but I do think it's a perspective thing, because if you're standing right under it, it does still feel a bit high, but it feels a lot more normal. So that's another thing off of our to-do list. The next question I asked was about this window in front of the factory, and I received so many suggestions. I tried a bunch of them in creative, and in the end, the suggestion that looked the best in this area is via plasma. Plasma, thank you for the suggestion. So let's quickly get that built. So we need to first rip out some of these. We're going to remove this one. We're going to bring some bricks out, just like that. And then we're going to fill this with iron window panes running all the way down. So I did like the idea of the colored window because I thought it will just show that this is a glass factory. But I agree, this looks a lot better. But now the next thing we need to do is put in the foundation for the next factory. No, not the door. The new factory over here. The one we're going to build right over there. So let's quickly plonk down the schematic. So this is the schematic, and I placed it, positioned it in precisely the correct place, and it's pretty big. So our whole factory should fit in that area, which, if that is done, allows for another little factory on this side. But we won't know until we see what materials we need and until we build this. So let's quickly see what materials we need for this project. So if I plonk in my schematic and add my clipboard, then we can see we need quite a few blocks. It's mainly stones, andesites and stuff like that, and a few torches. So I'm going to gather all of this up, add it to the barrels, and then we'll do a little schematic build montage. And now we have our little platform in here, and it's ready for our next factory. So the main idea is to take cobble from the existing 2 cobble gens because they are turned off due to them being full, and then just tapping into that and transporting that over this little area over here into this factory over here. So we'll have, like, again, storage over here. We'll have double crushing wheel systems like we have over there to turn all that cobble into sand, and then in this vault, I think we'll put a vault over here. We'll get sand and clay, and then it will continue down this line where sand will be washed to become more clay, and it will come into this area where I think we'll have clay, and then the clay balls we need to compress into clay blocks, and clay blocks need to be baked into terracotta. So I think that's the way we need to go. Cobble on that side, and thus we work in a clockwise motion to this side. But before we can build any of those things, we need to gather up a lot of resources for this farm. So I'm going to get cracking on that, and then we'll come back and we'll build this together. So while I'm sneaking into some secret room, I thought I might take some time to ask you guys to subscribe. You see, only 4.7% of all the viewers are subscribed, and the other 95.4 ain't. Come on, subscribe. Maybe you can see what's in that secret room. I know you want to. So we've gathered up all the resources we need for this build, and I think the first thing we need to do is maybe just head on over to the site and just run through the process of creating clay from cobble. So how do we get terracotta from cobblestone? So first of all, our cobble gen is going to create cobble, and we're going to run that through a crushing wheel twice. The first time we're going to get some gravel, but the second time we will get sand, and 2 byproducts are clay balls and flint. And then what we do then is we need to wash the sand, and the sand that we wash will then become clay balls as well. Then we take those clay balls, we compact them with a press in a basin, and that will give us a block of clay. And a block of clay we just bake using lava and an encased fan, and that will give us terracotta. And it's easy, just like that. So I think we need to start planning, and the first thing we're going to do is place down the storage areas. So the first thing I want to do is plan out the storage. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the cobble come in from that side, run into the factory on this side, and I'm going to leave, let's say, 2 over there. And then we're going to do the same. It's just a 5 by 3 vault. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this, and just another one this side. So that's where our 2 vaults are going to go, and we can just place these down on top of this. So these 2 vaults will be storing our cobble, and from here we'll crush the cobble down to gravel and then to sand. So I think we need to come out a total of 7 blocks. So if this is the center, that's where we will take it from. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we'll do another vault over here, and then exactly the same on this side. So that should be in the right place. Before I connect these 2 vaults together, I think we first need to put in the contraptions in the center here, the belts and the crushers, just to make sure that we left enough space between these 2. So first of all, we're going to come out with our shafts, and we're going to place one there and one here. Going to leave one gap, and we're going to place the second one there, and then one over here as well. Then we're just going to connect those up like that, and this like this. And I can already notice I placed this down too low, so we're just going to lift that up. And we're just going to do that. So now items can flow into those as well. Now we need to put in actual crushing wheels. So we'll have a funnel over there, and then I think the first crushing wheel should sit right in this spot over here. And this will be turning the cobble into gravel. And then we're going to leave one more space, and then we'll do another set which will be turning the gravel into sand, and that will go into there. So now we can just place one over there, and then we're going to have a little gap again, and then we're going to have crushing wheels on top of those again. And we're just going to repeat it on this side and 2 more times on that side as well. So now that we have all the crushing wheels in, we have the belts connected, we can go ahead and connect these vaults up. But before we do that, let's put in the stands, and I'm going to do one over there, and we can just connect all of these up. Same again on this side, 1, 1, and just connect them up. And this now should be a 9 long vault, which is the maximum we can go. There we go. So this is the vault where we will be saving in our clay or sand, as well as some flint, which the flint we will take out again for a future project, but the clay and the sand will start over here. So now that we have these items all stored up, we need to turn the sand into clay, and the best way will be to bring the sand out maybe over here on the back, run it against this back wall, get it washed in this little area over here. I think that will be a door, so maybe in front of that, and then just have it stored over here before it goes through this little process, which we'll get to when we get there. But let's first get in some belt work and just make sure we have everything where it's supposed to be. Okay, so now we've got the belt work in, and let me just show you. So on this little point over here, we'll take the sand out, and the sand will go onto this belt and then run this way over here. And in this point, more or less, we will wash it. But the other belt over here, we're going to use that to transfer the flint out of this factory, as well as the clay balls, because we don't want the clay balls to clog up the sand line. So what we're going to do instead, the clay balls are going to come out, it's going to get picked up by a drawer over here somewhere and get sent to the storage that we'll have in this area via drawer trims and storage drawers. And that's also the same way we're going to get the clay from that factory all the way into this factory. But I think the first thing we need to do maybe is just set up that drawer system and the storages over there as well as here, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so all the drawers have been connected. So as soon as items come out here, they'll go onto this belt. This drawer will automatically pick up all the clay and the flint that goes past, and the sand will just continue over here. Then I marked out a little spot over here, and this is where the washing of the actual sand will happen. So I'm not sure if I'm just going to do a row of fans on top, or if I should do another row at the back as well, so make it double the speed. We can just have like a little barrier to ensure that the water doesn't push us back and so forth. But then when it goes from here to over here, in this spot I want to have a drawer, so all our clay balls will end up in this spot over here, and then from here we can extract it and go this way for the first process, and then this way for the baking process, and then over here we might have the final storage of the terracotta. But I think the next thing we need to do is first figure out this whole washing system, so let's grab a few resources. So before we build the washer, I just want to show that this is where the clay balls are going to go, and we have a controller unit over there, and we also hooked up the clay pit, but currently there's nothing showing over here. And that's maybe because there's still one more connection we have to do, but let's first test it. So underneath the clay pit, we've got this trim running all the way over there, and we have a few drawer control slaves just to make sure it all connects. But if we throw a clay ball in there, that gets picked up. And let's go see if it's in the storage. And there we have it. Now that number is 1. So we know the system's working. So the last thing to do is just to add a funnel over there, and then the clay balls will just start stockpiling over here. And there you can see the numbers climbing, which means the whole system works. So now we're already pulling clay balls from the clay pit over there into this area, and I think it's full. So we need to upgrade already, but that's latest problem. So next thing, we're going to build this little washing system. So now for the washing system, we need items to slowly move through here all the way to there. And in this area, they need to be washed. So I'm just going to place a temporary block over there. And the nice thing about leaves, we can waterlog them and the water will just stay inside them. So we can actually have the leaves over there and those will be waterlogged. And then on the back, we can just do our in-case fans. We're just holding down shift to make sure they're facing that way. So that will be the fans blowing this way. But like I mentioned, we don't want to be blown away. So what we're going to do is we're going to just add a temporary block over there, shift click, and we're going to do a copycat panel right over there. So now what we can do is we can just extend these and we can apply material to them like glass, and that should ensure that we don't get blown backwards. But now what I want to do is I also want to take the time to add 2 more blocks of gravel over there. And we're going to do leaves on top like so. And on top of those leaves, we're just going to put fans facing downwards as well. So now we have a total of, what is that, 10 fans washing the sand going through here, which should help to speed up the process. But again, this is another passive little farm. We don't use terracotta that much, but it will be nice if we can create some terracotta passively. Then we do have it. So I think the next thing we need to do is quickly just waterlog these, and then we're done with this part and we can move on to the next part. And now we have the leaves waterlogged, so we just need to give it power. But before we do that, I think we should move on to the next little part, which will be right over here. Now that we have the washers in, the next step will be turning the clay balls into clay blocks. And first of all, we're going to do a little draw over here and just chuck a clay block on that. So that's where the clay blocks will be stored. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a little belt over here. And for now, I'm just going to do 2 belts. This thing is actually wide enough to do 3 belts. But I noticed with the gold farm over there that the press really works fast enough that we might not need 2 presses to convert the balls into blocks, but that all depends on the new washing system. So for now, we're going to do 1 belt, and like I mentioned, if we need another, we can always just do that. So just a little mistake I noticed, this is too short. We need to have it at least 4 long, so we're just going to rip this out. We're going to grab these 2 trims and we're just going to stack them there. Then we can chop up this block, put that drawer there, and we can just move all of this over by 1. So we can have this right over there. And now that should be more than enough for us to get items out of this drawer, into this basin, and then into this chest over here. How are we going to do that? We're going to add a drawer control over there. We're going to have a brass funnel over there, a normal funnel over here, and another normal andesite funnel over there. And in this one, we can just change to say only put out 16 at a time, and that way we will have 16 come in, we'll have the press pushing them down, and it'll go into this drawer over here. But the most important part, we need to add our press, and we can just shift right click on that, and there we go, there we have our press. And that's that for this little area. So now for the cooking of the clay blocks, we're going to have the clay go out through over here, and on this side we might only do 1 additional belt over there, and then we'll have the lava right above those blocks over there. So we know the lava needs to be 1 block above these blocks, so I'm just going to do a double row like this, and that's just so we can put some copycat blocks over there, additional copycat blocks over there, 1 over here, and then some encased fans on the backside, which will then allow us to bake everything in this direction. And now we can rip out these blocks, but we'll also have to add a block at the bottom for a base over here. And I think we should do something maybe like obsidian or something that really makes it look sturdy. I ended up opting for a block of industrial iron just because I think it looks neat, and we can just do it like that. And now we can just add the lava into that, and that should blow all that heat this way and bake the clay we have passing through. But the clay needs to go onto a belt, so we're just going to do that and that, do andesite funnel over there, do a brass funnel over there, and we're just going to bring this down to 16 again, just to ensure that they go at a sturdy speed. I forgot, this funnel also needs to be a brass funnel because we need to be able to put a filter on there to say only accept the blocks once they become terracotta. So we're going to say terracotta and terracotta. So that's where our terracotta will go. And this should be the entire process, all the way from cobble to sand, from sand to clay, clay to clay blocks, and clay blocks to terracotta. So I think the thing I need to do next is quickly add the lava over there, add all the funnels and all the filters and everything, make sure we've got a storage space for the flint, because we do have one for the clay balls, and then I'll bring you guys back. So we've added all the funnels, we've hooked all the power up, and everything's working perfectly. And because we had some clay balls in the system from the clay pit over there, it's been running and it's been taking those clay balls, slowly compacting them into clay blocks, which we have over here, which is also starting to pile up because the terracotta is already full and we haven't added an upgrade there. But the one thing we haven't done is we have not added a funnel over there to bring cobble into this area. So this part of the contraption is not working yet. So let's quickly fly over there. And if we just plonk a funnel over there, cobble will fly out. It will go all the way over here where we set this tunnels to round robin to ensure that they go both ways. And these will slowly start to fill up and these will process all that cobble. And we should be getting sand coming through. Currently the sand is set to only allow one block out, and that's because I want to slowly tweak this and make sure that I find the right amount that goes out. So we've got everything working. We've got sand flowing in, we've got flint going into storage areas, we've got terracotta being made, which I would say is quite a success. It's not the most super duper efficient farm, but it will do. It will slowly make all the terracotta we'll ever need in this world. And even though we've got working contraptions creating the terracotta, we still have no building around this factory. And with that said, I think it's time for us to build the factory. So sit back and enjoy as we roll a little montage. It's finally finished, and boy, this build took way longer than any of the other builds to finish, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's because of more detail or what, but let's take it all. So first of all, remember there will be another structure in this area, but as you approach, we have some containers over here. I am not sure how I feel about them yet. I like them. I just don't know if they work in this space, but this will also maybe change due to the building that's coming in this area. But if we run up this side over here, we've got this little lean-to structure, or this flat roof structure on the side, and what's in here is just basically some of the power components and also a way for me to get down to the power parts. But we will neaten this up, maybe decorate it a bit, because we had to save some space. A lot of these are just trapdoors that we just built the structure out of, so there you can see. And then as we come over here, I've used these iron train holes and I put it like on little iron supports and just did this whole little smokestack, so it looks like a little generator or power engine, and we have some smoke coming out of it. I do wish you could get those in grey, but sadly that's what we got. And then over here another road. So all of this will change when we do some terraforming, because I do like the red sand, but I think it's just a bit too red, so we might change it up a bit and modify. But I'm thinking about streaming that sometime. And then again, just some bushes barely there, just dying and coming out of the spot. And then we've got the cobble going in, and if we head inside, we have like this normal roof with the glass inlays just to give it some light. We've got the washer. We are going to revisit this, but I'm not going to do it on camera. And then up there I thought, why not utilize that space and just add like a little deco in here, and then we can just add some storage on that. And things have been running for quite a while. We've got 30,000 terracotta already, which is not bad. But enough about that, let's head up here. And if you run up here, we have our crushing wheel system with everything running, and it's just another little catwalk to see what's going on this side and just see the whole building. But in back here, we still apparently need a door. But if you come down this door, we're at the back of the building where we've got another little lean-to roof. We just have some chests stacked all up, and we've got this little building over here. And this is just where our flint's going. And as you guys can see, we've got quite a lot of flint already. I do think, yeah, we're going to have to add another storage upgrade to this real soon. Let's maybe quickly do that. Let's give it 2. Let's do an emerald one over there, and we can do an emerald one over there, and we can remove all of those, I think. Let's do that. Perfect. I will decorate this a bit more, and also this is just a temporary little storage. We will use that in the future, then we'll transport it away somewhere else. But that's it. That's the decoration on this side. On this side, we just have a tree thing going because there's not a lot going to happen over here. But I love this build as well. I do like it. I think my favorite part has to be that thing over there and just all the steel jutting out of it. But something I really want to show you guys real quick, and I don't know how we're going to come get. Let's go on up to here because then we'll be able to go a bit higher. But just look at the structures. So now just imagine all of this starts getting terraformed and we tie all of this in together. I have an idea for a build in that area over there and also something in this area. But I would like to maybe expand over to this side. I'll have to see. And then I'm thinking of closing it all up and making it like some form of industrial compound. But that's all plans, that's all ideas, that's all thoughts. So yeah, that's the build. But yes, that's the build. That's the little terracotta farm. So down in the comments, let me know, what do you think of the terracotta farm? And what do you think of that little engine next to the side? I think it's my favorite part of that build. And even the little back room with the fire escape, I just love it. So down in the comments, let me know. So we're back here at the supporter tunnel, and it's time to say thank you to this week's 4 subscribers that's been part of the community, giving feedback, giving advice, and just being there, just enjoying the videos. And they are Clockwork Giant, The Modern Ninja, Astro Coffee Demon Cafe, and Highfeld Kit. Thank you to you for supporting, and to all the other subscribers that have been supporting. Remember, just continue commenting, liking, and being part of the community, and then who knows, maybe you'll make it to the tunnels next. But also, just want to mention, if I do mispronounce any names, sorry. But while we're here, I also want to show you guys, I actually extended this tunnel all the way, and I was just bored one night and thought, oh well, I don't feel like building, so let's just continue the tunnel, and it goes on forever. So I don't know how long it's going to take to fill this, but what I do like about this is this area where it looks like it crumbled and it just disappeared, and we can see it right from over there. So now we've got that part neatened up, which should motivate us to fix that, where I've also received quite some nice suggestions. But enough about that, let's head on back to the mesa. But this has been a fun episode. I really enjoyed it, and if you guys would like to ask a question or anything about this build or this episode, then head on over to Discord, link in the description, where we will have a discussion tab open for anybody that has any questions, comments, or even recommendations in regards to the build. But till next time, thank you for watching. Remember, like, subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we made use of the clay wastage from the glass factory that we ended up compacting, baking, and getting some terracotta that we then went ahead and covered to create the terracotta factory. But even though we have builds planned for this area, we're going to leave it behind and head for some greener pastures, where we will be building a greenhouse that we'll use to gather all these flowers, all in preparation for a future project. So a greenhouse. We will be building a greenhouse so we can build a flower farm so we can get some flowers. And where will we do that? Well, currently we're based in this area over here. If we follow this train track, we'll get to the mesa over here. And if we just go straight up from the mesa, we have a flower forest in that area over there. So we will be building a flower farm, I think in this area, because it's a straight connection all the way to the mesa, which we will need in the future. So for now, there's no easy way to get there. And I am planning on building a train, but it's not going to be this episode. So what we're going to do is we're going to hop on down, come into the room, and I took the liberty of connecting up a few of these wall plates. So if we need to go to the flower forest, we can just stand over here and boop, we're right over here in the flower forest. But before we can build anything over here, I guess you guys can see we need to clear out a bunch of trees. So I'm just gonna grab my pickaxe, put on some music, and just rip out a bunch of trees, and I'll see you guys as soon as I'm done. So we've cleared out a big enough area, and we're not going to gather all the flowers. I mainly actually want the cornflowers, and all these other ones are an added bonus. So what we need to do now is maybe level out the terrain a bit, get some digging done in this area, and then we can build ourselves a little flower farm. But I want to try and dig out this hole in a different way. And we're going to do it via schematic. So let me set it up and I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so we have the schematic in place, and as you guys can see, we're going to gather some cornflowers. We'll get some of the gray daisies there. We'll get some tulips over here, 3 different types. Some of those little flowers and even the alliums. But a part of this is underground and we need to take out that part. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take the schematic now that it's in place. We're going to pop it into the cannon. And we're going to go to the printer settings and we're going to pick replace solid with empties. So basically what that means is as soon as the cannon approaches one of these blocks, and it's not supposed to be a solid block, it's supposed to be air, it's just going to replace it with nothing. So in theory, it should dig out the hole, but the only way we will know is if I can put in some gunpowder, get all the resources together, and just test it. So I'm going to test it. I don't know if it's going to be possible to do a montage because it goes from the bottom up, but let's see what we can do. And with that, I would say it works. It's definitely something different from your normal digging of a hole, but it worked and everything we need is in place. So what I can now basically do is gather all the create components, place them in place, get everything automated, get some power in here, and then we are almost there. We are almost ready to start a flower farm. But there are a few extra buildings that we need to do and a bit of preparation we have to do for those. But I think let's first build the flower farm base and then we'll plan the other components that need to get added. So let's gather some resources. Okay, we have all the resources and it's time to get building. So first things first, on these blocks, we're going to place deployers and we just want to make sure, that they're facing the right direction. So basically this is wrong. They just need to go up like that. Like this. So we have the filter on the side and the input on the length of this farm. So now we can just go ahead and just do those, and then we do the same on the other side. And then while we have them in, we just want to make sure that their filter is set to bone meal because we really just want them to take bone meal. Then on the inside of each of these deployers, we're going to stick a funnel. So now we've got the deployers that will be deploying the bone meal, and we have the funnels that will put the bone meal into the deployers. But now we need to add the belts that will transfer all the bone meals. So on each of these, we'll have only 2 like this on either side. And in the center line, we will actually have a belt running down the center like this and like that. So if I were to add belts, this would look like that. That would look like that. And this will look like this, and this will just continue past all the way to the end. So simple like that. So I'm going to quickly repeat all of that. So now we've got the transportation of the bone meal along the belt and the distribution setup, but we need to add tunnels onto these intersections. Make sure they're set to round robin, so that way one bone meal will go this way, the next one will go that way, and the last one will go that way. And we'll repeat, thus ensuring that we do distribution throughout the system until it fills up. So now we're just going to do that on all these intersections, and that's it. So from here on, we will have a system that just takes the bone meal back to that side into a different farm that I want to set up maybe in that area. I'll just see where that goes. And then we can also then repeat the process where we take it back and just recycle it so it goes back all the way over there and then comes through the system again. The next thing we need to do is hook up all these deployers. So I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to run the shaft along these in between all of these deployers like so. And then we're going to repeat it on the other side just like that. Now we've got all the deployers. And over here, we're going to pop down a gearbox, and we're just going to run another set of shafts all the way to here with another gearbox on the edge. That way we have one power input, and that should power everything else. But you see, one power input would be okay if we were only going to power the deployers from this point, but instead we're going to have a system that runs back and forth. So we're going to add another point of power on this side over here. So we're going to have to add another gearbox. We will not be connecting this one to that side because we already have it connected there, so it will be unnecessary. So this should do. Next step, we're going to do a temporary block over there, a clutch on top, followed by a vertical gearbox facing into it. And this will basically be the thing that powers the system and allows the deployers to fire. And we're going to repeat this little gadget all the way over there. So there we have it, 2 power points. When the machine reaches this side, it will power and it will force everything on all the deployers to fire, and then it will return, and once it reaches that side, it will do exactly the same. It'll touch that base, it'll force all the deployers to fire, and repeat the whole process. So the way we're going to power these little contact points is with some redstone contacts. So the first thing we'll do is we'll put a piece of redstone down there, and we'll put a redstone contact on top of it, and we just need to make sure that it's facing the right direction. So let's just do that, because it needs to face up like that. And that's it, just like that. So once the machine comes over, the contact point touches, it will send a signal down here. So how that's going to work is we're going to have redstone run down. We're going to have it run all the way over here. Over here, we're going to put down a powered latch, which will then turn on. And the powered latch is quite simple. Power going in this side will turn it on like it's now, and power going in on this side will turn it off. So technically, whenever the contraption comes over, it touches the redstone contact, it will send a little link, it will unpower this, making sure the clutch will allow these deployers to fire, but then we need to turn them back off again. So all we're going to do is we're just going to add a little pulse repeater. We're going to put it to 30 ticks, and then we're just going to do redstone there, redstone there. So basically, again, it'll fire, this will turn off, the deployers will run, and after 30 ticks, this will fire again, turning it back on. So that's it. That's it for the little redstone part. But now we need to repeat all of this on that side. So now we have the little contraptions that will power the deployers set up on both sides. And we have one more thing to do over here. First of all, we need to transfer power from this belt to that belt to ensure that they'll continue taking the power. And then we just need to add a shaft in every single one of these corners, followed by 2 gearboxes on both sides. So that's again, shaft, gearbox, gearbox. And just running all the way down the line. And how are we going to power this system? Well, with water wheels. So right over here, we're going to put our little rotational speed controller. And we're just going to add a bunch of wheels running all the way down here. I think it's 10 exactly. We're going to put our bigger chain drive in there. We're going to change this up to 64. And then from here, we're just going to send the power over here, where we'll rip out the temporary little block. We'll put that one in over there, add a little vertical gearbox, and that should be powered on this side. Now, to power the other contact point on that side, we're just going to come to the back over here, give ourselves a gearbox, and then we're just going to run shafts all the way over there. Once we reach that point, this point, it will be a gearbox, vertical gearbox, remove that, and add that. And now this point is also powered. So these gearboxes, these shafts will run at all times, but they'll only fire once we touch that contact point, which will only then deploy the bone meal via the deployers. Next step, we need to hook up this little pot over here. So what we'll do is we'll rip this one out, put in a gearbox, vertical gearbox, and a shaft. And that should be it. That should be everything powered and ready to go. I have 2 blocks over here because these 2 blocks just only shows which side we should place the water for everything to turn the right direction. So let's grab some water and get the system powered. So now that we've got the water in, the water wheels, we can see everything's turning and everything's going. The shaft controlling the deployers are standing still, they're not moving, but the one down there and running over there is moving. So now we're just going to place a redstone contact. It's very important. It needs to be placed and broken immediately, otherwise the contraption will break. And that's exactly what will happen with the contraption harvesting the flowers. It'll come over, it'll touch the point and will instantly move. It will not stop here at all. So if we place this down, break it, you see it fires, and then it stops, which I think is just the right amount of time on 30 ticks over there. but we will test it a bit more. But that's basically it for this part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a vault, put some bone meal in there, and then I'm going to add the grass, and we can maybe see if the firing mechanism works and if we can get some flowers growing on top of grass. So we didn't have any grass, so I had to cover all of this with dirt and had to wait for the grass to grow. And while we waited for that to grow, I went ahead and dug this little hole and prepared this area for the bone meal part of this farm. So between episodes, whenever I go caving and I find a skeleton spawner, I pick it up and I just put it in my inventory for if and when we will use it, and we finally got to a point where we'll use it. So we're just going to do a basic mob farm over here with mobs getting pushed over. They'll go into this mechanical saw, which will then saw them up and kill them. All their parts will go into this vault. Bone meal will go down into system. It will get destroyed with the grind molds. The other stuff will end up in lava in this area, and the bone meal will come up all the way to this area over here, where it will enter the storage system, and from there into the vault and distributed along this belt over here. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is fill this up with a bunch of bones that we brought from the other spawn over there, and then we can test the bone meal part of it. And then this little part I'll build off camera, maybe do a little montage, because we've done a mob farm before and there's no need to repeat that. So let's quickly get the bone meal in, test this. So I've powered up the system and we finally have bone meal going into the system, and it looks like it's distributing properly. So that one should go straight on. Yes. And the next one that comes through should turn to the right. There we go. I do think we can maybe put this up a bit higher. Let's make it maybe 16. And let's just make it split. I don't think we should make it round robin, because now it will split, but these are full, so it will rather send on to the next one. Okay, so I'm going to finish all of these. I'm going to wait for it to fill up, and then we can test the whole farm and see if it produces flowers. Okay, so we need to simulate the machine going over this. So I've got the redstone contact in my offhand. So if we place this down and mine it instantly, we get flowers. And it doesn't look like a lot now, but if this runs passively in the background, it will eventually add up and should get quite a lot of flowers. We don't need that much. If we can do one drawer filled up, I think that's about 512 flowers. That will be more than enough. But now, like I said, let's quickly get that mob farm in and get it closed off so we can just get bone meal farm going as well. So the mob farm's working. We've got skeletons being crushed. It is a bit light over there, but I do think it's because of the lava. So I might see if I can sort that out somehow. But apart from that, we have some skeletons getting crushed. We've got bone meal flowing in, and it's slowly climbing up. Which is good, I will add more skeleton spawners if we find them. But the next part we need to do is harvest the flowers. And for that, we're going to have to get a contraption that runs from the one side to the other side. And I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to use a minecart contraption to make this work. So I think we need to gather the resource. I've got some of it on me already, but I need to go through my inventory, see what I have and what I want to use. And then I'll bring you guys back when we start building this. I got a bunch of resources gathered up and I'm ready to build this harvester. So let's jump right into it. So first of all, this is the center of the farm, and I know that the contact point's over there. So we're going to start with that, and we're going to place our contact point facing down like that. And let's just clear out this row next to it, because technically this is where the harvesters need to go. We're then going to run a row of andesite casing along here all the way, and I think we can even change one or two of them into barrels. Maybe this one we can make a barrel. I opted for a vault because I think it just adds a bit more to that whole industrial feel. And let's just do one on that side. I'm wondering if I shouldn't add another redstone contact on this side, just for symmetry's sake. It's not going to have a function, so for symmetry's sake, we're just going to do that. There we go. And then let's make these bolts 3 long, like that. And then I think the center, I want to rip out to do something different. So let's do 2 chutes like this, and that like that. And now this should be enough to actually get the contraption off the ground. I do believe all of that can be glued together. I might actually rip out these 3 and just move them up 1. And let's just add another vault. There's no harm in that. And we do this one over there and this one over there. Why is this one doing that? It's not supposed to. Let's just try that again. There we go. Yeah. That looks better. Okay. Then harvesters, we're just going to have them on either side like this and like this. So this will just harvest all the flowers and the grass and all of those kind of things, which is perfect. And now what I want to do is I just want to take it up because I actually want the track to run overhead and not on the ground itself. So I'm going to use a contraption. So the best thing might be in line with this because we really just want it to touch. And this is the center. And I don't think it should be too high. What is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 high is good. I think that's perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go 6 high. And the reason I made it 1 high is because I want to do copycat panels like so. And then we're going to run the train tracks or the powered rails on top of the copycat panels. So now we just need to run these across. So we've got our copycat panels over there. And then on the edges, we just need to do a full block, which I think I might, for now, just do these. That's fine. Let's just do these for now. We'll sort that out later. And let's do the other side. It's just so we can just get this up and going. And then we'll run power rails all along this. Okay, I'll fill that in. But now that we have that, now we can look at how we're going to connect that to the minecart contraption. So we'll have the little assembler sitting over there. And then I added another chute over there. I moved the chute from the side. And now what we can do is we can just right click that with a chute, right click with a chute on that side. So that gives us almost like a little bit of a claw effect. I wonder if I can do, if we can do shafts. Oh yes, and the shaft can go into those. Okay, that looks cool. That looks cool. So let's do this. So they kind of feel connected. I do like that. But now I'm wondering, can't we make this base look a bit more solid by ripping this out and rather doing this like that? I do like that a lot. And I think we should add some of those over there and just maybe do that. Yeah, that looks like a pretty decent industrial harvester. Now we need to connect it to the top, and I think the best way might just be to run more chutes up there and then to get some form of cover on that. We do some half slabs there, and the texture we give them is this block of industrial iron. And I think that looks pretty cool. So now we need to glue all of this up, see to getting some more powered rails in here and powering up these rails somehow. And then we have a complete machine. So I think I'm going to get the rails in, glue it all up, and then I'll bring you guys back. It was a mission to get this contraption to go. As you guys can see, there's like a little lever on the side, which was a headache. And also a lot of the chutes and stuff changed their state as soon as this moved, so they disconnected. And I had to change it a bit. I still like it. I still think it looks pretty industrial. It still works like a machine. But yeah, I don't know if I'm happy. I don't know if it needs a bit of work. But we still need to figure out the storage. And before we do that, I think we should actually build the building itself and get a structure in place. And then once that's done, we can easily see where the storage needs to go. So let's do it. Let's do a little build montage. So we currently have shaders on for this part because I think this building looks 100 times better with shaders on. In general, I feel that way about all greenhouse builds. I've done some before. Maybe I'll link it up there. But just look at this build. Let's just get some distance. Oh, I just love this build. I think it looks so cool. I love the combination of glass and the windows and the darker trim. and just these little squares that form every now and then, and we use this one as a door. I'm not fond of that door. I'll see if I can find a different one, but apart from that, I love it. And then the gables, I mean, that just looks so cool. With those windows, I just think it adds something to it, and just this minor little detail of the slope in the roof, and then we hide the sloped roof behind it. At the back, it's just been covered up with a lot more dirt just to make it look natural in the environment, and I think it worked out quite well. But let's head on to the inside, and oh, just the roof as well. Just look at all the glass, the like little divisions showing where what goes for what, and I just think it looks quite neat. But anyway, let's go inside. So if we head on in here, inside here we do have the flower farm, and I know there's still a lot of room for decorating, but I maybe want to add to this because we currently don't have a too tall flower farm, and I think I can add one in this area maybe against one of the walls. I don't know, but it's been running for quite a while, and we've got so many different flowers. I added upgrades to these, and I even voided some of the seeds because that's ridiculous. The seeds I'm going to turn into bone meal as well, so we add some more to it. But let's just quickly go see how much bone meal have we used. We need to push F1. Yeah, we've used about, I would say, a good 7,000 bone meal, which is quite a lot. So I need to find a way to turn off this contraption, and then I'll AFK in this area, just get some more bone meal going. But I don't think we're going to run out of flowers anytime soon. But yes, I love this area. I will add some more lights to it, and I want to do some like hanging shelves in between these columns. Like, so we'll have like little spruce shelves hanging down with some more pots on it. But like I said, I first want to see if I can't add a too tall flower farm in here and just sort out this area. But as the sun sets on this area, I would like to say thank you for watching, and do remember, like and subscribe, as it really helped me out a lot. We didn't do any supporter tunnel activities this week, so next week we'll do double the amount of supporters. So if you haven't yet, comment down below, be part of the community, and join the Discord. And maybe you'll end up in the appreciation tunnel next. In the previous episode, we left behind the mesa in search of some greener pastures that led us all the way to a flower forest, where we built this Victorian-inspired greenhouse that contains a mob farm and a super loud, effective lawnmower. But all of this has been in preparation for our next big factory over in the mesa, where we will be turning all the flowers gathered into a variety of different dyes that will all be produced in this area right over here. But before we can do that, we need to do a few other things. So the very first thing we need to do is get the platform in this area. So again, we need a foundation where we're going to build a factory on. So that's going to be job number one. And then also we need to link up this area to the flower farm area, which is going to be via train, via the nether. And we're not going to build a big train. No, I've got ideas for that as well. So I think the first thing we need to do is plonk down a schematic, run that cannon, and just get a foundation in so we know exactly what we're working with. So it doesn't look like much now, but this is where the platform's going to go. We're going to have a base over here with some train tracks, and they will be coming out of a nether portal in that area, and it will just do a loop around this with the factory in the center. And then we'll also have this little platform up here where we might add another item to it or not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But this is it. This is the platform. So now we need to do that thing, and that thing is the checklist. We need to gather up all these materials and see to adding them to this area. Stuff like yellow terracotta, that's just the mountain getting calculated. We're going to need some terracotta, but I think that's too much. But all the other items is unnecessary. So yeah, let's do this. Let's head back to base and gather the resources. So we've gathered up all the resources, and if we right click this clipboard, you're going to see it says a lot of the items is not in the chests. And this is a bug that I've been encountered lately, and I don't know what's going on. So if we look in the chest, all those items are there. They're all there. So I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to start it. I'm going to tell it not to skip blocks. So if I do see it stop, I'll just transfer it from the one chest to the other chest. Just see if that makes a difference. But let's do this. And just like that, we've got a platform. But you might have noticed there was no montage because the schematic cannon bug is really, really bad. I had to place a lot of these blocks manually because the cannon just didn't want to. So I'll look into that. Not sure why it's not picking up all the chests. I'll see. But anyway, so the next thing we need to do is head into the nether, take this portal and move it up a bit higher, and then just dig a tunnel all the way to the other side to the flower farm, which should be relatively easy, because if we go straight in line with this line over here, let's just stay in that chunk. See, we will reach the flower forest. So I know the storage for the flowers are on this side, so I might just come out over here somewhere and have the train do like a little loop like this and then back in. Or maybe we can maneuver it so it stops at the back and we get the flowers over here, and then we can also get the charcoal from over there. But that's something we'll sort out once we get there. But to get there, we need to actually dig and, well, get there. So we're in the nether, the portal spawned down there. I dug out this little hole because I want to actually build this train on the nether roof. So I'm going to go over here, and this is 25. So my feet are 25, so then it's 26. Yeah, 26, 27's above, and then we'll be on the roof. So I'm going to use the ladder trick, and we aim an ender pearl right over there. And I've got one ender pearl, so we might not be able to make this because I'm not prepared. But I thought I'll give it a try on camera. I've done it before, so let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. No, okay, so it didn't work. So we're going to need a few more ender pearls, so I'm quickly going to grab some. Okay, we got 3 more pearls. Let's try this again. So right over there, almost. And we're out. We're through. So we're on the roof, and I should have enough obsidian to create the portal in this area. And then we can go back, gather some more obsidian, and do the portal on the other side as well. And we're currently over here at the flower farm, and I did a thing. I added a platform, I added a portal, and I added the tracks. And as you guys can see, we opted for putting it on the side over here. So now we can take items from there and over here and all the other farms that I want in this area, send it to the train over here where it will run through into the nether. And if we go into the nether, you will see I've got a train track already laid in place. And if we just follow this for a little bit, it should come up on another portal right in front here. There we go. And if we go through this portal, we are back in the mesa. So everything works, but now I think what I need to do is get the contraption part ready in the mesa area where we will be turning the flowers into dye. I'm gonna grab a few materials and we can start planning and building. Okay, so I think we need to do the inputs over here somewhere along this wall, so I'm just going to mark them out like that. So we'll have inputs, so whenever the train comes past, it will drive from that side, it will stop somewhere over there, and we'll be able to take from the carriages. From those inputs, I want them to run into somewhat of an overflow vault where we can just have items stored, and let's say that will be somewhere over there. And then from that, it needs to go into a system where we can basically see all the flowers we have. And I think I want to do it in such a way that we maybe hide away this vault. So maybe we can do our storage drawers over here. And I'm going to use the smaller ones for the flowers because we don't need really big ones. We just want the flowers because they're going to get processed anyway. So that is the thing. And I took these because even though we've got more than 16, there's other items I'm going to bring in that we're also going to turn into dye. Then, so that's going to be that. So we'll have input like this, all connected, running into an overflow vault, which will be supplying the storage, the general storage that we have. I might move it to the side over here. I might keep it here. I might make it higher. It's just to show what I want. Then from this, we'll link all of these with, I think, a drawer controller. And then from here, we will take out again those items like this. And we will process in this general direction over here. And I might just do a single processing line. I might do a double. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'll see. Because I have to think about it. If I've got one die finished, I need to be able to switch it off somehow. So that is going to be the tricky part. Maybe these aren't the right drawers. Oh. Unless we do these in a straight line, and then what we do is, yes. Let me rip all of this out real quick. Okay, so we modified it a bit. So we're going to keep the input on this side. So your train will come in, it will stop over here. everything will get offloaded into these little, what are these, portable storage interfaces. And I know they're spaced quite close to each other, but the idea is, I think, to do a bunch of them located all along a wall like that. So maybe 4, maybe 5, I don't know, depends on how big the train is. But anyway, from there it will all get transferred via belt into this vault, which will be overflow. And from the overflow vault, we'll have like a little system over here that will actually take the items out of the vault and put them into a drawer system. And what we're going to do then is we'll have 2 lines running over here, and this belt will just be to take the items from here into the final storage area over here somewhere, which I think could be cool if we have like a big opening over here and you can just walk in and you get all your colors over there, or all your dyes over there. Then the idea generally is that on top of this belt we can do like our little funnels, and then on top of our funnels we'll have, say, our grindstones that will be grinding, or our mills that will be grinding the flowers and everything into the respectful dyes. And then on top of that we'll just continue that drawer system that will be taking those items, bringing it in to all of those. So I've modified it a bit more, that I raised that up and I've got the belts in, and then the final storage area where we'll have all the dyes will be in this general location over here. But to show you what I mean with the whole system and how it's going to work, I think we should rip this out. And then what's going to happen is, I think I'm going to leave it about 2 spaces. We'll have something happening over here, and then maybe leave 2 spaces for now. And on this belt, I'll do, for example, a chute. We'll do a millstone on top of that. We'll do another chute, followed by a drawer on top. So what this basically will do is it will take items from the drawer, funnel it into the millstone will grind it all down, and that will send it along the belt, where it will go into a storage slave, which will then transfer items into its corresponding cubby here, over here in one of its drawers. And this is just basically going to be it. And we're going to get items into this drawer via the drawer trims that will be running over there, running down underneath. And that will again come up on this side. And at the back here, we'll have like a little belt just circulating from the one side to the other side. But we will have a little input into the drawer system over here. So an item can come past and it'll be like, oh, wait, I can go in. But if it's full, if that respectful drawer is full, it will just continue around and go into this area. This is a last resort overflow, as I will be adding upgrades to all the drawers over here. So this whole little design I'm going to repeat a few times on the belt, and I don't think I'm going to add them all at once. What I'll do is I'll add them as I go. So I will, for example, add the trim running all the way over there and stopping over here, and I'll add all the drawers and lock them, and I'll just slowly add items as we build the farm or as we feed into it. And that's going to be it. That's going to be the main farm. Over here we'll have all the dyes going to slaves, like I mentioned. It'll come up over here and we have all the drawers over there, and then we'll have this opening in this area, and we'll also have a cross opening over here and over here. And these 2 corners I marked because we can do some micro farms in here, maybe do like a little site offers. Not really sure. It's something I still need to think about. So I think the next thing I need to do is set up all the systems and get some power routed from the power station all the way over here. I do think we can still tap into the same line we're using over there, as we're not even using half of that steam engine's potential. So I'm going to do a bunch of that quickly, and then I'll bring you guys back once we've got all that all set up. And it's done. I've done it. I brought the power over all the way from power station. I put in all the dye colors in this area, and there's quite a few that I made previously, but that looks cool. I really like the way that looks. I decorated this a bit and added all the flowers that we're farming in the flower area. There's 2 open spots, and there happen to be 2 flowers that I did not add to this collection yet. So I just want to see, these don't show the amounts. I need to go around with the quantifying key on this side, but I just want to show how the system works. So basically what's going to happen, items going to go in, and let's say we chuck sunflowers in and we chuck the azure blue or whatever in, they'll constantly go around, and we know the items that go around in this loop do not have a space in the storage drawer system yet. So if I grab them now, if I can grab that, okay, there we go, we can go and add, say, our yellow sunflowers there, they will automatically get grinded down and sent into the storage system, as you guys can see. And the same with all the other flowers, the same with the cornflowers, and so they've already been assigned a little slot, so we can either add them in the vault, but I did add a controller over here, so I can right click this manually and they will automatically go into the storage as well. I think they're on this side. Yeah, there we go. And we need to add these right over there. Yeah, perfect. And now we're getting all of those dyes as well, which is fantastic. But there are some dyes that we need to craft. So for example, we need to craft cyan dye, we need to craft white dye, where's white dye from bone meal, and we need to craft lime gray dye. So I kind of forgot about that, but I think we can just do it in these corners over here. We can have like a little input that goes into an auto crafter, and then we can craft the dyes up on this side. But I'm not going to worry too much about those now because I do not have the materials to craft, for example, the cyan or the brown or any of those kind of things. So not too worried. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to see to maybe just cleaning up this netherrack and cleaning up all of those. And then I think we should maybe first design the train that's going to bring the dye over. So yes, train building time. So we're over here at the flower farm and I just extended a little land a bit. I did a little loop-de-loop. So what's going to happen, the train's going to start over here. I think the station will be in this area. Go around and go to the mesa. So first thing we need to do is place down our station, and I think I'm just going to do something like this, and we're just going to temporarily place it over there, which should allow us to create our first little carriage. So if we go right click there, say create new train, we're able to assemble our train. So with our train casing in hand, you can hold Alt and then you can see which type of wheel system you will have. So I'm going to go through these, see which one looks the best, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so I think I found a bogey. I like this one. So the general idea is to build a really small train. It might not even have a full cover or like look like a full engine. I'm thinking more something looking like a tractor type thing that has a body looping around and the two sides are open. And the idea for the back ones are just to do a single vault on top and then just cover it with trapdoors and maybe some leaves or something to make it look like it's carrying a lot of bushes and stuff. And the leaves we're going to put through the chip system just to get some flowers on them and just make them look a bit more like bushes of flowers, bunches of flowers. So I might have done a thing. I built the train and like I mentioned, it's not going to look like a train. It's going to look like some form of tractor pulling some wagons filled with our goods, and I like it. I do like it. It looks a bit quirky, but I like it. There we go. Here's our little train, and it kind of looks almost like a snowplower, I think, some sort. But I just love it. I love the way it came together, and it's got little wagons filled with vaults, and it's already loaded up some flowers because I already installed the system. I also decided to capture a bee and put a bee in here because flowers and bees. So what I have over here is the schedule, and I said it's going to go from blue base, name, compliments to coda. Thank you for that suggestion. I really like it, and thanks for explaining it. It made it so much clearer. Then it's going to stay here and do a full load unless the cargo is idle for 15 seconds, then it will move on. So basically that'll mean it'll fill up. If it doesn't fill up and it's full to the rim and it's idle for 15 minutes, it'll move on. And then from here it's going to go to the dye plant and exactly the same thing. So if I right click this bee, he gets his little hat and he should make his way to the mesa. So let's head it real quick. So while we wait for the train, I added this little structure over here that's the portable interfaces that will offload the train when it comes, and here it comes, and the train will stop, it'll connect, and flowers will flow into the system. It's processing a lot of blue flowers, and the reason for that is because I already tested it once, and I was about to say there was a visual glitch where the train, like the little wagons, disappeared, but I do think it's working because we've got a bee running it now. So this is running. So it's running, it's working, and we've got items coming into the system, and I'm so grateful for that. But now I think we need to first make this dye plant look a little like something. So let's do a little build montage. And the first parts of the dye factory is done. So if we fly on over here, we've got this little factory over here. Like I showcased, the items will get picked up by those portable interfaces, put onto a belt up there that I just framed with all this steel work, with all these girders. And then I just add a little bridge that will allow us to get to this area over here. Currently, I've got these little white tanks up here, which is supposed to just be like the dye, symbolize the dye and everything. Not sure if we can add a bit of color to that somehow. Maybe with like invisible item frames and just like patches of the actual physical dye itself. But that's going to be it for this area on top. What I'm thinking of, I do need to add like a cocoa bean farm. Maybe I'll just add it in this little void underneath here. But apart from that, let's head on over. So we've got this little walkway that goes into the factory, and this is it. I used the top for some storage, added a bunch of storage. We've got these going and they all backed up. I need to add another storage upgrade for the oxeye daisy. So oxeye daisy for the oxeye daisy. But apart from that, everything's actually done, and I stopped the train because there's nothing anymore at the flower farm. But if we run on over, I added this little railing over here because I want to do threshold switches over here. So I'll add a threshold switch. It will say, okay, well, we've got enough white gray dye, and we'll turn off these chutes. I know these are normal chutes, but we will add smart chutes once we get to this point. But if we go on over to this side, nothing special happening over here. Same farm, just a little workbench over here. And then if we head on back through here, I left this like this because now we can go down there to this power plant part. But if we come up here and we go over here, we can see, well, there's something. So if we look at the vault, we've got a few items in there that's not going out, that needs to be processed. First one, charcoal, and the rest is just blocks and the flowers. So the flowers will make their way round to the system once they get a chance to come out. So with the charcoal, what we need to do now is, if we run on over here, if we right click, we push U on this, we see we can actually chuck it into a mill itself and it will turn into black dye and a 10% chance to give us gray dye. So what will happen in this such a case, we're going to rip out one of these and we'll just add another milling system over here, and we'll work our way from the back to the front over a period of time. So I will add that, and there's still a lot to come to this area. But if we go on over this side, over here I've got some more builds planned, but I am currently really short on time, so I still need to edit, render, and upload this video. So I'm not going to build it today, but over here we're going to do the crafting of certain dyes. For example, the lime green, the cyan, and all those types of dyes that we need to craft, we're going to do in this corner, and maybe this corner as well. So that's going to happen there. But like I said, a bit crunch for time. I might do it between episodes. I might do it on the stream. I don't know. But then if we go over here, let's just make sure the train's gone. We just have this little facade over here, and it's nothing special at the moment. I do want to see if I can add some maybe dock, or maybe just extend this a bit and then add some more of those tanks in the front. So I showed you all what the farm looks like and how I wanted to build it, and it's my interpretation on a dye farm. I know that this might not be the fastest, the smartest, or the best way to do it, but it's the way I wanted to do it. And that's why I play Minecraft. I don't play it so I can build something that someone else already built. I don't play Minecraft to recreate what someone else did, and I'm going to stick to that. I play Minecraft because I want to do things the way I want to do it. And this is how I wanted to do the dye farm. So if you do not agree with it, if you do not like the amounts I send out, or the fact that it's not very efficient, I do apologize, but I'm just having fun. I'm just here to enjoy myself and create. And that goes also for the exteriors of buildings. I know some of them look unfinished, and guess what? They are. I am not by any means done with this world, and I'm not planning on slowing down very, very soon. So if something looks unfinished, it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. It just means I'm taking a break from that area and I will get there. So please, in the comments, be patient. Be patient if something's not finished, or if something's not the most efficient. Like I mentioned, I'm playing the way I want to play. I'm playing the way I like to play. And I'm doing what Minecraft allows everyone out there to do. Create the way they want to. It's the end of another episode, and it's time for us to do what we do at the end of those episodes, and it's just to say thank you to every single person that comments on the video and that forms part of the community. I really, really appreciate it. So let's get right to it. Godassa Sinclair, Conky, Hufflepuff Gaming, The 3D Gamers, Three Brothers, Real Moon Moon, Jahil MR, and Grey Ghost Jones. I know for a fact I might have mispronounced 1, 2, maybe 3 of those names, and I do apologize for that. But again, I appreciate every single one of you. So if you want your name in the tunnel, keep commenting on videos and being part of the community, and maybe soon you will make your way into this tunnel as well. Also, for those viewers interested, down in the description, we've got a link to the Discord. Go join the Discord, form part of the community where we hang out, we chat, we laugh, we play on the server together, and you can even show off your builds. But that will sadly be all the time I have for today, and that will conclude the episode. It's been such a fun little build, building this factory, doing the little train, and by the way, the train already has a name. I'm going to call it the McDonald, just because old MacDonald, he had a farm, in our case a flower farm. So let me know down in a comment, what do you think of the dye factory? Do you like the little contraption I built in there? And let me know down in the comments. Also remember, like, subscribe, and hit the notification button so you never miss an episode. And I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we started transporting all the flowers we've gathered over time with the help of our faithful little tractor, the McDonald, who then delivered all the items to this factory behind me that's been storing the items, grinding the items, making some dye that we added to the dye collection. But now it's time for us to tie it all together. So we will be using the dye, the glass from the glass factory, and the terracotta from the terracotta plant to create the ultimate color block factory in this location. But before we can build the color block factory, we need to do a bunch of things. We need to move a train track, extend a platform, and then we also need to look into solving some of the other dye problems that we are not currently making, which is mainly black dye, cyan dye, brown dye, green dye, and then the crafting of some of these other dyes. But we're not going to do them all in this episode. No, we're going to just solve maybe 1, 2, or 3 of them. So let's get ready for this episode. So the easiest one of these to solve will be the black dye, because you see we've got charcoal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place down a chest, I'm going to chuck some charcoal in there, we're going to lock it, add the quantifying key to it, and now we have it. Now we've got the whole drawer over there. Now with this drawer in hand, we can add it to the system. So I'm going to take out that block and take out this. We're going to add this drawer over here, and that should now slowly start to fill up, because remember, we had this vault over here with items running back and from to and from in this loop, and then the drawer system will pick it up and deposit it over here. So now we've got the whole charcoal heading in here. Next thing we can do is we can add another grindstone. It should automatically start spinning. We can add a chute and a chute, and if we do this, we can see that black dye is slowly making its way into the system. And this will also produce some gray dye that will come out every now and then and make its way over here, which is quite easy. So black dye will go up, and now that we have black dye, we can use that to increase our gray dye. And we can do that by just combining white and black dye. That will give us gray dye. But that's a whole new system on its own. That's mechanical crafting. So we're going to need some mechanical crafters and a way to add those items to the mechanical crafter to make us those products. So let's quickly gather a few resources. So I've gathered up the necessary materials. I prepared the little area over here and also area over here for something in the future, but we're mainly going to focus on this area where we will be making light blue dye and gray dye. And also we don't need a lot, so I did remove the upgrades on these 2 drawers because we don't want it to craft all of the other components like the white and the blue into that specific material. So over here we've got 2 drawer controllers in the ground, and we're just going to do chutes on top of those, autocrafter facing down into those, and then 1 into each side of that. And that is just because we're going to combine white with black for gray and white with blue for light blue, and already pull power from the system down there. So the next thing we need to do is we need to feed the appropriate items into this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to right over here add some of these funnels, and on these smart funnels we're going to put some filters. So these will be white, and then we'll have a black and a blue one, and this will just make sure that we take the right items and feed it into this. We can directly feed from the chute into the crafter, but I just think it's going to look a whole lot better if we do something like this, because it just makes it look a little bit taller. And here in the bottom, I'm just going to put girders like this just to make it feel a little bit fuller. And then we can continue with the trim over the top and add our final controllers up there. So let's first place our controllers. So now we'll be able to extract from this. And if we add a trim over here, we should see items starting to flow into the system. Excellent. And these items are slowly going to climb up and become more and more and more. This one's going to stop as soon as it reaches a certain amount. I think it's 2000 some odd. And same with that one over there. So we automated 2 more colors. Now the only one we still need to do is the cactus green and the cyan. I've got an idea for cyan already, and the cocoa beans. Those 2 might run as a single farm, but then we just need to think about the normal green, and I think we're fine. I don't think we're going to need much more than what we have going here at the moment, so I'm not too worried. But I think it's time we take a break from the dye factory and fix the next little issue, the train tracks. So what I'm going to do is I'm just quickly gonna break this, and then we're just going to remove this a little bit. We're going to get an error that says the train can't move. That's all good. That's all good. And let's just rip out more of this track. And now from here, we're just going to fly over this way. We're going to hold down control, and we just want to try and get this track as straight as possible with that. And then slotting into this little area over here. And that should be the track. Yes, the train's picking it up. And now everything's fixed. Whoop, nearly got hit. And now with the train track sorted, it's time to extend this platform. And for that, we're going to use the schematic cannon again. So we've got our little platform extension blueprint. We'll place that down. Going to bring it over. And that line over there has to line up with the very edge. So it's 1, 2 back, 2 down. And that's the position of the platform if it's extended. And now we can just chuck the blueprint in here. We can chuck in the clipboard, and we'll see exactly what materials we need. So I'm going to quickly just grab all of that, put it in a cannon, and we'll do a little speedy montage. And that was a proper little montage. It was real quick. But now we have the platform in, and we can finally start construction in this area. But to do that, we're going to have to craft quite a few materials, and the biggest one being mechanical crafters. For you see, for every block we want to create, we're going to need 9 mechanical crafters. And I want to do this factory a little bit different. Instead of having the items constantly building up and having really insane amount of materials, I'm going to make it a request system, because you see, I don't build a lot with, say, purple or black or cyan or any of those terracottas, so I only wanted to craft them if and when I need them. So to do that, I've decided on a design where I'm going to have each and every material or each and every color on their own little crafting grid, and then it's got a button, a little system. I can push a button and then I request the items, and it will dispatch the items. So the most expensive item for this entire factory is going to be this item in my hand, the mechanical crafter. And the reason for it being so expensive, well, you see, every time we want to craft one of the colored blocks, we're going to need a total of 8 of the original block that we want to color and 1 dye block. So that means every single color is going to require a grid of 3 by 3 mechanical crafters. And we've got a total of 16 colors in Minecraft. So that is 16 times 9, which is 144 mechanical crafters, but you get 3 for every craft. So if we divide 144 by 3, we're going to have to craft a total of 48 mechanical crafters. So let's do that. So the recipe for the mechanical crafter is electron tubes, brass casing, and crafting tables. So because we're going to have to craft it 48 times, we're going to need 48 of each. So we got 48 crafting tables, 48 brass casing, and 48 electron tubes. So now we can just click, craft 48, And there we go. We've got all the mechanical crafters we're going to need for this factory. So I'm going to quickly mark out a grid of where the factory is going to go, and I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so we've got the building marked out. We've got 3 of the 4 corners, and it's going to be quite a long building with 33 blocks internally measured. And then on either side of the building, we've got a 6 deep space where the machine's going to go. And in the center, we've got a 7 wide corridor, just because I'm a bit worried that it looks too bulky and the passage is too small, which I think will look cool if you run down here and you've got machines on either side. Remember, we need to do them on either side because we have to build a total of 16 of these crafting machines. But let's get into it. Let me grab the blocks we're going to need to build the actual machine, and let's get started on that. So first of all, like mentioned, it's going to be 6 deep. So what I want to do is in the front here, I want to run a line of industrial iron all the way from the one side to the other side, and this is just going to serve as base for the structure, just so it looks a little bit more sturdy. And we're going to do it this side, and we're going to do it this side as well. And now that we have the 2 sides in, what we're going to do is we're going to have 1 open block, and then we're going to have them 3 from the mechanical crafter, and in the center of that 3 we will have a chest. So again, the mechanical crafter is going to end over here, going to have a block open, and then in the center we'll have that. So that's basically every 3 spaces we're going to have one of these drawers. And now that we have the drawers in, on top of each of those we can just place down 1 mechanical crafter pointing into it. And once you have that, we do 1 into each of the 2 sides, and then you can just basically build it up until you have a little 3 by 3 grid, and that you're going to repeat a total of 15 more times. And there we have all our mechanical crafters, and it's already looking impressive. But now the next part is you're going to have to be able to feed items into each of these grids. In our case, we're going to be feeding in the block. We want a die on the outskirts and a die into the center, and that will craft us the type of the corresponding colored block. But now with the setup currently as is, we need to put in the item into every single one of these blocks for it to function. But with create, you can right click on these little intersections, and what this basically will do is it will say that no matter what block of these you feed an item into, it will put that item into all the blocks, but the center one is separate. So now this allows for you to only need 2 inputs to go into the system to make it successful. Plus it also changes the design a bit on the front, which I think will look a little bit less busy. So let's quickly change all of these. Next up, we have to give an input to each and every single one of these mechanical crafters, and we're going to run them straight in line over here. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you in a little bit why we're doing 3. And we're just going to do that along all of these. Next up is going to be a whole lot of belt work, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just continue running these all the way down, but we're going to place a little block there. That way it is blocked, and now if we run, it will automatically only place in the one direction, like so. And then on this side we're going to cap it off, and we're going to do exactly the same going back. And then we're just going to connect all of these up with belts, and then we're going to rip out the center ones. We'll connect them later on, again, if and when we need it. So the next step will be to get the die into the system. So while we're going to do that is we're just going to deliver it via a drawer system again. So we're going to do just a trim over there, and then we're going to do a control unit over there. And on that control unit, we're going to put one of these brass funnels. And the reason we're using a brass funnel is because we want to actually filter what we take out of the system. And while we're busy with that, we're also going to set it to exactly 1, because that's how many it's going to take out of the system at all times. I might put it up to 2, but for now, let's just leave it at 1. We'll then go ahead, extend these belts on the side so they go past, and then on those belts, we'll put a chute on either side. And then on the side of that, we'll do something like this. And then on top of those, we will have our smart chute. So this is the basic shape you're going to have. So it's 1 right next to that drawer controller, and then we've got that shape running up. And then on top of those smart chutes, we're going to add 2 more controllers, or 2 more drawer slaves. So we've got all of these in, and it's starting to look like an absolute beast. But now let's do a little bit of filter work, and how they're going to work is this first one's going to be terracotta, and the second one's going to be glass, and that's going to repeat all the way down. But we also need to set them down to exactly 32 items, just like that. And that's it for these 2 funnels. And then down there, we're just going to go ahead and just take all the dye we have and put in 1 color in each of these. And then we're going to dye all of these, put in a dye, exactly 1, and we just chuck it down. Next one, exactly the same story. Die, filter, 1, chuck. So now that we've got the dies and all the filters in, we're just going to connect these trims over here. So now that automatically means this one's connected to those. And then we're just going to run it down into the ground like this. And from here, we're going to connect it to the die factory, the terracotta warehouse, and also the glass factory over there. So that's a lot of digging and a lot of trims that need to get placed. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it all. Connecting all those trims took quite a while, but we're almost there. We're almost near the end. The last thing we need to do is give this beast power and also just lock all those smart chutes. So to lock the smart chutes, we're going to come around to this block over here. We're going to place a temporary little block. And on the side of that, we're going to do 2 blocks. And we're just going to do a torch right over there. And that should lock these 2 smart chutes. So we got the smart chutes locked, and the way we're going to unlock them is we're going to have buttons in front here, and we're going to have 2, one for glass, one for terracotta, and on the back of these we will have these little redstone links, and these little redstone links will also go all the way up here and up there, and these 2 will be the receiving parts, and we will make sure that this one and this one has the same combination and vice versa. And then whenever we want something, we can click this button, we're going to request the one block, click this button, request the other block. And this should ensure that we have exactly 2 stacks coming through at any given time when the buttons are pushed. So now the only thing I need to do is do all the buttons, do all the redstone links, and then I need to start crafting the different types of colored items so we can do all the combinations and the codes. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to place all the buttons, do the redstone links, hook up the power and get the power system ready, and then I'll bring you guys back once we're ready to test this beast. And we've got it all connected up, everything's spinning, everything's working, and we can see the belts are going the right way because we've got 1 die in the center of each of these contraptions. And this will also help us know which machine is which. So on this side, we've got red, and we know that glass is on this side. So what I want to do is I want to put down a glass block over there and a terracotta block over here. And that will show us if we push this button, we will get glass. If we push this button, we'll get red terracotta. But now also we need to link up these 2 like so, and those 2 like so. And if we put 1 in each of these drawers, let's do terracotta on top, glass at the bottom, and if we were to push this button, it's working. Okay, so I know when I tested it the first time in creative, it only did 2.5 stacks. So I wonder if it's going to do it again. If it does, I don't know why, but on the second turn, it does give you a total of 2 stacks. Yeah, so it only gave us 1.5 stacks, not really sure why. But like I said, on the second turn, it gives you the right amount. And there we can see terracotta is also being crafted. So that works as well. Now, all I have to do is set up all of these machines, and then that will be done for the technical part, which means then we'll have to do the building part. But let's quickly get all the materials in place. This place is looking insane. I'm loving this build. Look. I've got all the materials added. They're all ready to craft. I did add all the materials I had in my inventory into the machine. But let's say, for example, we want some purple terracotta. So you'll push the button, give it a sec, and we'll start crafting. And I know it's not the fastest, but for the amount of terracotta I use, this is actually the right speed. And I'm not too phased about it. It's same with the glass. Push the button, and in it goes. So yes, I'm liking this build and it's looking kind of cool, but even though it looks cool, it can look even better. So I think it's time for us to decorate and build the building over this contraption. So sit back and enjoy as we do a little build montage. And that's the end of that little montage. It's been quite an interesting one because I finished it a while ago, but as you guys might slightly hear, we've got a thunderstorm happening in the background and it's beautiful. But it does not do anything great for the audio quality of videos, but it's okay. So this is the build and I really like it. I decided to go for this type of design again just to pick up on the flower farm in the distance, almost to bring it into this area but keep it in style with these builds over here. So we've got the center build and these two lean-to roofs, and in these lean-to roofs we've got our little color block producers, and I think it looks so cool from the inside. We've got this roof, we've got the structures, and as I showed, we can just simply push a button and it will start to produce said item. I need to be careful because we don't produce all the dyes yet, as you can see over here with the cyan, but that is something we'll sort in the near future. Then on the outside, I decorated trying to keep it minimal, and I added this little bridge that you can use to cross over the train tracks to the other side, and I do like it. I think that's a neat little detail. But then also on this side, what I've done is instead of building the columns outside the build, I actually incorporated them into the wall. So you have these little niches that breaks up the little flat wall a bit. And we got this done by just adding trapdoors on the back side of those. And I have to admit, I kind of like that a lot. So there's still a lot to do, but I think this area is slowly coming together. I want to start adding little stairs going down, little pathways, try and take out some of the red sand and replace it with some coarse dirt and stuff like that. But let me know down in the comments, what did you think of this build? Do you like it? What do you think of the design? And what do you think of the whole color block factory? I think it's such a neat little build, and I do think we need to do it again with some other factories as well, where we've got some request systems for those blocks we don't use a lot of. But also, we're not going to do a supporter of the week, so next week we'll do double supporters. So again, thank you for watching, and do remember, like, subscribe, and hit that notification button so you never miss another video out. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we finally tapped into our dye reserves that we use to build this color block factory over here, where we can produce any of the dyed terracotta and stained glass on demand. And even though we produce a lot of blocks, we do require a lot of redstone, and we're going to address that shortage by building a redstone factory in today's episode. But before we just start producing redstone, we need to understand how it's made and all the farms we're going to need to automate this process. And I think to do that, we should head over to the creative world. So redstone is one of 3 potion crafting recipes. And what I mean by that is in Create, you can apply 1 or 3 potions to cinder flour to get a certain item. So in this case, if we have cinder flour and we use potion of strength on it, we get redstone. And if we do night vision, we get glowstone. And if we do potion of harming, we get gunpowder. So for this exercise, we're going to be focusing on the redstone part of it. So now we automatically know we need to make cinder flour and we need to make potion, a strength potion. So that's already one farm is combining those 2 items together. Then on this side, we need to look into cinder flour production, and for cinder flour we need netherrack. So for netherrack, we need to look at how we're going to produce that, and there are 3 different ways. We can crush magma blocks that we can also produce, or we can mix nether wart and andesite that will give us netherrack as well, or you can use a potion of healing on cobble and that will also give you netherrack. So those are 3 production methods. But for this episode, we're not going to be producing netherrack. That might be a future factory, but instead we're going to look at just mining it. So we get a lot of netherrack from mining for ancient debris and stuff like that. So I'm going to just go with this method over here. And then once we have the netherrack, that goes through a crushing wheel system, which is a second farm. So we've got 2 farms already. Then for the potion brewing part, to brew the potion, we're going to need, first of all, nether wart. So nether wart on its own is going to be a farm, and then we're going to need blaze rods to make blaze powder. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to have water and nether wart mixed together to get awkward potion, and then from awkward potion we're going to add the blaze powder, and that will give us potion of strength. So in theory, we're going to have to create about 7 farms / contraptions for us to at least semi-automate redstone production. And with that said, I think it's time for us to jump back into the survival world and get started on this factory. So like with every good factory, we need a platform, and I had a look around and I think I found the ideal place. And the area I want to build the factory in is this area over here and also this area down here. So I already created a little platform in the creative world and I created a schematic. So let's quickly place it and see what it looks like. So if we place it down, whoop, you will see it's absolutely massive. And we just now need to move this. We have to get it into exactly the correct spot. And I think the easiest way will maybe be to line up those. So I think this needs to come back one. Yes. And then it needs to go over one, because I'm using that little granite pillar over there as reference. So it's in line already. It just needs to get pushed one that way. There we go. So the platform's in place now. And as you can see, we've got little roads connecting on over this side. We'll have a big platform on this area. We'll have another one on this area. And we'll have a big nether wart farm over there. So this might be one of the biggest platforms we added to this area as of yet, and I am really excited. But before we can start building, we need to do a lot of resource gathering. So I'm going to grab the resources, plonk them down in chests as you sit back and enjoy a little montage. The platform's in and it's absolutely massive. But let me quickly show you guys around. So I did mark out where I think everything should go. So over here, I'm thinking the blaze farm, where we're going to have blaze spawners in that we will be stealing from the original mob farm. So blaze farm in this area, and in this front little part, we can do like the crushing system where we turn the blaze rods into blaze powder. And then on this side, I think this is where we need to do cinder flower crushing. So we'll have a cinder flower over here. And for now, it's just going to be a manual input, I think. Over here, we'll have the potion brewing and the redstone crafting area. So we'll brew potions this area, and we'll turn the cinder dust into redstone dust in this area. And then down here we've got our nether wart farm, which I planted a bit. This is all the nether wart I had. Well, I farmed it quite a few times and I planted it. Now we just need to get this whole thing filled up. So with that grand tour done, I think the first farm we're going to build is actually the one that's going to harvest and plant the nether wart, because we need a lot more than what we currently have. So let me grab the resources and let's get started on these create contraptions. So we've got all the resources gathered, but the first thing I want to do is I'm just going to take my fortune pickaxe and I'm just going to rip all of this up, and this will ensure that we get a little bit more yield from this harvest because of the fortune. And for the time being, we're just going to store it all in there. So we've got 551. That's quite a lot already. And now we can start building this contraption. I'm going to rip this block out as well, just so we've got a little hole to go through. And I'm going to make a hole right above the storage drawer, just so we can see where it is, right over there. Perfect. So now that we've got those two holes, the first thing we're going to do is over here, we're going to put down a mechanical bearing, and that's what's going to make the contraption rotate and harvest. Next up, we're going to install just a single line of andesite casing all the way to here. We need to do one over here, but for now, we're first just going to do this like so. We're going to jump down. We're going to put our portable interface on that block over there, and then we're going to do our andesite casing. So the portable interface can go through it, so that's not a problem at all. Next up, we're going to install our 3 volts. That's just what's going to be capturing the items or gathering the items as it harvests, and then when it reaches this point, deposits it. And then on this, we're just going to do our mechanical harvesters. And that is basically it for the farm. This is literally all we need. The last thing we need to do is just glue it all together. And that is also a very simple job. We're just going to go click there, all the way to here. And we're just going to connect those to there. And that's it. That's it for this entire contraption. The harvester set. And all we need to do now is jump down there and give it some power. So if we jump down here, I already brought some power over, and we just tapped into the whole dye factory because we haven't been using a lot on that line, so that should be fine. And we're just going to come over here and we're just going to create a little temporary block. Is that in line? Yes, that is. And what we're going to do is on this temporary block, we're going to have our rotational speed controller. We can hook this up, we can put in a gear. From here we'll connect all the way over, and we'll notice we're in the wrong position, so let's just move all of this up by one. Okay, now we're in the right position. So over here I'm going to first put down a clutch controller, and then just another vertical gearbox, and the whole thing should be going. and it seems to be rotating the right way. So now that it's built and it's working, I'm going to jump down, grab all the nether wart, and get this area planted up. Well, that didn't take long at all, and we've got a fully planted nether wart crop circle, and I'm really excited to see how this thing performs over the time. But I think it's time for us to do the next few bits, and the first one I'm going to do is the netherrack crushing pod, so we can create some cinder flour while we build other pods. We have done a crushing wheel system, and we have shown how it works, so I think I'm just going to build this one off camera, and I'll bring you guys back and just run through it once it's in place. So we've got the system up and running, and it's a very simple system. We've got a vault on top with some smart chutes at the bottom, which also contain redstone links to turn this contraption off, well, at least turn off the chutes. And then those items just get dispensed into the crushing wheels, and the crushing wheels will crush them and send them over to this drawer, which will contain the cinder flour. And this drawer, like all the other drawers in this area, if we jump down here, we can see is connected to a bigger picture. So we've got that, and now we've got nether wart going, we've got cinder flour going, but you'll also notice it's all locked. That's just because I had to test this. So if we click it, we're going to say as soon as it reaches 85%, it can turn off, and it should only turn on again once it is 15% of capacity. So see, now automatically it changed. All of those opened up, and these apparently opened up as well. That might irritate me, but okay, let's quickly test it. We've got this, so we've got about 15,000 netherrack. So if I just plonk it down over here, that's all going to be our temporary little manual input. It's going to slowly take items. It's going to put them through the crushing wheels, and this number is automatically climbing. So it's already started climbing up, which is fine. Come on. Yeah, there we go, quite a few. So this can also run in the background. Like I said, manual for now. We will look into a netherrack farm at a later stage. But I think the next thing we need to do now is tackle this area over here, which will then be a blaze farm on this side, and on this side it will be... That's a mistake. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Blaze farm over there, and on this side we'll do our little crushing system that will turn the blaze rods into blaze powder. So I sorted this little problem by just adding another chute right over there. That will ensure that it doesn't dispense another one, not until the one that's inside's already been crushed. We also sped up the wheels a bit, and while I fix that little problem, we've already crushed 23,000 cinder flour. So that means this is empty, and we've got about 900 pieces of netherrack, 7 pieces of netherrack left in the vault. So we're gonna have to go do some netherrack mining again, but we'll do that a bit later. But like I mentioned, we need to work on a blaze farm. So I'm gonna dig out this little area because I'm gonna try a different type of setup, and I'm gonna dig it out, I'm gonna prepare an area, and I'll bring you guys back once all of that's done. So the hole's dug out, and the first thing we want to do is we're gonna come down 4 blocks from there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm just gonna add a floor like this all the way to the edge. And this does not have to be tinted glass, it's just what I had in my inventory and I thought I was going to use it. So we're just going to fill that, and then over here we're going to do a belt that will just turn, and we're going to take it past like so, and we're just going to link it up. Let's just do a temporary little hole. So what's going to happen is blazes are going to fall over here, they're going to get moved this way, and we're going to do that using water because that way they get damaged as well. And then when they land on this belt, they will get transported to here, where we'll rip this out, and they'll actually go into this little corner over here. So it takes them a little bit longer, or they can't escape back that way. And we might actually do that too deep, so they'll be stuck in here. We're going to kill him with a deployer, so we're going to shift crouch and put the deployer right over here, because a deployer can punch through glass. So we're going to have some tinted glass in this area. We're going to change this over to this little one. That's just because we wanted to take a sword and punch, and we can just add more tinted glass right over there, and we can just fill those in with blocks, so that should be fine. So we've got an iron sword. We're going to make this full to iron sword, put a chute on top of that, add a barrel on top of that, and in that barrel we're just going to chuck a sword. So now the swords should all just filter into this contraption right over here. We've got ourselves a little filter, and in this filter we're going to say deny swords. And then again, we're just going to put the draw controller here, a smart chute there, and then the filter that says deny swords. So now this should only extract blaze rods and not the swords itself. And now that controller, we just need to hook up to this system over here. But for now, we're just going to leave it as is because we first want to do the parts above. So right over here, we're going to rip out this shaft over here when we're going to add a speed control in here. And that should all still turn the same direction, which is perfect. Then we can add our cog over here. And from here, we can run our shafts all the way to where we need them to go. So we're going to have one over here. We're going to go down there. And then right in line with this, we're going to do another gearbox. We just need to make sure it's a vertical. So now we can connect up our sword, which is perfect. We can see that's extending. But then also we need to go down over here like this. Okay, and now the belt's connected, but it's going the wrong way, so we can just rip out this one and just add another gearbox over there, and now the belt's going the right way. The last thing I want to do is just connect those up with some of the andesite casing, cover them up, and now all of this should work. We have this running, we've got that going, so that's perfect. So I think the next thing we need to do is just speed up this controller, get the water in, and then I'll bring you guys back. So before we can continue, I came back to the original mob spawner or the mob farm where we've been gathering our XP and our bones and stuff, and I already went ahead and grabbed the blaze spawners that were in there, so we're not going to get any more blazes. And the next thing I want to do is just pick up this little contraption. But before we do that, I'm just going to put a block of dirt there because I'm just scared we break this little drawer over here and it goes flying somewhere, and then that we can pick up as well. And now we can just fill this up because we're not going to need blaze over here anymore because we're going to have it over in the industrial area. So that can go. And now with the draw in hand and the two blaze spawners, we're ready to go back and start the farm on that side. Okay, so back here at the blaze farm, I'm going to put a drawer over here, and what's going to happen is in this drawer, we're going to collect our blaze powder. So let's put our blaze powder in there. And on top of that, we'll do a chute. We'll go up with blocks over there. We'll add our little crushing wheels that will be crushing the stuff. We'll do another chute on top of that, same as what we did there, just to control it. Add ourselves a smart chute, and the smart chute will have a filter on it for blaze rods. And then as soon as we can, we'll just change that to only dispatch 16 blaze rods at a time as well. So that is that for that contraption. We are, however, going to have to say that this needs to be connected to a drawer slave because it needs to extract those items. And then we're also going to rip out this little one over here and this little one over there. And this is just where we're going to run our draw controllers from. And I think the best way we can do this is maybe just that one's connected already. And then this one should run something like this. And now this is connected. So what will happen now is we will actually take items from here. They will get collected and put into the system. We'll only extract the blaze rods. This is where the blaze powder will come. And I think we should maybe change this up so we have blaze rods also somewhere in here. Let me think about this a bit more and sleep through the night, and we'll be right back. So I modified it a little bit. I changed it around so the drawer trim goes around the back, and we brought the power up into the system again. We've got the crushing wheels running, and we've got a little threshold switch on the side here that's currently just locking the chute up there. So basically what will happen is as soon as I change this, all of this will start running, and we've got about 5,658 blaze rods saved up from the mob farm back at spawn or back at base, and that should be fine for now because I think we should first build the building that goes over all of this before we put in the blaze spawners. Call me a bit paranoid, but I do not want blazes to fly around here, shooting at me the whole time and stuff like that. So we're going to leave that part for last. What we are, however, going to do is we're going to change this up to say, listen, you're going to only switch off when this reaches 85, and you only turn on again when it is lower than 15. So we're going to click that, and that automatically now should work. We can change that around to exactly 16 like we mentioned, and this will slowly then that's it, start producing blaze powder, and it's producing quite a lot. So I would call that a success. I am really happy about that. Did that already fill up? Oh, we don't have an upgrade on there. Just chuck an emerald upgrade on there. That should turn off, and there we go again. Okay, perfect. Now we have the cinder flower farm. we've got the blaze rod making blaze powder, and we've got the nether wart going quite strong. I think it's time we tackle this area up here and we start to bring everything together. So by that I mean we're going to tackle the potion brewing part of it, and after that we'll tackle the redstone part of it. So potion brewing. So we're going to have to brew potion of strength in the end, which we're going to send over to that side's building to create ourselves some redstone. So how I'm going to do is we're going to have to say we're going to transfer this potion all the way over here to this side. So that's where we have to end up. Now to create strength potion, we're first going to have to get ourselves some water. So we're going to have water over here, and then the water will be sent over to this side where we'll brew it into awkward potion. We'll have an awkward potion reservoir over here, and then from here we'll send it over again. So we'll have 2 tanks of awkward potion. From the awkward potion we'll mix in blaze powder, which will give us strength potion, and from strength potion we're going to go over this side like mentioned, and we're going to have ourselves some redstone making contraptions. So that is it for the tanks. So that's the position, and now we just need to build everything in between. So I'm going to take these up 5, so it's 2, 3, 4, 5. So now for the crafting part. So if this tank is our water tank, we're going to come back to the back side. We're going to add exactly 1 pump over here because that's going to pull water out, and from there we're going to go into a pipe which will then go into a basin, and from the basin we're going to do the smart fluid pipe. The reason for this is because we can apply a filter to that, and then on that we'll just stick another pump. So now this will pull water, put it in there, and send the finished product over there. And then we're going to do exactly the same on the other side. So these are 2 stations. So the first one will make awkward potion, the second one will make all the strength potion. So because we don't have a lot of space, I'm going to use a mechanical arm to feed the blazes. So we're going to just put a blaze right over here and a blaze burner right over there, and then we'll actually dig a hole underneath those like that and like that for the mechanical arm to put the blaze, to put the fuel into these blaze burners. So we know each of these requires specific items. So what we're going to do is we're going to rip a hole right over there. We're just going to add an acacia trim because I think it just suits the whole look of the tanks a lot better. And we add our compacting drawers on top of those. On the water side, we'll slap a funnel on. We'll add nether wart. Once we added the belt, we're going to just change that to only dispatch 1 item at a time. I don't think it makes a lot of a difference, but that's just what I want to do. And on the side of the strength potion, we're going to do exactly the same, but this time we're going to add blaze powder. And then on the back of each basin, we're just going to add a little andesite funnel pointing into it. And now we can connect this up by adding some belts running all the way from the brass funnel to the andesite funnel. And now that we have a belt, you can see we can make it exactly 1. And just to make sure things don't go flying off at the end, we can just do something like that, so that will just block the items, which makes it look a lot better. And now we're going to repeat that exact process on this side. We're also making use of the create encased mod, and what that does, it gives us different type of things we can craft, like this copper mixer. So if we go into inventory, we'll see if you push shift, it tells us it mixes twice as fast if the recipe either only uses fluids or if it's a potion recipe, but it uses more stress. And just because of that, we're going to actually use these in this whole setup. So on top of our basins, we're just going to place our little mixers on either side. We still need to put in the filters and everything, but that's the next step. So now that we have all of this, I've got some things over here. So over here, we're going to say recipe, awkward potion, extract awkward potion. And on this side, we're going to say recipe strength potion, extract strength potion only. So what that will do is that will make sure we only extract awkward potion and not water, and the same on this side. So that's mainly it for the top side, and I think we should go down to the bottom real quickly to install the belts for the mechanical arm that will give us fuel for the blaze burners. Then with some temporary blocks, we're just going to come down over here like so. We're going to put on the shaft right there and another one right over there. We're going to connect it with a belt, and starts one before that slope, and we're just going to take it past so it actually stops one after that slope. We can now rip out these temporary little blocks, add a little temporary block on this side, do a draw slave on either of these, and on the one we'll put an andesite funnel, on the other one a brass funnel, and then on the brass funnel we'll put charcoal, And we're just going to change that to exactly 1. So what's going to happen is we have way too much black dye and we have a lot of charcoal over there coming in. So what we're going to do is we're going to link up that system and we're going to take the charcoal from over there, bring it over here and let them pass through one by one, where the mechanical arm will pick them up and feed them to the blaze burner. So let me quickly link up the drawers over here and get everything sorted, and I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so we've got all the drawers linked up, we've got these linked up, we've got those two linked up there, and now what we can do is we can take the mechanical arm and we can tell it, okay, well, you're going to take from there, you're going to give to there, and we're going to put it down there, and this one we're going to say, you know what, you take from there, you give to there, and put it down over there. So now we've got the two mechanical arms ready, and they just need to be powered, and if we head on to the top over here, we'll see that everything over here is also done. So now the only thing left for us to do is actually just get some water pumped into that tank over there, which I'll do right now, and then just link up the power. So we've got everything connected up, we've got power, we've got the blaze burners burning at the moment, and everything should be ready to go. The only thing is those belts are still going the wrong direction, but that's okay because this is still too slow, and we actually just need to come down here and just invert this up that way, and let's make it only 128 for now. Let's see how that goes. So now things are flowing in, we've got items waiting to be mixed with the respected fluids. So the last thing we need to do is get water into here, and as soon as we have water into this system, everything should be a go. We need some power over there, but yeah, everything's fine. We just need to hook up this little pump over here. So I'm going to get some water, and the way we're going to do that is we're just going to go underneath this, create a little infinite water source, and just pump water directly into this from the bottom. So I'm going to get that, and there we have everything connected. We've got potion being brewed, so we have water coming in, we've got awkward potion being made. It's emptying out quite fast, but that's because we need to fill the strength tank. So both these two constantly, you see the fluid and then they disappear. That's because we're brewing all the strength potion on this side, and we already have 34 buckets, which is great. So now the next step is to take all of this potion from over here, send it to that side, and then create some redstone. And I think I have an idea where I'm going to do it. I might just do it all on this side, then we can have like a little window over here looking out over that, or I'll just do it all on this side. I'm not sure. So I'm going to grab the stuff I'm going to need to build this, and we're going to get building. Okay, I had a little think, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip this out. Because this building is quite narrow, I'm going to just conceal these drawers in the wall. So this is basically the exterior wall, but we'll just do a little bit of a cover up over there, and exactly the same on the other side. So we'll do that like this, and we're going to repeat it on the side. So basically we're going to have 4 production lines when it comes to making redstone, and then on top of those we're going to have our drawer controller slaves, and that's where we're going to extract from. We're then going to have a double lane of belts on either side. Disconnect the belts, and then on the one side we're going to have our items getting pulled out, so we're going to add belts on that side, and I'm choosing to pull from this side and to go to this side because I think this area in the middle is where I'm going to have like boxes and stuff backed, and we'll have a little box over here with all the redstone. The input, we don't need any funnels or anything, so we'll just add those over there. These ones over here, we're going to add cinder flower as our filter, and we're just going to make that exactly 1 for all of them, and that should basically be it for that system. So we've got something pulling it out, we've got something picking it up, and now we just need to add a drawer for redstone. So I think right over here is where we're going to do the drawer, and we're just going to add redstone to that, and we're going to make sure that we lock it. So now that is that part done. Now we just need to add the spouts, and the spouts we're just going to place down in the center like so. Should be perfect. Okay, so the spouts have been placed, and I just connected them to these tanks. So I added 2 tanks on either side that will serve as additional reservoirs, because this one's already filled up, and so is the awkward potion. So if we can continue brewing some more strength potion and we fill those up, then that would be perfect. So the only thing I need to do now is connect this pump to a power source and then power all of these items, and then in theory everything should be working. These trims aren't connected to the big storage yet, but I first want to make sure all the belts are turning the right way before I even attempt that. Okay, so everything's powered. We can see we've got strength potion and everything. The belts are all going the right way. We only have 1 redstone in here. That's the one we use to set the filter. We've got those set up correctly. So in theory, if we place this trim right over there, things should happen, and we have redstone being made. Oh, this is going to be such a game changer. It's not going to be very fast, but this I can promise you is fast enough for me as well. So I am pretty happy. We've got Redstone production automated, and it's been quite an adventure getting everything done. But now we have a lot of other things that need to happen, and that's mainly making all of this look real good and installing the actual blaze farm. So I think what we need to do is gather up the resources, get some builds planned, and you guys can just sit back and enjoy a little build montage. We're done. We finally finished this project, and it was a mega project. And I just love the area. I love how it all came together. I added the bushes, I added the dead bushes, and like mentioned, there will always be green in my builds, so I'm liking that. For the crushing area, I added these little piles of netherrack and just where they've been spilled and so forth, with a bunch of barrels and stuff all over. And over here we've got like a little skip as well with some more of the netherrack in it. And a blaze farm, I added the blazes and it's working. There they go. They all get slaughtered. We get some blaze rods, but most of all we get some blaze powder. I might switch this down a bit more as we really do not need this much, so we can actually bring this down way more. But also we're getting some nice XP nuggets, so this is really working well. If we come on over here on this side, I just added a bunch more barrels and stuff, and over here I did a little frame door, so if we need to come to the inside of the farm for any reason, it is easy accessible through this. But also all throughout my builds I've got like cracked bricks, and usually where the cracked brick texture is, there's a trapdoor as well. But if we head on up here, this building, I decided to copy again the build we have down there and mix the styles and change it up a bit. So I've got this build over here, and if you enter, we've got the brewing stands and the brewing stations, and these are filled to the brim, and also these two are filled, and they're filled because we ran out of cinderflower and we've got 24,000 redstone. 24,000. I think we're sorted for a bit. But again, this build in has like a little break in the roof, and we have the same little structure on this side. And if we come out the back, we've got the nether wart farm, which is fantastic. I just want to have a look at it from this side. So that's what I meant to break. So that building is a bit narrow, and I don't know, it doesn't bother me that much, but I do like this little detail of the two builds being connected with this almost concrete-like roof. And then again, we did that little engine on the side, the generator, and just some details on the walls. But I do have to admit, I think I love this build more than any of the other builds. No, I like that one. I don't know. I can't pick. I love all the builds. But anyway, let me know down in a comment, which one of these do you like the most? What do you think of these builds? Do you like them? Let me know in the comments down below. We're back here at the main base, and it's time for that part of the video where we just say thank you for those people that are part of the community. These people are not just in the comments, they're sometimes on the Discord, they give suggestions, and they're always around to offer up advice. And this week we say thank you to Benito Swagaloni, Dolph Yet Gone, Gigachad, Ajax, Senatank, and BB House Rodin. Thank you all for the comments, the support, and the suggestions. And if I get stuck, some of you always help me out with some advice. I do appreciate it. And if you want your name in the tunnel, then just be part of the community. And if you want to come hang out on the Discord, link in the description. But sadly, that will be the end of this episode. I really hope you enjoyed it, and let me know what do you think of the builds, and did you enjoy this episode? I really appreciate it. And if you want your name in the supporter tunnel, then remember, like, subscribe, and just interact, be part of the community. And I'll see you all in the next video. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we solved our redstone problem by building this massive platform over here, then adding a netherrack crusher, a blaze farm, a nether wart farm, so that we can brew some potions of strength that in the end we could turn into redstone dust. And in today's episode, we're going to attempt to move the gold farm to this location over here, right next to the river, but not before we sort out some more dye farms. So over the past few episodes, this area has really come a long way. We've added some factories, we added steam power, and I think we kind of modernized it to an extent, thus leaving this little gold farm feeling a little bit out of place compared to all the factories in the background. So what I did was I reached out to my community on Discord and I said to keep or not to keep. And we had to make a decision if we're going to demolish it, create a new gold farm, and just leave some form of memorial to this. And one of the Discord members named Moon, well, he came up with a different idea. His idea was turn the buildings into contraptions and just move the whole factory. Have you ever thought of that? Picking up and moving a factory. And that's what we're going to do. But before we do that, we need to head on over to the dye farm because I'm going to need a little bit of brown dye to spruce up this area after we moved everything. So let's head on over. So over here by the flower farm, and I was thinking that maybe we should try and repeat something like this because it's all about growing plants and stuff. So we'll do 2 more greenhouses. Yes, 2 more. And we're going to do them in line like this. So what I was thinking is we'll have a little gap over there with a little courtyard, walking to the first greenhouse that will be in this area, and then right next to it we'll do a second one. So basically it will look something like this, but with a cut in the middle, and in there we're going to grow 2 items, cocoa beans and vines, I think, warp vines, some of the nether vines. Well, one of those things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a few things and see if we can mark out this area and clear out this area, and then I'll bring you guys back and we go through the whole build process. So as I was planning this build, I noticed something new to this mod pack, a build wand. I don't know when this has been added, but it's going to change a lot of things. So let me demonstrate. So say for example, this area I want to have dirt. I can just right click and fill it with dirt. But if I do shift, control and right click, it gives me a more advanced menu. So now I can say matching any, randomize blocks, so it will randomize the blocks in my hotbar, and then replacement, it's like replace fluids, grass and stuff like that, so that we don't have to change. So now I've got an assortment of blocks in my hotbar, and if I just look at this and right click, it will automatically place the blocks and it will create like a little texture for us, so we don't have to go around and texturize everything ourselves anymore. I did however notice it places your sleeping bag, so that's just something I'll have to keep in mind. But I do like that. I do like the whole fact that it will texturize. I don't know if you can set how many blocks it randomizes or whatever, because I do feel like that's a bit too much of those blocks and this is a bit too much coarse dirt. But nonetheless, for bigger areas and a full inventory of blocks, I think this will work perfectly. So I'm quickly just gonna use the magic wand and get these 2 foundations completed. So we got the 2 foundations in. We'll have one over there and one over here, and they'll both work on the same principle. We'll have minecart contraption running back and forth, harvesting the products, but this one will be cocoa beans, so we need to do something more intricate, and that one will just be the warp vines as just mentioned earlier. So the best way to show you guys the difference and how they're going to work is to actually just jump right into it. So on this side we'll have cocoa beans on either side of this, and then we'll just have the minecart contraption sitting right over here, and then from here we need to make sure that it actually has these little arms which are 4 high that will harvest the beans, but we also needed to go over, and I'm thinking we can maybe do something with trapdoors that has it go over to that side, and then it's also going to be 4 on this side, and then this side will only be 3 high and 3 high like this, and then on these we will just have our harvesters facing this direction, and I'm only going to make it one direction because it's going to constantly run back and forth, so it doesn't need to have the harvesters on the back side either. So I'm going to add in all the harvesters and do this side as well and just connect it, and I'll bring you guys back. So the contraption's finished, and like you can see, it's quite a lot of harvesters and it might be overkill. I'm sure there's an easier farm or simpler farm, but I do like what this one looks like. So all we need to do now is just make sure that all of these little parts are glued together. So I'm going to go around, glue them together, and then we'll send it off on its first little test drive. So everything's glued up and I think it's ready for its first little test drive. So if we hop on down here, we've got the card assembly in there, and if we push this button, and I think if we rip out this, let's just put that in offhand, and we push this, it works, but we've got rotation on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plonk that down there. And now we need to maybe rebuild this whole thing. So this is why it's important to lock rotation and get it right from the start. I'm going to fool around, see maybe if I can get it to face the right way, and then I'll bring you guys back once it's sorted. After a lot of time spent trying to fix this, I decided to just make the offloading station on that side. It's not a big deal. It's maybe a bit better because now when we enter, I want to have some form of catwalk going up and walking over this contraption. So I think it maybe worked out for the best. So it's just basically the same machine, and what I did is I just moved around the portable interface and I plonked it down on this side, and we've already made 42 cocoa beans just from those few little jungle branches or those few little pods over there, which is cool. Now on this side it's going to be a bit of a different machine, and I think I just need to make sure. But I think the offloading should also be in this area. So this could be a general offload area for these two farms. So for the farm on this side, we're going to do exactly the same. We're going to have your minecart contraption over there, but we're not going to go up as high. No, instead we're going to have a vault over here on this level right there. We're just going to add a bunch of this industrial iron blocks or any block of your choice and run it all the way to the other side. And then on that, we just add our harvesters in a single row like that. And this is basically the contraption done. All we need now is to add the portable interface that just goes into a little drawer. So for that, we're just going to use this part over here. I think maybe we can make it look a bit nicer by just adding that, grabbing our portable interface, putting it down over there. Then we'll have our storage drawer for our item we're collecting, a single chute on top, and just another portable interface like that. We just need to turn it around so it faces into that one. And this should be it. And that's it. And now this is complete. So all we need to do is just glue all of this together again, just like the previous one. Something like that. And just those to there. And that's it. This one's a lot more simpler than that one. I did notice this is in the wrong place. It needs to move up one. It needs to literally be over here in this position. So I'm just going to change that up. Okay, that's much better. So now if we just jump down here, whoop, lock rotation. Before we make the same mistake. And if we flick this lever and we send this machine off, there it goes. So that's just going to continue running back and forth, and it's just going to gather whatever we need. An item we're going to harvest here is nothing else than the twisted vines. So I'm going to place those down, and this contraption will just gather all the twisted vines we're going to need. Because if you go into your inventory and you push the button U on twisted vine and you go to crushing, it gives us cyan dye. So we don't have to actually make cyan dye using green and blue, but we can just use it by crushing the twisted vine, which I think is really an easier way to go. So I've been gathering up some resources for the schematic cannon because I do have a build for both of these, and it's basically just some kind of modified version of this build over here. So we're going to run that through the schematic cannon, get it built in this area, get it built in that area. But I just want to show you guys, while I've been gathering the resources and getting prepared, we've already gathered 208 of the weeping twisted vines. And the reason why it's only 208 is it doesn't guarantee a drop on each harvest. So the drop rate is a bit lower than, say, cocoa beans, because cocoa beans we've got 1460 because we have a lot more of that, and it gives you a cocoa bean on every single harvest. So yes, this is maybe as efficient, but it's still a really good way to get the cyan dye. But with that said, I think it's time for you to sit back and enjoy as we do a really speedy little build montage. And the buildings are completed. I also did a bit of decorating, as you can see, and we've got these little birch hedges with these little flowers in them and some trees, and the contraptions running in each of their builds. Like I mentioned, it's just a replica of this build, just a bit modified, and we have these two over here. So we've got a bunch of greenhouses, and I am considering changing these trees up so they maybe grow in a line like this, so we can add another greenhouse there. But I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments, is there any other plants we need to grow in bulk in this area. I know cactus is still a thing, but I'm actually considering doing that in the mesa area. But let me just jump down and just show you what it all looks like inside. So if we go down here and if we walk through this door, we've got like this little catwalk running up, and then you can go over this way and you can actually see what's happening down below. And this exact design I just replicated on the other side over here, but the stairs could be a little bit different because of the heights of the different machines. So I think that looks really nice. I will add maybe some foliage, some leaves to the roofs and stuff like that, but for now I think we're ready to connect these. So I did test it and I took a lot out of the drawers. This one's a lot lower, this one you can see is a lot lower, because if we head on over here right in this spot, we can actually drop down, and if we put this trim down over here and we just close this up again, the train will now actually stop and pick up those items, deposit them into the vaults. There you go. You can see we've got cocoa beans, we've got twisted vines, and once it's full, it will actually leave and take it to the mesa. And just with shaders on to show you guys what it looks like, I think it looks quite nice and I really enjoy it. But I think that will be it for this area, and it's time for us to head on over to the mesa and get things sorted over there. So we're back here at the dye factory, and what I did is I've installed this little contraption over here, and we're going to just pull the twisted vines from the system, drop it into the crushing wheels, and then they're going to just make their way back into the system as cyan dye. And the same with the cocoa beans. But as you guys can remember, we first need to put down a drawer, we need to lock it and give it a quantifying key. Then we're going to head up here, we're going to grab some of the cocoa beans. Come on, there we go. Grab some of the cocoa beans over there, pop them in. Now we've got that locked in, and then we can just pick this up. So now we've got the drawer with its content in there, and we can just pick a little spot over here. So let's say we rip out this and that. Now we can chuck down our little drawer over there with the cocoa beans. We can do our little millstone, and we can just add our chutes and do like that, and that should automatically create some brown dye for us. I do, however, see that we've filled up on black dye again, so I think what I need to do is maybe add like a little threshold switch to this area, just to ensure that we stop crafting black dye when it reaches a certain limit and turns off this little chute over here. So we're going to have to do a small chute in that area as well. So I'm quickly going to do that and get this sorted out. So we've got the small chute sorted out. So now it will continue until it reaches a point of 90% full. And why I do it on 90% and not 100 is, if I do it on 90%, it will turn on, it will switch off this funnel, locking it and not allowing any other items to go into the millstone. But there might be a whole stack of charcoal in this being milled up, and we want that to still go down, fall down, and make its way into the storage without clogging up the line. And as you guys can see, it's working because we currently have a bunch of brown dye coming through from the cocoa farm, and that's slowly picking up as well, which is another great win. We also have to get the weeping vines from this vault, but I think we're first going to have to run through quite a lot of items before we get to the vines. So I'm going to let it run, and while that runs, I'm going to prepare for the next part of this episode. So we've finally got some twisted vines, so I'm just going to grab a stack. And now that we have the twisted vine, we can run over here and we can tell the system that it should only pull twisted vines from the storage system over here. And now because that filter is in there, we can just go down over here and we can just ensure that we connect this up to the rest of the system, like so. And now that's connected up. And the last thing we need to do is we just need to add a drawer in here just to say that, okay, listen, we have weeping vines. We are putting them into a drawer before they get extracted into that contraption. So again, a 1x1 drawer. We lock it, we quantify it, we add the twisted vines, and now we can just take this and just plonk it down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right over here because we can't add a millstone here. So we're going to rip that out. We're going to put that in there, and that instantly emptied out. But at the same time, it's all going into this area over here. And I think we should just turn this down to maybe exactly 16, which will just mean it will go a bit faster. And I might add another chute just to ensure that nobody runs past and picks it up. But we already have 433 cyan dye. Really great success. And now it's time for the part of this episode that I'm actually terrified about, and that's relocating this factory. So I've went ahead and marked our trees that we want to keep. So it will be all the ones with the terracotta. And the reason we're keeping them is I want to create some form of platform over here for future factories, but I also want to pay almost kind of like tribute to what used to be here, because this is where it started. It started with the settlers. So the idea is that we'll have these little trees and maybe some form of ruins at the bottom of the platform, but that you guys will have to wait and see. I did do a count, and we're going to need a total of 1. I think we should do that as 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 contraptions maybe. We can even divide it a bit more, but I think the first thing we need to do is dig underneath all of these and even underneath the trees we want to keep so that we can move them. So let's just do that. I think to test it out, we're going to grab this tree over here, and how I'm going to do that is I'm just going to roughly go in the center. So if I go down here, I'll have to go 1, 2, 3 forward to reach that point. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to do a train track, a rail, a contraption machine, and a minecart, where then I'm going to have to do a lever. And what that's going to do is as soon as I right click, it's going to pick it up. But before we can do that, we need to glue these parts together. So I'm thinking we need to use something that stands out, that I have a lot of, and I'm thinking soul sand. So we know right over here in this area, this is the furthest it comes out, and this is the furthest it comes out. So exactly this point should be the right point, and I'm going to go all the way up to the very top, which is here, and we know the lowest point that we need will be in line with this one. It's this one, and it's that one. So it's right, it's that block all the way to here. And that should be it. That should be, in theory, be the entire tree. Now, what we can do is we can rip all of this out because we're not going to need it anymore, because we already used it to get to the top. And now, if I jump down here and I flick this lever, it picked up everything. And now I can just right-click this minecart and boop, gone is the tree. Okay, so I think, well, I don't think, I can see I missed a few leaves over there. So let's just put it down real quick and just let it go. Where did we miss those? See, I'm not really sure where we missed those leaves, because according to this, we do have everything selected. There's no extra leaves, nothing. Well, anyway, we'll sort it out as we go. So we're just going to pick it up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click. I'm going to grab it. Yeah, this is actual leaves. Okay, that's weird. But anyway, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these and I'm going to rename them. So we know this one is, I'm going to say gold tree. So I'm going to go around nabbing each and every one of these contraptions and parts of this build, and then I'll bring you guys back once we have, I guess, nothing left, which is not something I'm used to saying. And just like that, we ripped out this entire factory and it's been moved. Well, it's been moved to that crate over there, but nonetheless, it's been moved. But I think before we place the factory in its new position, we first need to sort out this area. So we're not going to move the factory to its new forever home in this episode, but instead we're going to take care of this little spot over here. So I have a blueprint prepared and I'm gonna load up the schematic and get it ready. So I've got the schematic all loaded up, and this is the general placement of it. We're gonna have a little part over there with a pathway leading up over here that we can use to access that area up there. But then also I want to preserve the bottom area, so we have these arches, and in here we're going to keep the dirt, but I will do like remains of structures and stuff. For example, the mine shaft over here will be quite a nice idea, I think. So you will have the remains, and the idea is that you'll be able to stand and walk over here and look down and see the old ruins of the camp of the settlers that were here before we modernized the whole area. And all the trees are still being protected around it, and I think it just looks really, really neat. So I think the next thing we need to do is maybe just gather up all the resources, get it plonked into the cannon, and get this thing built. So the cannon has been loaded. We've stocked up on all the blocks we're going to need to transform this area, and now we only have one thing to do, and that is just to let the cannon go as we roll a little build montage. So sit back and enjoy as we get this area all fixed up. And we have this foundation in, and if we fly up here, we can see the trees and everything peeking out through the top. And I do think it came out really, really nice. And I cannot wait to incorporate some factories on top of this with the ruins underneath. But also we have these little spots over here where we just want to do some blending. So what I did is I grabbed my little diamond wand, I said replacement yes, matching any and random, so it's going to randomize all of these blocks. So if we right click over here, we can see it's just going to fill in these little gaps, which I think is so much easier, and it just brings a better blend to this area. I do, however, think that we need to look at some alternatives for the sand over here, because originally this area was all sand, but I'm not sure if we should leave it sand or if we should just blend a bit of dirt into this. So I'm a bit confused as what to do with this little part. I do think if we're going to replace most of the red sand on the outside, we might as well replace that. But let me know down in the comments what you guys think. So just like that, I'm just going to run through. We're just going to place all of these in here. And easy peasy, we did most of this, and I think it looks quite nice. The blend's quite nice. This area looks quite nice. We're gonna have to come around through here and just add some more bushes and grass and stuff on these areas, some more barrels maybe, all depending on what we're gonna do down here. So for now, I'm not gonna do a lot of that because maybe we're gonna do some ruins in that area, and we're gonna have to redo it anyway. And in this area over here, we can just add some more dirt and stuff. And this will be the mine entrance where we used to have the cobble gens. Well, not used to. The cobble gens are still down there. I might still utilize them and just have them pump into some storage drawers that we will connect up to that area and all the other storage areas around here. Yep, that looks neat. So that's that for this area, and that texture we have over there is exactly the same one I want to use throughout this industry. And let's just do a little part over here just to see what it looks like. Yes, I think it can look really, really nice if we now use this and we add some of the dead bushes in here, some birch leaves and everything. But before I continue doing the rest of this whole area in this texture, why don't you all let me know down in the comments, what do you think of this little brown texture? I'm also not too worried about adding some greenery, some leaves and stuff in there. I know it bothers quite a few people, but we need to remember that if we can learn from anything, it's Dubai. I mean, have you seen that area? It's in a desert, it's next to an ocean, and it's green. They've got so much greenery, and we should let that be an example of what we can do over here. So I'm gonna add greenery, sorry. But this is the general texture I think we need to go with, and I do like that, and we'll continue that throughout this area. I am thinking of doing a boundary wall going down there and then doing something over there. So we'll add a few more factories maybe in that area over there, but apart from that, I think it will stop there, and we'll just cover all of this in that, and then we can add some paths and stuff. I have not thought about paths. I did look at some paving options, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. I think more importantly is first just to get the texturing done in this area, so we've got something to work with. And yeah, but with that said, it's been Easter weekend over here, and that means I've had quite a full weekend, and I could not do as much as I would have wanted to do, but I think we've got quite a lot achieved in this episode with this whole new platform area above the old gold mine. The fact that we were able to move factories with contraptions, that is something I didn't think of. I was just going to create a blueprint and print it all over again, but I think moving it that way was so much better. With that said, I've run out of time, and I do hope that you've enjoyed this episode. I know it's a bit of a different one, it's a bit of an odd one, and next week we will be back to normal. So again, thank you for watching, and let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the additions to the greenhouse area? Should we add another greenhouse for the cacti, or should we build it in this area? And also the texture. What do you think of the texture? Till next time, remember to like, subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we went ahead and picked up the gold farm, moved it all into this little barrel over here, and then we went ahead and built this massive platform over its old location. And we did all of this so we can turn charcoal into coal, which we're then going to turn into diamonds because we're running low. But you see, before we can start creating the diamonds from the raw materials, we need to understand the recipe. And for that, we're going to head on over to the creative world. So we're over here in the creative world, and right behind us is the recipe of what we have to do to get diamonds. So it's pretty simple. To get to diamonds, we know that we need to have charcoal. And what happens is we press 4 charcoal into a single piece of coal. Then we take 9 coal and press them into a single block of coal. And then we just press the coal with some lava in a basin and we get diamond. So it's a relatively simple process, but I think the big thing we're going to run out of is charcoal. We have quite an amount set up already in the base from the dye farm, but I think it's safe to say that we should maybe add another tree farm and a little area where we can cook those logs into charcoal just to make sure we don't run out. So in theory, we're going to need a farm for wood. We're going to need an area where we convert charcoal into coal and then coal into coal blocks. And then we're going to need an area where we actually make the diamonds. And now that we know what we need, I think it's time for us to go do some planning in the survival world. So the first component we're going to need for this diamond farm is right over here at the back, and that's going to be charcoal. And if we just fly over here and land, say there, we can see we only have 201,000 charcoal. Okay, I know that sounds like a lot, but if you do the math, you need a total of 36 charcoal to do 1 diamond. So in theory, we only have enough for 87 stacks of diamonds, which, okay, is a lot. I know, I understand it's a lot, but I want to max it a draw out, which means we're going to have 65,000 diamonds. So that's why I want to add a tree farm. So what I'm thinking is, well, let's make a tree farm in this general area over here. So we'll have an area where we've got trees growing, we've got a contraption running back and forth, and we can also smelt that all into charcoal in that area. And that will also feed into this system where we'll create charcoal into coal, and then later on into this area where we'll create the coal into diamonds. So that's part number 1, charcoal, and a factory to make it. The second item we're going to need, hot sauce. We're going to need some hot sauce to press with the coal blocks to turn them into diamonds. And we're going to get that from that old train. That train's been riding up and down, bringing in lava into this area, but we've actually managed to fill all our tanks. So we need to make another storage area for some more lava. And the area I'm thinking of is right over here at the very end of this little structure. So we'll have 2 factories, the center one creating diamonds, and the last one over here where we just store additional lava that comes in from the train itself. So now that we know what we need, I think we should just get some basic things in place and then I'll bring you guys back. So I did a lot of planning, I built a few things, and this is what we have. We have these areas marked out, so I'm thinking we do a building in this area, and this will be the general turning charcoal into coal maybe, or charcoal into coal blocks all the way. I do think the second building is going to be a bit empty if we do everything in here. So maybe this can just be charcoal coming in, charcoal being turned into coal, and then from here it will go into this area where coal gets turned into coal blocks, and the coal blocks gets turned into diamonds. So we've got 1, 2 buildings, and I was thinking of maybe doing 4 lava tanks on the end of here. So we fill up this whole wing of this platform, but like I said, that's what I'm thinking now. You all know me at my change in the blink of an eye, but that's it. And then over this is going to be relatively fixed. What I did is I marked out 2 areas. So we've got this area over here where we will be growing trees. I considered turning it into grass, but I think I'm just going to leave it dirt. And then down here, I marked out a secondary little area. So I think I want to do the trees growing up high over there. And then we've got the whole smelting of, or the cooking of logs into charcoal down in this area. So we can have a bunch of fans and stuff underneath this little dirt platform, and I think that can work quite nice. But yes, so we've got the areas marked out, and then we can connect all of these up and turn all of this into dirt, do some roads and stuff. But I do want to add maybe a structure in the middle. Who knows, only time will tell. But I think the first thing we need to do is maybe get the lava tanks in, and the reason for that is because that way the train can start filling them up and we don't have to wait for it to fill up once the factory is up and running. And I'm thinking what I'll do is I will bring those tanks straight through the ground so they actually are very tall and they look like this big structure that pierces through the ground. I might open this up. I will see. But let's grab a few resources and we'll get started on all of this. So we're currently in free cam mode, just so I can show you all what's been happening. So this is the original input from the train to the lava tanks over there. So what we do is we pull lava from there and it goes that direction. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to install an additional pump in this area over here, which will then start pumping lava all the way down here, and it will go, if we just go here, it will run around, along here, all the way there and up to our storage area. So on this line I still need to add a bunch of pumps and stuff, and we will do that just now. And then over here we have like a little buffer underground. It just didn't look right doing 4 little tanks over here, so I did one over here. That's a little first little buffer, and from here it will go into this tank, and from this tank it will distribute to all of those we have there. We also have power running here. That's because between episodes I've been getting the power all the way from the power station over there and running it in this direction, actually running it all the way over there to where the new gold farm location will be in the near future. So this is what we have in regards to the lava line, and what I need to do now is quickly just hook up a bunch of pumps and just make sure it gets into this tank over here, and everything's connected up. So we have all these tanks starting to fill up. This one's already full, and I literally just connected the pumps and it's full. This one's getting there. These are all seems like half, which is really cool. And oh, I closed my little hatch down, but if we go down under here, we have this tank over here. This one is also already pretty filled up. So I just need to come around, make this look a little bit better. So currently these tanks are 5 high, so I might increase the height. I might, but I first want to see what these buildings look like right next to this. So yeah, I think the next thing we need to do is maybe tackle the tree farm, because then that way that can start running, it can create some charcoal, and while we make charcoal we can start building these 2 little factories. So for this tree farm we're just going to do a basic card contraption thingamajig again, so nothing too fancy. So if we head on over here, we'll have our cart in this little area over here, and from here we'll just extend all the way to the other side like so. And these blocks will just be temporary for now, because we just need to use them to place our little saws on them. So the saws will go in this direction. But the most important thing with this contraption is trees can actually grow while it's going that way, so we need to add saws on the back as well. So now we can just add all these saws going down here. Once we have all our saws in, we can just go ahead and rip out the casing in the center, running all the way to the other side. And then we can just go and add some deployers over here. And what these deployers will do is they'll just constantly plant saplings for us, ensuring that the trees will continue to grow. So now we've got all of that in place. The next thing we need to do is we need to add some form of storage to this. And I think what I want to do is maybe add the storage on this edge over here. So let's say storage over here somewhere, like so. Maybe move it up 1 like this. And then we can do our portable little interface right over there, and we'll just turn it around so it faces downwards. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to remove this first, because we do need to add saplings to these filters, and then I'm going to glue it all together, and then we can give it a little test run, see if it runs, and hopefully it does. So I have it all glued up, I have that little interface in place, we have all the filters, and I did add a bunch of saplings to this little vault over here, so hopefully they get distributed to those items. But if we put down a card assembler there, we make sure this is on lock rotation, and we turn it on and we let it go. Okay, perfect. So it will start to plant all the trees, and as those trees grow it will harvest them, and we'll just take the saplings, plant them again before it eventually deposits the wood, and the wood will go into the burning area that we're going to build next. Okay, so we got our first tree, and the first thing I'm noticing is the leaf color, which ain't the prettiest of colors, but I guess it's fine. Otherwise we should grow spruce, but then spruce will become 2 tall trees. Oh, see, now these are the things that really bother me. So I'm gonna just ignore it for now, and I'll think about it as we build the next part, and we'll change it maybe. Okay, so we're back, and I changed up a bunch of things even before I decided to change the trees, because I noticed a bunch of things that they were spaced too close to each other and we're not going to get enough saplings. So that's the first thing I did. The second thing I went ahead and got done was added the deployers, or changed the deployers so they actually face this way. That way, when they harvest trees that way, by the time they come back, they can place all the saplings and stuff like that. So we will have areas where we don't have saplings placed, but that's not the end of the world. They will get saplings whenever the contraption goes this way. So now it will go, it'll place the saplings, and that's it. What might happen is we might not get saplings on these last 2 rows, maybe only on the last row, but that's okay. It's something I can live with. So with all of those changes, I also went ahead and added a little storage drawers, and this is what I've gathered up so far. Not a lot of things, but we've got a bunch of saplings, we've got some logs, we've got sticks and apples. So that's perfect. So now I think what we need to do is we need to bring all of those items over with some drawer trims and get them in this area where we will be smelting up. Okay, I thought about it all, and this is the area where the item's going to end up. We're going to have a storage system in this area over here, and from here we'll run a belt and we'll run it over all the way to over here. I know it's a bit long, but we've got the space, so why not utilize it? And then in the back we can just do a bunch of encased fans that blow through the lava onto this belt, and that will slowly turn everything into charcoal. We can potentially also do it from the top, which might be a lot cooler because then we can actually walk here without getting burned. So that might be something we have to do. But anyway, for now, let's then take all of this. We're going to have to connect this with a spruce trim. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take it back 3 like this. And we'll just run it all the way to that area over there. Once we get on this side, we're going to rip out this drawer over here. And we're going to replace that with a drawer slave. And that will just allow for these items to get put into that system. So I'm going to quickly connect it all up. So it's connected up and now it's stopped. Let's see, are these items increasing? They are. Okay, so that's working. So we've diverted all the items from there all the way to over here. So now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to add all the fans, get the area ready for the lava and those kind of things, and then I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so we've got all the little cages in, we've got the encased fans in, I've got the belt in, the filters, the drawers, everything should be fine now. So in theory, if we connect that shaft to this, you can see it's turning that way, and we're going to transfer that with the encased fans, then this should move and slowly start cooking up the logs. And I'm just going to send out 16 for now, and then after we see that works and where it converts, we'll try and push that up to 32 and continue until we have the optimal amount. But the next thing we need to do is we need to insert lava in all of these little holes. So if we now put lava right over there, we can see it's blowing down the heat, which is what we want. So now we've got the lava in, we've got all the particles going, and if we are to put the shaft down there, oak logs should be coming out, and let's just see where it starts to convert. I'm betting right about here somewhere. Oh, not. So right about there. So that seems like just a little bit over halfway. So I don't know if we should actually increase it from 16. Let's do a little test. Let's make it 32. Because those will make it in on time. That's fine. I think 32 will only start over there somewhere. That's still 16. That's the first stack of 32. It converts on the very end. So I think it should be fine if we leave it on 32. So we do half a stack at a time. And as you guys can see, we're already filling that up as well. And this will add to the charcoal we have in that area. And we will run some more of these trims down through this hole all the way back to that area. But I think this is basically it for this area. We've got some of these items. I will put voids on the others, but I mean the logs can just continue running. And this should work fine. I will maybe test it a bit. If I see the oak logs aren't doing too well, I will see what it looks like with 2 tall trees like the spruce trees. But for now, I think we've got this going. So we have the lava filled up, we've got the charcoal, and now I think it's time for us to start getting the stuff ready so we can turn charcoal into coal and coal into diamonds. Okay, so we're at the first little factory, and in this factory we're going to be turning charcoal into coal and coal into coal blocks. So we're going to have items come out, run on a belt, get pressed, run into a storage, which is charcoal, which is coal, sorry. And then from the coal, we're going to go into a second press that will turn it into coal blocks. So how I think we need to do that is we've got this space, and I think it's 13 wide. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So I think how it's going to work is we're going to have items come out from a drawer on this side. It will run over, and it can go over 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. And then this one again, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in the center, we will have charcoal or coal. Let's just do a few like this. Something like that, because I want it to be 3 deep. As soon as we can optimize this the better. So let's just rip this out. So we can have items get put into this, which is then coal. And on this side, we're going to get items pulled out, which will be charcoal. So charcoal gets pulled out. Here we'll put in coal. And then here we'll pull out again. And here we will put in coal blocks. So I think we need to do another single drawer. So we'll have coal, a block of coal in this area. So charcoal, coal, block of coal. And I think I'm going to rip this one out and also turn this into a 1x drawer, which will just then in the long run create more storage for either of those two. Okay, so I removed the little belt at the back, moved it to the front because I think it would look nice if we have the machine contraption in front here. And as we expand, we can rather expand to the back. But for now, I think this could do. And what I want to do is I'm going to just use brass funnels on these, just like so. And then in the center, we're going to have basins. So this first basin will take, like mentioned, charcoal. And we're going to do, whoop, that's too far. And we're going to do a press on top of that. And the press will turn that into coal. And then again, the coal will come all the way over here. We'll do a press on it. And this will turn it into the coal block. So we'll add an andesite funnel there. We'll add an andesite funnel over there. And it's already chucking it out in the right area. And we're just going to take this and say, well, you're going to turn that into coal. And you're going to turn this into a block of coal. And that should basically be it. We don't need anything else for this pod. And now we can just turn all of these things around, make sure they face the back because it's just easier to power it. And now we can just run power into this. And the power should come up right over here. If we go all the way down, we've got power there, so we can run it up. And I think it will look nice if we run it up in this little niche. And then from here, we'll just take it over to the buildings we need it in. So I did a little bit of the redstone and everything should be connected and running in the right direction. So if I were to do that, we have belts flowing. They're going very slow for now, but we'll change all of that. So that turned all of that charcoal into coal. So we've got 2. Okay, so that's working. But let's just quickly chuck in a bunch of charcoal, coal in there just to see. And then they get pushed in there. Pressed. And then we've got a block of coal. Okay, so all of this is working. But let's just fly down here and speed up the system because it feels way too slow. And then if we go over here, I think let's make it 128 for now. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that seems a bit faster. I think that's fine. It's still not the fastest contraption. I think it's moving at quite a nice speed. Well, we got those 3 creating charcoal to coal. And from those, we have this one converting it into coal blocks. And I know it's not super fast, but I mean, that's already almost a stack of diamonds in a matter of minutes. And to be honest, that's the most we're ever going to need because there's not a lot of things we use diamonds for except for all the draw controllers and for diamond wands. So I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the speed and everything. And if we do need to increase it or make it more efficient, then we will add a bunch more of these little contraptions over here and maybe even add an additional few rows converting charcoal into coal. So I'm happy with this part, and I think we can move on to the next part, which will be this part over here where we convert the coal blocks into diamonds. So let's do that. So in this little building over here, we're going to create the diamonds. Again, using the block of coal that we're crafting over there, bringing them over, pressing them down, and adding lava to them. So I think how I want to start this is I want to actually do a lava tank just to fill this area up. So we'll have a lava tank, and then from the lava tank, we'll actually run some belts over like this. And then I think we should stop it maybe a bit short. Something like this. So this is 9 wide. So I think we should go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we do our basin over here. And then from here, we can just pull it right into the storage system, which I think could work nicely. And maybe we should do only a double lane. So we'll do one over there and the second one running right over here. And the reason for that is because now we can have a pipe coming through the middle of here and feed into both basins. So something like that with a pipe connecting over there, and this pipe can then just be powered from down here somewhere, where I think we'll have to do some bit of magic with the power, I think. But yes, that's a general idea. And then over here, we're also going to then do this because we need to press these two down, and then yeah, if we press them down, so we've got the lava in there, we get the blocks of coal in there, we'll press down and that will just run over into a storage over there. So let's quickly get the rest of the drawers and everything in, and then I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so I add a lot of pipes, and I know it looks a bit wonk at the moment, but ignore this. Remember, there's going to be a wall over here, so it's going to look like the pipe's going into the build, and on this side it's going to come out of the build, and then we have the lava entering this tank. So this line on top will provide lava to this tank, while this pump down here will take lava out of this and pump it into these two basins. So all we need to do now is actually two things. Number one, hook up this pipe over here, and that should start pumping through lava, which is fine, but we need to give power to that, and to do that we're just going to add a shaft over there. And why did that break? I'm not really sure why that broke. So let's run all of that all the way to there. Okay, let's see, why is this one doing this? Okay, so we just need to sort out this. Oh, it's this little gearbox over here. Okay, so we can rather do that. Then both of those run the same way. Okay, so we've got diamonds forming, but what we do need now is just to power these cogs, and I think the best way will be to rip out this one, add that over there, and then we just do that and that. Oh, we can't do that because we need a gearbox over here. But that should still be working. Yeah. That's working. So we've got lava pumping into this tank now, so that should slowly fill up, which looks really cool. And then we've got the coal blocks coming out, and they get pressed down into diamonds, and we have 119 diamonds, 120 diamonds already. And I think that's a success story over there. We've got diamonds, so we're not going to have to go mining for them so we can craft our draw controllers anymore, or diamond wands, or any of those kind of things anymore, which is a relief, which is one less thing we need to go caving for. But now we've got a bunch of exposed contraptions and platforms floating in the air, and just a lot of weirdness going on, and I think it's time we fix it. I think it's time we cover these areas, add some platforms, and we're going to do that with a little build montage. So sit back and enjoy. And just like that, we've got platforms and structures. And I really think it all looks real cool. I did add in all the dirt in this area, texturized it up, and like I mentioned, we will be doing something in this area. But over here, we've got the little tree farm, and I have changed it up a bit. I added some cherry blossom and birch just to see if any of those grow faster, and to be honest, no, I don't think so. I'll have to go read up, see if there's a tree that grows faster than the other. If not, then we'll just have to rely on the other farm as well, feeding into this. But so far, it's been doing well. And we have over here this little building, and if we enter by the front door, it's not been decorated at all. I think what I want to do is I want to maybe move the storage inside here and clean up that area, make that just the burning area. But then if we go upstairs over here, we've got this little floor and another room over here, which I'll also maybe decorate, maybe do the statistics of this contraption and turning it on and off, everything in here. But that's it for this little area. We've got this little retaining wall, planted some cacti up there. If you come down here, we've got a little fire escape at the back, and just like these little drums. I did not add a bunch of bushes and leaves to this area because I first want to see what I do here before I tackle that. Also, that's why I didn't change out this dirt, and I ran out of blocks. That's it. But then if we go on over to this side, over here we've got this whole area. We've got this tank at the bottom like shown before, and if we go this way, you can see we've got these two buildings also matching the style of this general area, and I think it looks really nice over here. So if we go into this first build, I added a pile of coal over here. So if we head on through, we've got piles of coal, dust and everything piling up, and we've got the blocks being made, and it's pretty loud in here, but we've got coal, and then from coal we'll go to blocks of coal. Sorry, I forgot my words there. And then if we head on over to this side, we've got this little catwalk connecting the two. But on this side, we've got the whole diamond processing plant with the lava in here, the lava running over and then feeding in from the bottom. And we've made 7,972 diamonds so far. I need to remind you, I don't need more diamond tools. I don't need more diamond armor. I don't need diamonds for anything except for storage drawers and some of those components. And even then, I don't use a lot. So I think we're sorted. We've got unlimited diamonds being generated, but we haven't reached the unlimited point yet, but it's okay, we've got it. And then just to show, we've got this little fire escape on the end on this side, and if you follow this up, this actually runs through all the buildings. We can get up via a ladder from inside the building, but you can use this to get to the other builds as well, which I think is quite neat. And from here we can exit and we're on top of this level, which is really fun. And I like it. I love this build. I think it came together quite nice, and I like how it's sitting on top of the old buildings or the old area down there. So while the diamonds are crafting in the background, I want to discuss a question that was in the comment of the previous videos, and it's about those little guys behind me, backpacks. The question in general was, how do I manage my backpacks? What's my train of thought behind my backpacks? And to be honest, it's an ever-growing process. But let's run through what I'm currently doing. So first of all, we've got the B button, which is our standard backpack. And this is generally stuff I use in the long term. I add my food in there because I've got a feeding upgrade in there. I'll add milk for when the pillagers come around, and then I've got all my tools in here because I've got the tool swapper upgrade in there as well, and then also fuel and stuff for the backpack, some random bits, experience to mend my things. We've got some waystones if I want to place waystones. So that's generally what's in here. Then starting over here, we've got the green backpack, and this is generally my woody bits and my drawers, my trims and stuff like that, and also the upgrades for those. And in here I also have the carpenter table that you use for doing these wood different types of woods, the different types of barrels and stuff like that. So this is technically the wood backpack. Then I've got this diamond backpack, which is just a dark gray one. This is usually glass, and then like you see it gets really messy in here, but this is usually glass walkways, the chip table for the glass and all those kind of things dies. And if I kill random animals and stuff on the road or gather resources, ores, I just chuck them in here because I'll sort it out later. I sort this one quite a lot, but this is what this one's used for. Then we've got this little brown one over here. This brown one is my terraforming one. This is a new one I created. So in here I've got all the types of dirt like that we use to texturize the path, but then also leaves and crops and stuff that generally I use to build trees or make little planters or whatever. Like if I need to put a dead bush down or cactus down, that's where that will be. Then we've got this funky color one, and this is basically just rails and stuff I use on trains, and some of the contraptions like the water wheel cart. This one I use to dig tunnels to build water wheels in. This is to create big tunnels, and this is a vertical chunk miner, so it mines a 16 by 16 chunk all in one. And then I've got general rail stuff. I've got narrow rails, normal rails, station schedules, all those kind of things that you use with mine carts and trains in general. Then we've got the blue one. We're going to skip the yellow first. We've got the blue one, and this is just my basic building blocks and my framed blocks that all go in here. I am considering doing a framed backpack on its own, so we have all of that together, because currently it's just a bunch of random stuff in here. But then we've got our general blocks, stones, the cutters, all the tables for those type of things. And that's what's going on in this one. So this is the one I use, I think, the most in regards to building, because I've got all my granite in here. And if I need to, I can just open it. It's got a stone cutter in it, so I can chuck my granite to the side and cut it real quick. And what I've noticed is I think Chipped actually add upgrades for these little stations of theirs that you can also add in here. So I'm going to change those out and also add them in here in the long run. First, I need to get all of these upgraded to netherite so we can get some more upgrading slots. Then the last one, the create backpack. This is the key one, I think, for this mod, because in here I've got all my create components and some extra junk. And this is just where I store all the create stuff that I'm going to use for projects in the future. Some of it's a one-time use, some of it I haven't even used, like crafting blueprints, but that's the idea of just having all the resources, or at least one of each item in here. And the items I use to craft these items are also keeping here, like the zinc, the gold, the iron, all over there, the brass, the andesite alloy. So it's not necessarily only create items in here, but it's also ingredients to craft create items. So yeah, that's why all of that's in there. So that's my idea of organization in the form of backpacks. Like I said, it's an ever-growing, evolving experience for myself, and I change it up so often that it's hard to say that's exactly how it's going to stay. But I hope this will help you in organizing your backpacks and make it easier for yourself, because honestly, I think this game would be chaos if it wasn't for backpacks. So we're kind of running out of time, but before we leave, I just want to show you guys something that I've been doing over here. You see, I've been working on the little texturizing, adding dirt and stuff to it, like we spoke in a previous episode, and I have to admit, I love this texture and everything. And then I started planning where things would go. So currently the blue represents walkways, so I'm thinking we'll do little paths, and in green will be trees. I'm going to go with a bunch of those trees, but I do want to try and add one, maybe two other variants of trees in here as well. So the idea is that you have these structures between all the trees, and that's what these symbolize, that trees maybe go there. We've got some trees there. We'll do a little pathway and I'll connect. And then I ran out of blocks, but that will be general pathway as well. So we connect all the buildings up so you can easily run between them. And then at the back here, I stopped it quite straight because I think this building is the one that's sticking out the furthest. And what I'm thinking is maybe in line over here, we'll do like a little compound wall and we'll have it run all the way through past here. And then we'll see how we tie it into this area. But I'm thinking that is the general idea for the floor, for the fencing and stuff like that. So I'm pretty... Oh. My little chimney's all gone. Huh. No wonder there's no smoke. Okay, anyway, distracted. So that's the idea. So all of this will still be turned into dirt, and I think it's going to look a lot better. I've gotten some really cool ideas for what I need to do down there, and we will get to that sooner than later, I think. Or I'll do it between episodes because it's just going to be terraforming. Also, I got a nice request to please do something about the bridge, and I have been working on something. So a lot of things in the future, but we've also almost reached day 2000 on this world, and I have to admit, this is the longest single player world I've ever had, and it's so much fun. So we're currently on day 1963. So I'm going to be playing in here still a bit, changing everything up, and soon we will have our 2000 day mark, and with that we'll have the next 1000 day video. So keep an eye out for that as well. But that's going to be it for this episode. I ran out of time and it's quite a long video already, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been here, been part of the community, and even for all the nice comments when I said, listen, I'm going to take a break, I'm going to be gone for a week. I appreciate all the comments, all the nice kind words, and I want to say a special thanks to I almost want to call them the unmentioned heroes, or the people we don't see in the appreciation tunnel, which we'll get back to. But I want to say thank you to the lurkers, because a lot of you are in the view account and you watch the videos and you never say anything, but when you do say something, you say really nice things, and I appreciate everyone. So just a thank you to the constant commenters, the lurking viewers, and everybody that's part of this community. I appreciate it, and I will not be able to do this without you guys. So take care, and remember, like, subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now.